Zongman, I am a god, and my family comes from all realms. Chapter 1. Toyosaki Private High School. A little after 3 in the afternoon. It was already the last class of the day, and many students seemed to be burned out, either staring blankly at the blackboard or lying on their desks, like dried-up salted fish. What's even more outrageous is that some people are actually sleeping directly. On the podium, Kirisumafuyu took in the scene of the classroom, her eyebrows twitching and her gaze sharpening. Being listless is one thing, but sleeping in class is too much. Other teachers wouldn't care about this kind of thing, as long as they don't disturb others, students can do whatever they want. But Kirisumafuyu had just become a teacher, and her sense of responsibility was extremely strong, so naturally, she couldn't let it go. It was also because of her rigid working style, coupled with her cold temperament, that she had earned the title of Ice Queen at school. Just then, time stopped. A figure suddenly appeared not far away. The person was wearing casual clothes, tall, handsome, in his early 20s, holding a plastic bag in his hand, with a large watermelon in the bag, looking at everything in front of him, looking dazed. Where is this? Liu Li looked at the surrounding environment, a little surprised. He had only gone out to buy a watermelon. How did he suddenly arrive at a place that seemed to be a classroom? Moreover, what was going on with the scene in front of him where time seemed to have stopped? Could it be that he had misunderstood something amazing? Just as he was thinking, he saw the student lying on the desk turn into a stream of light, flying towards him like lightning, merging into his body. The clothes on his body directly changed from casual wear to Toyosaki's school uniform, and his appearance also became much younger, from a handsome and sunny adult to a slightly immature teenager. Even the position changed abruptly, suddenly sitting in the student's original seat. In an instant. After merging with the stream of light, Liu Li's eyes changed from confusion to clarity. I gradually understood everything. Everything in front of him looked complicated, but it was actually world-line convergence. He merged and replaced the counterpart in this world, obtaining everything from the alternate world counterpart. Simply put, it was existence substitution. From now on, whether in other people's memories or in the river of time, no one would be able to detect his difference. It is worth mentioning that the counterpart in this world also had the same name as him, named Liu Li, orphaned, a Chinese international student, and a member of the Going Home Club. The reason for being collected was also very simple. The Liu Li of this world often stayed up late playing games, and although he looked like he was lying on the table, he had actually died. Time began to flow again, and the entire campus became noisy again. Kirisumafuyu looked at Liu Li, and seeing him sitting upright, her mood improved greatly, and she continued to lecture. As expected, diligent students like Liu Li are more worry-free. Due to the replacement, she completely did not realize that she had wanted to make things difficult for Liu Li the moment before, but instead naturally changed her mind. This is not good. Liu Li digested the extra memories of the counterpart in his mind, and suddenly glanced out the window, and couldn't help but be stunned. Probably because he had merged with the counterpart of this world, his status had slightly improved, and the world in front of him was very different from the world in the eyes of ordinary people. Black gas filled the air, and twisted and terrifying figures shuttled between heaven and earth, making bursts of harsh sounds, like the end of the world. That's right, I seem to have a classmate named Yurikawa Hana in my class. I'm done for. This world probably has Yotsuya Miko. Now that he could also see evil spirits, he immediately understood Yotsuya Miko's pain. Humans and ghosts living together, being harassed by ghosts every day, and being in danger of life at any time, it's too scary. Although he had now merged with the counterpart of this world, his physical fitness, spirit and status had improved, he was still an ordinary person after all, and had no means to deal with evil spirits at all. Where is my system? Liu Li's mood suddenly became a little anxious, calling out in his heart, but until the school bell rang, he gained nothing. The system is probably dead. Katu, see you tomorrow. Liu Li got up and casually greeted the girl at the next table. The girl at the next table paused her movements of packing her bag and tilted her head to look at Liu Li. Liu Li called my name correctly today, how strange. Is it strange? Liu Li looked at Megumi, a smile on his lips, naturally teasing, then should I still call you Kana-san? Katu Megumi pouted her cheeks slightly, I don't want that. Liu Li, please call my name properly. Even though they were neighbors, this classmate had been calling her Kana-san for half a year. Apart from that, the two had no other interaction. This was also unavoidable. After all, Lu Li and she were both members of the Going Home Club, and apart from greeting each other when going to school, they had nothing else to say. Lu Li smiled, got it, Ko Megumi-san, goodbye. Carrying his bag, and the watermelon from the original world, he left the school. Ko Megumi watched Lu Li walk away. I always feel that Lu Li is a little different today. There are too many evil spirits in this world, aren't there? Walking on the street, Lu Li's expression was indifferent, but in reality, his heart was panicking. The hurrying office workers, the convenience store clerks, the running elementary school students, all had the potential to turn into evil spirits. It was simply impossible to defend against. He could only use indifference to arm himself, and not react to anyone. Even at home, there were some weak evil spirits. In the refrigerator, an evil spirit with only a head murmured in a low voice, like a grim reaper, "Can you see me?" Lu Li remained expressionless, cut the watermelon in half, covered it with plastic wrap and froze it, washed his face, and calmed down. Looking at the bathroom mirror, he saw that his appearance in the mirror was like when he was in high school, only his temperament was much more outstanding, as if he had been born into a wealthy family, pampered since childhood, and had the air of a wealthy young master. This was probably the change brought about by the improvement of his status. In addition, his strength and mind had also changed significantly, as if he had been reborn. After thinking for a moment, he temporarily couldn't find a way to solve the evil spirits. Lu Li sighed and began to clean up his place of residence. Even if he couldn't solve the evil spirits, life had to go on, and he couldn't let his little nest not be taken care of. This was a small one-bedroom apartment, only about 20 square meters in size, with a monthly rent of 80,000 yen, which was quite expensive when converted into domestic prices, but quite cheap in Tokyo. There were very few things in the room, and it wasn't cluttered, so it was very simple to clean up. In just over 10 minutes, the entire room became clean and tidy. While cleaning, Lu Li also took stock of his assets in his heart. The inheritance left by my parents only has 2 million left, equivalent to 40 million yen, which can probably be used until I graduate from college. In addition, there is a villa in my old hometown in the countryside, but countryside houses can't be sold except for self-occupation, but it can also be considered a way out. Thinking of this, Lu Li couldn't help but frown. The consumption of developed countries is indeed much more terrifying than that of developing countries. Now, he has a choice: end his study abroad career and return to the countryside to live. 2 million is enough for him to use for a long time. But he was unwilling. Having replaced this body, he was only a teenager. It would be too lazy to start a retired life in his teens. Moreover, this world is a mixed anime world, full of excitement. How could he miss it? Of course, if there were no evil spirits in the country, that would be another matter. Compared to an exciting life, life is more important after all. Forget it, take it one step at a time, wait for the holidays to go back to the country to see the situation. Putting away his mood, he simply made a meal with the ingredients in the refrigerator, studied for a while, and became sleepy. After washing up, Lu Li lay on the bed, and a strong wish rose in his heart. He hoped to have a way to deal with evil spirits, and to live a leisurely life of eating and waiting to die. Before crossing over, he could only be an ordinary worker, and if he still had to work after crossing over, then wouldn't he have crossed over for nothing? The next day. What is this? Because he rested too early, Lu Li woke up at 6 o'clock the next morning. As he opened his eyes, a screen appeared in front of him. Lu Li. Race, God. Divine power, none. Authority, none. Faith, 0. Familia, 0. Skills, Grace 1 proof forever proof. As if by instinct, when his eyes fell on the screen, he immediately understood the function of the screen. Overnight, he had become a 3-0 wild god with no divine power, no authority, and no faith. As for grace, it was the grace system used by the gods in the Danmachi world, which could recruit familia, unlock the potential of the familia, and upgrade step by step. Wanting to have a means to deal with evil spirits, therefore, becoming a wild god, wanting to live a life of eating and waiting to die, so there is the grace system. Is this the world's response, or is it my system? Lu Li was a little puzzled, got up to wash, and took advantage of the gap in taking things from the refrigerator, as if unintentionally, directly pinched the evil spirit with only a head. The originally illusory evil spirit was directly turned into ashes by his gentle pinch. As expected, even a wild god cannot be resisted by ordinary evil spirits. Lu Li was in a great mood, Now, all that's left is familia. Recruiting familia, letting familia work to earn money, the divine life of a Danmachi god is really wonderful. P.S. New book launch, seeking all kinds of data. Chapter 2. P.S. The original novel's male lead, if not written, then he's not there. 2. Recruit familia members, hoodwink Miko Yatsuya. Good morning, Katu. Good morning, Riku. In the morning, the air is fresh and the sunlight is bright. Riku sat down at his seat, sizing up the legendary background character heroine. The bob-haired girl before him clearly had delicate features and a curvy figure, as if she had walked out of a painting. Due to her background character traits, he hadn't noticed her before, and it was only yesterday, after his rank increased, that he could clearly call out her name. Seeing Megumi Kata's ears turn slightly red, knowing that she had noticed his gaze, Riku quickly retracted his gaze and looked elsewhere. If the relationship isn't there, continuing to stare would be impolite. The morning is when students are most energetic and have the best memory. However, most students do not use this time for studying, but rather in groups of 3 or 5, discussing topics such as TV dramas and makeup. Guru-style Kitagawa Marin, herbivore Yamada Ryo, working warrior Aoyama Nanami, and Yurikawa Hana eating snacks. There are unexpectedly many acquaintances, and they are all quite beautiful. The world of anime is truly wonderful. Who should I choose as a familia member? This world is not Danmachi after all, and familia is still a very new concept. If he were to run out and say that he is a god, others would only think he is crazy. Sigh. Is there something troubling you, Riku-kun? Megumi Kato looked up, a hint of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Riku asked, Kato, if a god said they wanted to make you a familia member, what would you do? Megumi Kata's eyes shifted slightly, I would call the police. Has Riku-kun encountered a religious group trying to recruit you? It's best to stay away from such things. As a Japanese person, Megumi Kato is quite aware of her country's situation. After the war, the Eagles became Japan's big daddy, greatly reforming Japan. Religious regulations were one of the Eagles' reforms. Due to religious freedom, there are more than 200,000 religious groups of all sizes in Japan, making it a chaotic mess. In the eyes of the average person, religious people are almost criminals. In this situation, it is easy to establish a religious group, but it is difficult to recruit believers. Because the gullible have already been tricked, and those who remain are smart and have their own opinions. Thank you for the reminder, Kato-kun. Riku nodded gently, pondering in his heart. Why don't I have something like divine authority? When mortals see the gods in Danmachi, don't they immediately recognize them? With divine authority, there would be no need to worry about not being able to gain people's trust. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Because he became a god, Riku found that his learning ability had greatly increased, and learning was extremely easy. During lunch break, a figure appeared outside the classroom. The person was a black-haired, straight-haired girl with a pair of golden eyes, a beautiful appearance, and a slender figure. The only drawback was that her eyes were somewhat listless, and her tiredness was hard to hide. Miko. Yurikawa Hana cheered, took out her bento, and ran outside, everyone, I'm going out. Seeing this, Riku's heart stirred, people like Megumi Kato haven't seen the real side of the world, so they naturally wouldn't believe in gods, but Miko Yatsuya is different. Judging from her expression, her yin-yang eyes have probably already opened. If I can hoodwink her, my first familia member will probably be settled. Thinking this, Riku got up and walked towards the cafeteria. Now that things have come to this, of course, it's time to eat first. Recruiting familia members isn't something to rush. With a choice, Riku felt relaxed. My Sakurahima's smile is super healing. The epic-making virtual reality game SAO is about to have a closed beta. Come and grab a closed beta qualification and experience the wonderful game world in advance. While eating, Riku browsed Twitter. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he thought, there's my Sakurajima, so this world might also have adolescence syndrome. Adolescence syndrome is a disease that only appears during adolescence. No. Rather than a disease, it's more like a superpower. Disappearance of presence, time loops, clones, future travel. I'm afraid that even some gods in myths and legends don't have this power. My god panel, Grace system, perhaps it's not a system at all, but adolescence syndrome. Thinking of this, Riku felt a sense of urgency. If that's the case, then I need to hurry up. Adolescence syndrome. After adolescence, this ability will probably disappear. But, if I can forge authorities during adolescence, I can naturally seize the true divine authority. In the blink of an eye, it was time to leave school again. Kato-kun, goodbye. Riku got up and walked outside. During lunch break, he had already found out Miko Yatsuya's class, which was in the neighboring class. Now is the time to go and intercept her. Riku-kun, goodbye. A ripple arose in Megumi Kata's heart, and her eyes flickered slightly. Riku-kun hasn't forgotten about me? Starting yesterday, Riku-kun has been able to remember me, it really wasn't an accident. Even my mom and dad often forget about their own daughter. Megumi Kata's hand paused slightly, and a strange feeling arose in her heart. It's so hard. Miko Yatsuya looked completely burned out, and didn't even get up when she heard the school bell ring. Ever since she could see those inexplicable evil spirits, her peaceful daily life has been gone forever. No matter where or when, she would be harassed by evil spirits, keeping her nerves constantly tense, causing a beautiful girl to exude an aura of listlessness all day long, making people keep their distance. Yatsuya-kun, a male student is looking for you. Miko Yatsuya looked up and saw a female classmate with curious eyes and a gossipy look, waving at her. Beside the girl, an unfamiliar male student stood there. In the eyes of ordinary people, this male student is at most handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. But in Miko Yatsuya's eyes, the student in front of her exuded a faint golden light, as if special effects had been added, like the gods in TV shows. Miko Yatsuya was shocked in her heart. This was a situation she had never encountered before. You are? Miko Yatsuya couldn't help but stand up. Yatsuya-kun, can we talk somewhere else? Riku asked. Miko Yatsuya nodded. How about the coffee shop at the school gate? Okay. Riku nodded gently. Yatsuya-kun, pack up, I'll wait for you there. The female classmate exclaimed, coffee shop, a date. Miko Yatsuya was speechless, she didn't realize that her classmate had such a gossipy side. Fujino-kun, we're just talking about things. Arriving at the coffee shop, she ordered a cup of coffee and waited for a moment, and Miko Yatsuya came in a hurry. I don't know who you are. Miko Yatsuya sat down and asked somewhat eagerly. Riku did not answer, but instead asked, Yatsuya-kun, you can see them, right? Miko Yatsuya's nerves were already tense, and upon hearing this, her pupil shrank, she calmed herself down, and complained, you're really mean, scaring me like that. No, could it be that you can see them too? That's right. Riku nodded, reached out his hand, grabbed the empty space beside him, and gently pinched. In Miko Yatsuya's eyes, Riku directly pinched an evil spirit into pieces with his hand, turning it into ashes. As you can see, I am a god, Yatsuya-kun, would you like to become my familia member? Familia? Miko Yatsuya was puzzled. Riku explained, you can understand it as a shrine maiden who serves a god. But unlike traditional shrine maidens, I can bestow grace upon you, and in the future, you can also have extraordinary power, even eternal youth. Miko Yatsuya was stunned, and a hint of blush rose on her fair cheeks. Shrine maiden. That is someone who is dedicated to serving a god. After opening her yin-yang eyes, Miko Yatsuya also researched a lot of relevant information about clergy, she naturally knew very well what shrine maidens do. If it weren't for the fact that the student in front of her was glowing with golden light, adding some credibility, she would have thought the other party was a scammer. Can extraordinary power eliminate evil spirits? Probably. Riku pondered, saying uncertainly, after all, Yatsuya-kun is the first familia member I've recruited, there's no reference target, so it's hard to say what extent the grace can achieve. 3. Granting grace, powerful skills. Hey! Miko Yatsuya was extremely speechless, clearly a god, why would he say such unreliable things? Just then, Miko Yatsuya suddenly sensed a gaze falling on her, looked up, and saw a girl sticking her face to the glass, looking over with glowing eyes. If it's not Yurikawa Hana, who else could it be? Seeing Miko looking over, Yurikawa Hana showed a bright smile and waved at her. Riku-kun, I'll think about it first. Miko Yatsuya got up, I'll tell you the answer tomorrow. Riku nodded, okay. Let's add each other online. Okay. Miko Yatsuya took out her phone, added contact information, and left in a hurry. Miko, is that your boyfriend Kun? Of course not, we only just met today. By the way, Don't you know Riku-kun? He's in your class. Miko Yotsuya sighed, her voice gradually fading away. Riku watched the two leave, feeling relieved. Miko Yotsuya has something she seeks, this familia member is probably secure. Leaving the coffee shop, he went to the supermarket to buy some groceries and started making dinner himself. When there are more familia members, there will be no need to cook myself anymore. While cooking, Riku fantasized, at that time, I'll leisurely play games every day, when I'm hungry, familia members will cook, when I'm tired, familia members will massage. The next day, after school. Riku-kun, please let me be your familia member. Miko Yotsuya looked even more tired, and the aura of listlessness on her body was even heavier. Even if Riku wasn't sure whether becoming a familia member could deal with evil spirits, Miko Yotsuya didn't want to wait any longer. During this time, she had prayed to many gods, but none of them had any effect. Riku was her last straw. Okay. Riku nodded, come home with me. Ah. Miko Yotsuya was startled, isn't that too fast? What are you thinking? Riku was speechless, I'm just going home to bestow grace upon you. Chapter 3. Miko Yotsuya blushed, feeling a little embarrassed as she followed behind Riku. Back at home. Take off your clothes. Hey. Miko Yotsuya froze, her cheeks flushing red. Riku explained, the grace crest is on your back, so you need to expose it. Just lie down on your stomach first. After saying that, Riku went into his room to put his backpack down. Only when Miko spoke did he come back out. Riku, I'm ready. Riku stepped forward, took a needle, and gently pricked his finger, causing a drop of blood to appear. He might not have divine power yet, but his blood already possessed divinity. Using it to bestow grace was naturally not a problem. As if by instinct, Riku dripped the blood from his finger onto the girl's back. Immediately, a tai chi-like pattern appeared on her back. In Danmaki, the Loki familia's crest is a clown, and Hestia's is a flame, both related to their divine roles. In fact, familia crests can be designed freely. Riku had no divine role, but deeply influenced by his country's culture, he designed his familia crest as a yin-yang fish. As the grace was branded, a series of divine characters also surfaced. At the same time, with the addition of the first familia member, Riku felt a change in his body. A powerful force surged within him. Looking at the light screen, he found that his divine power value had become 100, and the skill panel had gained 2 new skills, Yin-Yang Eyes and Demon Slayer. Now, he could use all of Miko Yotsuya's skills as a familia member. The Yin-Yang Eyes and Demon Slayer skills were precisely the skills Miko Yotsuya possessed after receiving the grace. In addition, there was a faint plus sign after the authority. With a slight thought, a prompt appeared, indicating that it would take 10,000 points of divine power to forge an authority. No wonder the plus sign was faint, as if it didn't exist. Knowing that forging an authority was still far off, Riku composed himself and put his own affairs aside for the moment. He took out paper and translated Miko Yotsuya's stats, branding them onto the paper. Miko Yotsuya. LV.1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Yin-Yang Eyes. Spirit Vision. Evolution. Increased magic power growth rate. Demon Slayer. Special attack against all evil spirit-type creatures. The more hatred for demons, the higher the damage. In the Danmaki Grace system, ability values are divided into 10 levels, I, H, B, A, S. Each level's ability values are 099, 10199, S corresponds to 909.99. Of course, for some beings beyond the norm, ability values can also reach SS and SSS, which are 1011.99 and 1200 or higher, respectively. It is worth mentioning that, no matter who it is, even gods, the initial value for engraving grace starts at I0. Because the grace value only records experience points, not physical data. It's like creating a new account in a game. No matter what class or skills you have, if you haven't leveled up, your initial experience value is 0. Miko, not bad, Riku praised, as he copied down the data and handed it over. 2 skills right after engraving grace. Miko Yotsuya took it, and with Riku's explanation, she gradually understood the grace. What does this yin-yang eye evolution mean? Miko Yatsuya's hand trembled, in disbelief. Riku smiled, it's just like what you think. Your yin-yang eyes will become more and more powerful, and you'll see more and more things. Miko Yatsuya immediately became despondent. That's terrible. It's going to evolve even more. With her current level of yin-yang eyes, she already felt like she couldn't handle it. If it evolved further, the future would be completely dark. It doesn't matter that much, Riku laughed. You already have the ability to slay demons. In the future, those evil spirits will be your resources. The more, the better. How can you dislike them? I just want to live a peaceful life, Miko Yatsuya sighed. Lord God, could you please look away for a moment? Riku nodded, turned around, and went into the room. He came out after Miko Yatsuya had changed her clothes. Oh right, Miko, now that you've become a familia member, you'll be in charge of making dinner. Yet. Miko Yatsuya rolled her eyes, responding perfunctorily. She was naturally prepared for this kind of thing. Opening the refrigerator and looking at the ingredients, she began to think about what to cook. Oh right, Lord God, when are we going to slay evil spirits? Miko Yatsuya asked while cooking. Riku pondered, after dinner, I guess. Let's just think of it as a walk. Miko Yatsuya heard this and became eager to try. While Miko Yatsuya was cooking, Riku started watching videos, observing martial arts from various countries. With the essence of a god, learning things was naturally not something ordinary people could compare to. In just the time it took Miko Yatsuya to cook, he had already completed the study of Chinese and various other countries' swordsmanship. A new skill appeared on his character panel: Basic Swordsmanship Mastery. Not bad, the learning ability of a god is really good. Lord God, dinner is ready. Just as he was praising, Miko Yatsuya brought the dishes up, and the two began to eat. Compared to eating alone, eating together made the atmosphere at the table much warmer. Most importantly, Riku no longer had to cook for himself, and had initially achieved his wish of living idly and waiting to die. After dinner, Miko Yatsuya was a little impatient. Lord God, can we go out now? Riku nodded. Of course. But, what about your weapon? Miko Yatsuya's gaze fell on the dining table. She picked up a half-foot-long fruit knife and said, will this work? It should be enough to deal with ordinary evil spirits, Riku pondered. This probably won't work against those powerful evil spirits. Let's practice with this fruit knife today. He also had a new goal in mind: learn forging and create weapons for his familia member. Of course, this was only temporary. In the future, he would definitely let his familia member do this kind of thing themselves. Thinking of this, Riku only felt that the life of eating idly and waiting to die was still a long way off. For Miko Yatsuya's first demon slaying. The fruit knife slashed through the air, and a scream that ordinary people couldn't hear rang out. An evil spirit the size of a normal human dissipated into nothing. A trace of pleasure flashed in Miko Yatsuya's eyes, and her mood suddenly relaxed. She had been tormented by evil spirits for quite some time, and now being able to slay them finally gave her a sense of relief. Let's go, Riku pointed not far away. There are many weak evil spirits there. Let's take it slowly. Yes. Miko Yatsuya was full of energy, carrying the fruit knife and entering the alley with Riku. 9 o'clock at night. It had been 3 hours since Riku took Miko Yatsuya out, and more than 50 evil spirits had died at Miko Yatsuya's hands. The phone rang. Miko Yatsuya, it's my mom's call. It's getting late. It's time for Miko to go home. Riku looked at the time and turned to Miko Yatsuya. Miko Yatsuya nodded and answered the phone. Mom, I'll be right back. I'm working outside today. After saying a few words, she hung up the phone and waved to Riku. Lord God, see you tomorrow. Riku nodded, and instructed, you're still weak, remember not to provoke evil spirits that are too strong. I know, Miko Yatsuya responded softly, disappearing into the night. Back at home, Riku didn't rest, but instead watched videos of forging competitions. Combining a lot of information from ancient and modern times, a new skill appeared: basic forging. As the skill manifested, Riku divinely knew that he could already forge weapons used by third-rate adventurers. Third-rate adventurers are also known as LV.2 adventurers in the Danmaki world, already upper-level adventurers. But there's no place to smith. A new problem arose, and he couldn't find a solution for a while. Let's discuss it with Miko tomorrow. As a local, Miko should be able to think of a solution. Just as he was thinking, Miko Yotsuya's message arrived. Lord God, I've arrived home safely. Good night. Good night, Riku replied, and began to wash up and rest. The next day. Afternoon. Rooftop. Forging. Miko Yotsuya listened to Riku's words, eating her bento while occasionally feeding Riku, showing a look of contemplation. I remember my grandfather's house is in the countryside of Chiba. The house has been empty for a long time, and it can be used as a forging location. Then let's go to Chiba, Riku pondered. Tomorrow is Saturday anyway. Miko Yotsuya was suspicious. Can Lord God even forge? Don't underestimate a god, Riku gently waved his finger, full of confidence. Even a wild god is a transcendent being, a being that transcends the common sense of ordinary people. How suspicious! Behind the iron door of the rooftop, Hanamaru Yurine puffed out her cheeks, eating bread while looking at the two people discussing on the rooftop. You clearly said he wasn't your boyfriend, but you're with Riku, and even feeding each other. Miko is lying. Moreover, Miko's condition is much better. Could it be that having a boyfriend really has a beautifying effect? Lost in thought, Yurine felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She wanted to hear what the two were saying, but she couldn't hear anything. So curious. Just as she was thinking, she heard footsteps. Looking back, she saw a beautiful girl with black stockings, a hot and attractive figure, a white headband, and a lazy temperament walking over. The person who came was none other than Toei Yagazaka's celebrity Kashomajayaka Yuta. Kashomajayaka senpai, good afternoon, goodbye, Yurine quickly greeted and then hurriedly left. As the unattainable flower of the school, Kashomajayaka Yuta was not only beautiful but also first in her grade. Her ecological position was at the pinnacle of the school. Even Yurine, who was a social butterfly, didn't want to get close to her. Because her ecological position was too far from Kashomajayaka Yuta's. There were rumors that a boy confessed to Kashomajayaka senpai, but was made to feel so ashamed by her that he transferred schools. Being with such a senior would be too scary. Chapter 4. Watching Yurikawa disappear in a puff of smoke, Shiho Kashomajayaka remained calm. She was used to this sort of thing. She was aware of the rumors about her at school, and could only say that rumors were a frightening thing, becoming more and more outrageous as they spread. She had simply rejected a confession, but it had been blown up to the point where she was seen as a man-eating demon. At most she was a bit sharp-tongued, which some people couldn't handle. Pushing open the door, she saw the two sitting very close together, eating their lunchboxes, and felt a sense of unease. This rooftop used to be her private space. Now that there were two more people, she naturally felt a little uncomfortable. However, Shiho Kashomajayaka didn't say much, and simply found an empty space to eat her bread and milk. After all, she wasn't domineering enough to drive others away in the name of seniority just to occupy this place. But every time she glanced at Riku and Yotsuya Miko, eating their fill of dog food, her milk and bread suddenly lost their flavor. God, when will my grace be updated? Yotsuya Miko whispered, I really want to see if I've improved. Riku chuckled, it won't be that fast, let's talk about it tomorrow. Yotsuya Miko was a little disappointed, okay, then. The two whispered to each other and quickly finished lunch. Shiho Kashomajayaka's expression flickered, and she wondered, God? Are they playing some kind of kinky game? Her black silk legs shook, and her eyes gradually became playful. She didn't expect that there were people in her school who played such elaborate games. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go home. Kato, see you next week. Riku, see you next week, Megumi Kato said calmly, responding softly. Riku picked up his bag and left the classroom. Over the past few days, he had become familiar with Megumi Kato. Of course, they had only become less estranged, and their relationship hadn't progressed any further. God, I've already told my mom, and I can go to Chiba tomorrow. Passing by the neighboring class, Yotsuya Miko naturally joined Riku, drawing a resentful look from Yurikawa. She was clearly her best friend, but Miko hadn't gone shopping with her in the past few days. Miko is so biased, don't tell me he's not her boyfriend. Yurikawa puffed out her cheeks, like an angry pufferfish. Of course, she didn't intend to disturb them, after all, they were already high school students, and it was quite normal for Miko to have a boyfriend. Then I'll order the materials and tools for forging and have them delivered there, Riku asked Miko for her address and quickly placed the order. Sakura country wasn't big, and if he ordered now, the delivery would probably arrive in Chiba tomorrow. Returning home, Riko became a hands-off shopkeeper, living a life of eating and waiting to die. After dinner, he accompanied Miko to hunt evil spirits as usual. Now that he only had one familia member, Riko naturally cherished her very much, afraid that Miko would be in danger. The next day, Riko and Yotsuya Miko took the train to Chiba. Although Chiba was close to Tokyo, it was different from the bustling city of Tokyo with its tall buildings. There were many backward small villages with low Japanese-style houses. Yotsuya Miko's grandparents' house was in a small village. Because the two elders had passed away and there was no one to take care of it, the yard was overgrown with weeds and looked dilapidated and desolate. Standing on a high place, Riko looked at the village. A dozen small houses were scattered in the countryside, some dilapidated and some relatively well preserved. There were almost no people in the village, and it was as quiet as a ghost village. Even evil spirits were less common than in the city. Seeing this scene, Riko and Yotsuya Miko could only roll up their sleeves and clean up the yard. After an hour, the yard finally looked decent. 5 Grace Update, Active Miko. After waiting for a while, the delivery arrived. Please sign for it, sir. 1 ton of steel, 1 ton of coke, and a set of forging tools, totaling 150,000 yen. The bulk of this was naturally coal and steel. Unlike the mainland, Sakura country relied on imports for various materials, and the prices of steel and coal were relatively more expensive, but 1 ton was only a few hundred yuan more expensive than in China. Yotsuya Miko and Riko moved the things to the yard and quickly set up a blacksmith workshop. So heavy. Yotsuya Miko began to doubt her life. Can we really turn these iron bars into swords? Forging was really too difficult for a young girl. In fact, if he hadn't become a wild god, Riko wouldn't have done such a thankless thing at all. Don't worry. At this time, Riko looked relaxed, lit the fire, and began to try forging. As the clanging sound rang out, sparks flew, and the steel bars began to deform, gradually turning into a sword-shaped blade. Having merged with his other self in this world, and becoming a god, Riko didn't know how strong he was. Most importantly, because of the skill manifestation, he seemed to have been forging iron for decades, and every hammer blow was just right. Even though it was his first time forging, he wasn't clumsy at all. In a short while, the steel bar turned into a 3-foot-long sword, with a cold light. With a slight shake, it cut off a tree as thick as a wrist. So amazing! Yotsuya Miko praised. The weapon made at random was simply more powerful than the legendary divine weapon. Riko smiled, this was personally made by a god. As he spoke, he used the dry wood from the old house to make a sword hilt and scabbard and threw them to Yotsuya Miko. Miko, this is your weapon, give it a name. Let's call it Spirit Slayer. Miko drew her sword, and saw the blade was like a clear spring, reflecting her cheeks, and couldn't help but feel excited. I'm going to try the sword in the village. With the sword, Yotsuya Miko naturally couldn't sit still. Riko didn't stop her, but took another steel bar and started forging again. 1 sword blank. 2 sword blanks. By the time Yotsuya Miko returned, Riko had already made 9 sword blanks, waiting only to be fitted with sword guards, hilts, and scabbards to harvest 9 swords. Seeing Yotsuya Miko return, Riko put out the fire and ended the forging. How was it? Very useful. Yotsuya Miko was very happy. With this sword, even those ghosts several meters tall can be beheaded. Don't rush, let's update the grace first, and then I'll teach you how to wield the sword. Yotsuya Miko's eyes lit up. Are we updating the grace? Yes, Riko nodded. I also want to see how much you've improved. Yotsuya Miko couldn't wait, went into the house, and exposed her back. Riko took out a spare steel needle, squeezed out a trace of blood and dripped it on Miko's back. Immediately, Miko's grace data appeared. Yotsuya Miko. LV.1. Strength, I0 I25. Endurance, I0 I6. Dexterity, I0 I5. Agility, I0 I6. Magic, I0 I66. Magic. Skills, Yin Yang Eyes, omitted, Demon Slayer, omitted. The ability value has increased by more than 100 points in 2 days, that's really amazing. Riko praised, copied the ability value, and handed it to Yotsuya Miko. Yotsuya Miko took it, and her eyes fell on the magic column. Magic has increased so much. Your yin-yang eyes are always on, constantly consuming magic, so naturally it grows faster, Riku explained. At this rate of magic growth, if you awaken another magic, your attack power will soon become very strong. Come on, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Yotsuya Miko put on her clothes and came to the open space. These sword techniques are summarized from the sword techniques of various countries. Although they are not extraordinary, they are enough for you now. Riku explained, and began to explain the moves one by one. Yotsuya Miko listened, asked questions from time to time, and her learning progress was rapid. Having received the grace of God and opened up the potential of her body, Yotsuya Miko's learning ability was naturally incomparable to ordinary people. In a short while, she had learned a set of swordsmanship and went to practice on the side. Riku watched for a while, nodded with satisfaction, and turned to fit the forged swords with hilts and scabbards. Riku didn't finish his work until dusk, and harvested 9 swords. And Yotsuya Miko, the basic swordsmanship has become very skilled. We should go back, there won't be any trains if we're late. Riku wrapped the 9 swords in cloth for easy carrying, and cleaned up the forging workshop with Yotsuya Miko before embarking on the road back to Tokyo. God, let's continue to kill ghosts tonight, Yotsuya Miko said with great interest after dinner. Having updated her grace, Yotsuya Miko felt the improvement of her physical fitness and was full of enthusiasm. Okay, Riku nodded, let's continue tonight. He would naturally not refuse if his familia wanted to improve. In the alley, Yotsuya Miko used her sword style and rushed towards a 3-meter-tall evil spirit. With a flash of cold light, the evil spirit's arm was cut off. Killing ordinary evil spirits was like breaking bubbles. Killing this evil spirit, Yotsuya Miko felt the difference. The long sword seemed to have cut into a rubber tire. If it wasn't for the sharpness of the sword in her hand, and she was still using a fruit knife, she probably wouldn't be able to cut it. You can see me. Roar. The evil spirit roared, its eyes flashed fiercely. Even though one of its hands was broken, it was not afraid at all, and grabbed Yotsuya Miko with the other hand. Yotsuya Miko dodged nimbly, changed her sword style, and slashed at the remaining arm of the evil spirit again. With a flash of cold light, the evil spirit's arm was cut off again. Swish swish swish, with a series of swords, the evil spirit was directly cut into a human stick. The intelligence of evil spirits is not high after all, they just rely on their tall bodies and are not good at fighting at all. Yotsuya Miko was already used to killing ghosts, and with her skilled basic sword style, killing evil spirits was naturally easy. With the last sword, Yotsuya Miko jumped up lightly, and with one sword, the evil spirit was cut in half and turned into ashes in a scream. Chapter 5. This evil spirit is indeed much more powerful than other evil spirits. It's not easy to slay. Miko Yotsuya sheathed her sword and sighed. Lu Li walked forward, however, the training this kind of evil spirit gives you is incomparable to other evil spirits. Slaying weak ghosts all the time will slow down the growth of your dexterity, agility, and endurance. Miko Yotsuya nodded, let's continue. They worked until 10 o'clock in the evening, and Miko Yotsuya killed nearly 30 giant evil spirits before they finished. Even with the blessings, Miko Yotsuya felt sore and unable to continue. Seeing this, Lu Li thoughtfully sent Miko Yotsuya home before turning around to go home. On the way, it suddenly started to rain. 6 Growth of divine power, unexpected gains from slaying ghosts. Seeing this, Lu Li turned and entered a supermarket to buy an umbrella, holding it up as he walked home. Although divine power is omnipotent, he would never use it to block rain. He was still far from forging an authority. As he walked to the park entrance, he suddenly saw a blonde girl with waist-length hair sitting there, her head lowered, looking depressed, like a stray kitten. Lu Li's expression changed slightly, and he walked forward. Shina-san, why haven't you gone home yet? Shina Mahiru looked up, her eyes indifferent. Oh, it's you. I just wanted to sit here for a while, Lu Li-kun. You can go home. Alright. Lu Li didn't force her, leaving the umbrella behind. If you need anything, you can come to me. I'm currently looking for familiars. With that, he turned and left. What a strange person. Familiars? What is that? Shina Mahiru was a little puzzled and didn't think too much about it. Remembering her parents, she felt depressed and threw Lu Li's words to the back of her mind. I didn't expect that I would also benefit from Miko slaying evil spirits. Back home, Lu Li moved his mind and opened the light screen, only to see that the divine power on it had reached 102 points. Before, when Miko Yotsuya killed weak evil spirits, the divine power didn't move at all. But today, when Miko killed giant evil spirits, the divine power began to grow. It increased by 2 points in one night. At this rate, he could completely burn divine power to forge an authority within 10 years. At that time, he would be a true god. Even if the puberty syndrome disappeared, this power would not disappear. Of course, 10 years is still too long. By that time, puberty would have long disappeared, and there would be too many variables. Recruiting more familiars is imminent. With more familiars, he could naturally shorten the time to become a true god to within 2 years. I have to let Miko fight monsters properly. Liu Li pondered in his heart, revealing a smile. I originally thought that there were no magic stones or drops in this world, which would be useless to me, but I didn't expect the world to give divine power. This is simply amazing. However, the problem of money is still unresolved. With his current assets, he won't be able to spend it for long. And Miko Yotsuya probably can't be relied on. After all, Miko Yotsuya only has the ability to see ghosts and no other money-making skills. Should I open an exorcism agency? Liu Li's mind raced. Ordinary evil spirits cannot affect people in reality, but powerful evil spirits may not. I can completely develop exorcism into a money-making business. Besides that, I can also copy some light novels. Liu Li doesn't have absolute memory ability, but he has divine power. As long as he has seen something, he can naturally replicate it with divine power. Moreover, replicating things that don't involve the supernatural is quite cheap. Opening the computer, Liu Li reached out to the keyboard. The next moment, a document began to run automatically, and dense text appeared. How to raise a boring girlfriend. There are characters from How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend in this world. But it doesn't matter, just modify the place names, character names, and character backgrounds. Using a little divine power, a light novel was copied in just a moment. The sales of How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend are not very high in the light novel category, far inferior to a certain magical index and sword art online. In the world before time travel, it sold about 3.5 million copies. However, it's good enough to test the waters. If the sales are not much different, based on a light novel selling for 500 yen and an 8% royalty, 3.5 million copies can earn at least 140 million yen before taxes, which can temporarily alleviate his financial pressure. Finding the editor's email address for Fujikawa novels, Liu Li sent out the first volume of the novel and began to search for all kinds of videos. Cooking, archery. For ordinary people, these videos are just for fun, but for gods, these things are valuable skills. As long as you watch videos every day, you can gain extraordinary skills. Is there anything more enjoyable than this? Yotsuya's house. Miko Yotsuya returned home at 10:30 in the evening. She originally wanted to tiptoe back to her room, but when she opened the door, she found her mother and younger brother sitting on the sofa. Kusuke, Mom, haven't you rested yet? Miko Yotsuya said awkwardly. Kusuke Yotsuya's eyes were worried, of course not. Stupid sister comes back so late every day, how can we sleep? As he spoke, his eyes fell on the sword Miko Yotsuya was holding in her hand, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Sister, did you go out to be a delinquent and chop people at night? Toko Yotsuya was shocked. Miko. Although the Yotsuya family is not a scholarly family, they would not allow their children to become yakuza, especially the lowest ranking ones. I didn't chop anyone. Miko Yotsuya said speechlessly. Kusuke, Mom, you don't have to worry. I didn't do anything bad. Seeing that the two didn't believe her, Miko Yotsuya's heart moved, and she said, actually, I recently got a boyfriend, so I have to be busy until very late every day. Toko Yotsuya was puzzled, then what's with the sword? What's the point of bringing a sword when you have a boyfriend? Because he likes kendo. Miko Yotsuya continued to perfunctorily. So I can only practice swordsmanship with him. Toko Yotsuya and Kusuke Yotsuya breathed a sigh of relief. Toko Yotsuya nodded and urged, if that's the case, there's no problem. However, Miko, you must pay attention to safety. I don't want to be a grandmother so young. Kusuke Yotsuya echoed, although he was young, he was like an adult, I don't want to be an uncle so young either. Mr. Yotsuya's soul looked complicated, in the blink of an eye, Miko has also found a boyfriend. Time flies so fast. Miko Yotsuya's pretty face was flushed. Mom, Kusuke, what are you talking about? Saying that, she ran to the bedroom and hid herself. Having children or something, that's too early. Fujikawa bunko. Headache. Machida Sanako rubbed her temples, made a cup of coffee, and continued to fight. What the hell are these novels written about? Before entering the workplace, she originally thought that reviewing manuscripts and seeing first-hand light novels was a happy thing. But since joining Fujikawa, she knew she was still too young. Anyone can write novels these days. Reviewing first-hand novels is not only boring but also makes people's blood pressure rise. Many light novel authors can't even write basic sentences fluently and clearly, which makes her confused. In addition, plagiarism, dog blood, and irrelevant novels made her head explode. How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, not bad. Calming her mind, Machida Sanako opened a new email and didn't come back to her senses until she finished reading a volume of the book. This book has the potential to be a hit. I must sign it. Looking at the contact information left at the end of the submission, Machida Sanako was about to call the author when she saw the time in the lower right corner of the computer. At this time, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. Forget it, I'll talk about it tomorrow. It would be too rude to call at this time. P.S. There are manuscripts, but the contract has not been approved yet, so I can't update regularly. I will post a new chapter when I get up tomorrow. 7 Yurikawa Hana, God is so poor. So tired. The next day, Miko Yatsuya once again exuded the atmosphere of a salted fish and came to Lu Li's house. What's wrong? Lu Li asked while brushing his teeth. Miko Yatsuya sighed, it's not Mom and Kusuk, asking questions about everything. By the way, are we going to slay evil spirits during the day? Lu Li's expression stagnated, a little helpless. Ordinary people can't see ghosts. If we carry knives and chop randomly, we may be considered mentally ill. Miko Yatsuya's face collapsed, that's true. Then what do we do today? You can arrange your own time during the day. Lu Li pondered, you can go shopping with Yurikawa Hana. If possible, you can bring her into our family. Recruiting a familiar with strong luck will give you 100 points of divine power. How could Lu Li refuse this kind of thing? Miko Yatsuya's expression was subtle, does God want to play tricks on Hana again? That's right. Lu Li did not shy away, anyway, there's no harm in joining the family. Humph. Miko Yatsuya didn't believe it. If you join the family, you will definitely be eaten and wiped clean by God. Thinking so, Miko Yatsuya was already skillfully making breakfast. Just then, the phone rang. Is this God-sensei? A pleasant female voice came from the other side of the phone after answering. It's me. This is Fujikawa bunko. When will God-sensei be available to discuss the novel contract? Lu Li pondered, let's do it today. Okay. Machida Sanako breathed a sigh of relief, then let's meet at the 6 Heavenly Horses shopping plaza. Okay. Seeing Lu Li hang up the phone, Miko Yatsuya asked curiously, who is it? It's the editor of Fujikawa bunko, asking me to talk about the contract. Fujikawa bunko. Miko Yatsuya was shocked, light novel? Did God-sensei write a light novel? Lu Li explained, it's not writing, it's just a novel made with divine power. Is divine power so convenient? Miko Yatsuya envied, and put the breakfast on the table. Lu Li smiled, divine power is omnipotent. After eating, Lu Li separated from Miko Yatsuya and headed towards the agreed location. 9 o'clock in the morning. The 6 Heavenly Horses shopping plaza was bustling with activity, and the streets were crowded with people. Chapter 6. Lu Li quickly found Machida Sanako. Beside Machida Sanako was another familiar figure, Kazuma Jayaka Utah. At this moment, Kazuma Jayaka Utah looked troubled, her brow furrowed. Machida editor. You are. Machida Sanako looked at the young man before her, somewhat surprised. Could you be God-sensei? That's me. Lu Li nodded. Machida Sanako was stunned. Are all light novel writers these days so young? Thinking this, she quickly had Lu Li take a seat. Kazuma Jayaka Utah looked over, somewhat surprised, Junior Lu Li. Machida Sanako, poet, do you know God-sensei? Lu Li said, Kazuma Jayaka senpai and I are students at the same school. What a wonderful coincidence. Machida Sanako smiled. Then you can communicate more in the future. Although God Sensei's novel hasn't been published yet, the level is very high and has the potential to be a big hit. After the pleasantries, the two formally began to discuss the contract. 10% royalty, first printing of 20,000 copies. How does that sound? Light novel royalties are generally 8% 14%. Giving a newcomer 10% royalty is quite sincere of Machida Sonoko. Lu Li nodded lightly and signed the contract, then thank you very much, Machida editor. Machida Sonoko reminded, one more thing, remember not to delay the manuscript. As she said this, she glanced at Kazuma Jayaka Utah, looking somewhat pained. Lu Li smiled, don't worry, 1 volume every 2 months, that's still easy. Machida Sonoko nodded, I hope so. After finishing the negotiations, Lu Li didn't say much, got up and left. Just as he walked out of the coffee shop, his phone rang. God-sama, I found a place with a lot of ghosts, shall we go together tonight? The person who sent the message was Yatsuya Miko. At this time, Yatsuya Miko and Yurikawa Hana were queuing in front of a home-style confectionery shop. PP Deifuku, I'm so happy, I can finally buy it today. Yurikawa Hana looked satisfied. Miko, are you chatting with your boyfriend Kun again? Yatsuya Miko, not boyfriend Kun. Still saying no. Yurikawa Hana didn't believe it at all. Don't worry, I won't steal Miko away. Yatsuya Miko was speechless, and suddenly thought of Lu Li's instructions, and said, Hana, do you want to experience the mysterious? Mysterious? Yurikawa Hana looked puzzled. Yatsuya Miko, let's talk about it after we buy the things. A moment later, the two bought several servings of PP Deifuku and came to a quiet place. Yatsuya Miko asked, Hana, do you believe there are ghosts in the world? Ah! Yurikawa Hana's expression changed, she looked around suspiciously, and complained, Miko, don't scare me. Yatsuya Miko shook her head, I'm not lying. So, she told her about her encounters during this period of time. Evil spirits everywhere. No wonder Miko has been like a salted fish for a while. Could it be that what Miko said is true? But gods and the like are too unbelievable, right? After hesitating for a moment, Yurikawa Hana said, Miko, I want to see Lu Li-kun before I say anything else, let's go now. If it was just her alone, she would really be afraid of being deceived. But Miko is her good friend, and the trust level is instantly maxed out. Yatsuya Miko nodded, sent a message, and said, I've already told God-sama, let's go over. Lu Li-kun, we're here. It's so narrow. Yurikawa Hana looked at the small apartment, as if she was traveling, and expressed her opinion. Lu Li was speechless, no money, what can I do? God-sama is so poor. Yurikawa Hana sighed, is Lu Li-kun really a god? Of course. Lu Li nodded. Want to become a familia member? There are many benefits. Yurikawa Hana hesitated, isn't it a scam? Of course. Lu Li looked at Yatsuya Miko. Don't believe me, ask Miko. When has Miko ever lied to you? Then I'll join the familia too. Yurikawa Hana's eyes lit up. I also want that grace, it's said that it can maintain eternal youth, is that right, God-sama? That requires a high level. Lu Li explained. Yurikawa Hana was extremely curious, what do I do now? God-sama, please avoid for a moment, I'll let Hana prepare. Yatsuya Miko stepped forward and whispered instructions. When Lu Li came out of the bedroom again, Yurikawa Hana was already lying on the sofa, ready. It's so embarrassing, why does the grace have to be put on the back? Yurikawa Hana exclaimed. Lu Li smiled, it'll be over soon. Taking out a steel needle, he gently pricked his finger, and a drop of divine blood dripped on Yurikawa Hana's back. Immediately, the familia pattern and various data appeared. Yatsuya Miko watched from the side, and was surprised when she saw this, so magical, is this bestowing grace? Yurikawa Hana was curious and shouted, I want to see too, Miko, take a video, I want to see too. 8 Yurikawa Hana's skills. Hearing this, Yatsuya Miko quickly said, okay, don't rush me. She took out her phone and started filming. Lu Li took a piece of paper, translated and copied the data. Yurikawa Hana. LV.1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic, I0. Magic. Skills. Flame of Life. Infuse the eyes with the Flame of Life to gain the ability of Spirit Vision. Imbue weapons with the Flame of Life to slay evil spirits. Magic, strength, and endurance increase faster. Can replenish the Flame of Life with food. Hana also has skills. Yotsuya Miko leaned closer. In this way, Hana can also slay evil spirits with me. Lu Li nodded, handed the copied data to Yurikawa Hana, and turned back to the bedroom. He didn't return to the living room until Yurikawa Hana put on her clothes. Yurikawa Hana was now trying out her skills, a trace of golden light rising in her black eyes, becoming sacred and majestic. There are no evil spirits. Yurikawa Hana was puzzled. I clearly activated the skills. Yotsuya Miko was speechless. This is where God Sama lives, how could there be any evil spirits? She pulled Yurikawa Hana to the balcony. Yurikawa Hana only felt a change in front of her eyes. Between heaven and earth, wisps of black air permeated, and in the city, black figures exuding terrible auras walked back and forth, as if she had come to hell. Yurikawa Hana was startled and quickly stopped her skills. So scary. Miko, are we going to fight these things in the future? Yotsuya Miko nodded, that's right. After the battle, all kinds of data will be improved. Yurikawa Hana calmed down, clenched her fists, and cheered herself up, then I will accompany Miko to fight from now on. Although she was very scared, she couldn't help but worry when she thought of Miko fighting alone. After all, the lonely Miko was too pitiful. Lu Li took out a long sword, handed it to Yurikawa Hana, and said, try to bless the long sword with the Flame of Life. Yurikawa Hana nodded, took the long sword, and tried for a while. A wisp of golden light appeared on the snow-white blade. So magical. Yotsuya Miko was also very envious, why can't I add this kind of special effect to the sword? Miko, don't be envious. Lu Li comforted, although Hana's ability looks very powerful, the combat endurance is only half an hour. Remember to bring some snacks with you during battles in the future, don't starve. Yotsuya Miko was shocked, in this way, wouldn't Hana be able to eat more than before? No. Yurikawa Hana was dumbfounded when she heard this, I don't have that much pocket money. Based on her current appetite, her pocket money is already several times that of other girls. If her food intake increases again, that would be too terrible. Don't worry. Lu Li smiled, with the grace, Hana won't need any cosmetics in the future, and the money saved can be used to buy snacks. Moreover, my light novel has been signed, and there will be income soon. It's just that the current situation is different from what he imagined. He was supposed to take in familia members to support himself, right? How did it turn into the god supporting the familia? This is simply a reversal of heaven and earth. Yurikawa Hana's eyes lit up when she heard this, that's great, Miko, let's go slay evil spirits. It's still early. Yotsuya Miko shook her head, walking around with a sword during the day, it's easy for people to think you're a lunatic. Yurikawa Hana was discouraged, why is that? I want to level up sooner. Yotsuya Miko smiled, don't worry, by the way, let's make lunch. Going to hunt monsters and level up. As soon as it got dark, Yurikawa Hana, like a husky out of its cage, ran out with her sword. Chapter 7. After lunch, the three spent a long time watching TV. However, Yurikawa Hana's mind was completely elsewhere, focused solely on slaying evil spirits, her thoughts had long since drifted to some unknown place. Yotsuya Miko chuckled, Hana is surprisingly motivated. They entered a small alley. Yurikawa Hana's eyes gleamed with golden light as she thrust her long sword at an evil spirit. Riko Lee facepalmed, Hana, you need to imbue the fire of life into your sword, or you won't be able to hit the evil spirit. At this point, Yurikawa Hana realized her mistake. After the strike, the evil spirit recovered, its eyes twisted in rage, and it lunged at Yurikawa Hana. Yotsuya Miko moved swiftly, a cold light flashing through the air. In the next moment, the evil spirit was sliced into two pieces, turning into ashes, leaving only a shrill scream in the air. So scary. Yurikawa Hana said, teary-eyed, evil spirits are so scary, Miko. Yotsuya Miko comforted Yurikawa Hana, offering careful guidance. It took half an hour, but she finally taught Yurikawa Hana how to slay evil spirits. However, after only slaying a few spirits, Yurikawa Hana stopped, swaying unsteadily. So hungry. It feels like I haven't eaten in ages. With that, she took out snacks from her backpack and began to replenish her energy. 10 minutes later, Yurikawa Hana was full of energy again. They continued until 11 o'clock at night. Yotsuya Miko and Yurikawa Hana finally stopped. So satisfied. I feel like I'm a hero protecting the city. Yurikawa Hana exclaimed while replenishing her energy, her eyes shining. Miko, let's continue tomorrow. Yotsuya Miko nodded, replying perfunctorily, yet. She didn't have Yurikawa Hana's fire of life skill, and her stamina didn't recover as quickly. After slaying evil spirits for several hours, she transformed back into a lazy Miko. In front of the supermarket, a bob-haired girl curiously watched the three figures disappear into the night. So strange. What are Riko Lee and the other two doing with swords? Ko Megumi wondered, what are they doing, slashing at the air? Could this be a case of Chiyunibiu? But they were already high school students. Wasn't this Chiyunibiu coming a bit too late? After thinking for a while, Ko Megumi couldn't figure out the reason, and could only gently shake her head and head home. Oh well, I'll ask Riko Lee about it tomorrow. The next day. Monday. Of course, the Japanese call Monday Getsuyubi. Kato, good morning. Riko Lee put down his bag and looked at the girl at the next desk. Good morning, Riko Lee-kun, Ko Megumi replied with a calm expression and a clear voice. Riko Lee asked, did you go anywhere fun over the weekend, Kato? No, I didn't, Ko Megumi shook her head. I just stayed home and watched TV. By the way, I saw you and Yotsuya-san, Riko Lee-kun. Riko Lee smiled mysteriously, is Kato curious? How about you come to the rooftop during lunch break? Ko Megumi pondered for a moment, and said, okay. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Riko Lee asked. Ko Megumi, is Riko Lee-kun a bad person? Of course not, Riko Lee shook his head. Ko Megumi said with a matter-of-fact expression, so then, I don't need to be afraid. 9. Meeting the real world Ko Megumi. Riko Lee, bento. During lunch break, an energetic voice rang out, and looking up, he saw Yurikawa Hana holding 2 bento boxes, looking over with anticipation. Let's go. Riko Lee got up and walked over. Yurikawa Hana held the bento in one hand, and looped the other arm around his, giggling foolishly. Are Hana-san and Riko Lee-kun dating? Isn't Riko Lee's girlfriend Yotsuya-san? Could it be that Riko Lee-kun is two-timing? May all Raijuyu explode? The classroom immediately erupted in an uproar. Yurikawa Hana turned her head, it's a secret. Pulling Riko Lee, and bringing Miko along, they went to the rooftop. Yotsuya Miko's eyes were listless, Hana, you're making such a fuss. However, this indeed fit Yurikawa Hana's personality, unable to keep anything a secret. What does it matter? Yurikawa Hana didn't care, anyway, it won't cause any trouble. God, this is the bento I made. The bento wasn't luxurious, lacking delicacies, but it was very exquisite, with meticulously carved cute little sausages, pan-fried luncheon meat. It looked very appealing. The only bad thing was that the bento was cold, and there was no tempting aroma to be smelled. Did Hana make this? Of course, Yurikawa Hana said proudly, I'm very confident in my cooking skills. Yotsuya Miko, that's so nice, I wish I had such good cooking skills. Then I'll teach you, Yurikawa Hana said while eating, looking at Riko Lee, God, how does it taste? Very good, Riko Lee nodded in satisfaction. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yurikawa Hana's face grew even brighter. As they were talking, the sound of footsteps rang out. Yurikawa Hana turned her head, hesitating, you're that. Riko Lee, Ko Megumi. Kana. Yotsuya Miko, it's Kato. Yurikawa Hana frowned, how strange, why do I always feel like I can't remember this name? Ko Megumi walked closer. Hana, can you grant the fire of life to Kato-san? Riko Lee asked. Yurikawa Hana was surprised, could it be that Kana is also a member of our familia? Not yet, Riko Lee shook his head. Yurikawa Hana handed the bento to Yotsuya Miko, Miko, hold this for me. Coming to Ko Megumi, she placed her hand on Ko Megumi's shoulder, Kana, don't be scared later, the real world is very scary. Being able to imbue the fire of life into swords, she could naturally temporarily grant the fire of life to others. In the next moment, Ko Megumi felt the world before her eyes change. The originally cloudless, azure sky was filled with black miasma. Within the school, dark shadows emerged. Although it was daytime, the scene was very terrifying, as if she had come to hell. What is that? Yotsuya Miko, evil spirits. Evil spirits are everywhere in this world, it's just that most people can't see them. Yurikawa Hana withdrew her hand, and the world before Ko Megumi's eyes returned to its original state, as if the evil spirits were just an illusion. Kato-san, welcome to the real world, Riko Lee looked at Ko Megumi. Ko Megumi's cheeks puffed up slightly. Riko Lee-kun has such a bad sense of humor. Knowing about this kind of thing, I'm afraid I'll have nightmares. Riko Lee asked, then do you want to join my familia? By the way, I am a god, joining the familia, you won't have to be afraid of those things anymore. Ko Megumi pondered for a moment, then sighed, I have no choice but to join. Her gaze fell on Yurikawa Hana and Yotsuya Miko. Is Yotsuya-san also a member of Riko Lee-kun's familia? Yotsuya Miko nodded lightly. Yurikawa Hana raised her hand, full of energy, I am too, although I only joined yesterday. Ko Megumi revealed a slight smile, then please take care of me from now on. By the way, what do I need to prepare to join the familia? Yurikawa Hana smiled mysteriously, you'll know after school. Yotsuya Miko comforted her, Kato-san, you don't have to worry, there won't be any problems. Looking at their expressions, Ko Megumi didn't believe them at all, feeling that they were hiding something. After school, the group of 4 walked towards Riko Lee's house. Riko Lee. He has more and more people around him. Kazuma Jayaka Utah sat in the classroom, gazing at the group of 4 outside the window. No, it seemed like 3, a pensive look on her face. Arriving home, Yurikawa Hana said, that. Kana. Yotsuya Miko, it's Kato. Kato, let's prepare first, I'll teach you. Listening to Yurikawa Hana's explanation, Ko Megumi's cheeks flushed slightly, do I really have to do this? I feel like I'm being deceived, it's so embarrassing. Although she said so, Ko Megumi didn't have much embarrassment on her face, still remaining very calm. Yurikawa Hana nodded, of course, the grace crest is on your back, after all. Hearing this, Ko Megumi hesitated for a moment, then began to prepare. A moment later. Chapter 8. God, I'm ready. Lu Li walked out of the bedroom and saw Megumi katoleing on the sofa, her ears tinged with a blush. Indeed, even Saint Megumi is just a young girl. In this situation, she is naturally very shy. Lu Li stepped forward, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and dripped it on Megumi Kato's back, bestowing her with grace and imprinting it. Megumi Kato. LV.1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Agility, I0. Speed, I0. Magic power, I0. Magic. Skills. Inconspicuous main heroine. Inconspicuous mode, aura concealment, reduces presence. Main heroine mode, significantly increases presence and attack power. Finishing move, tenfold strike, can be used once within 24 hours. He handed the imprint to Megumi Kato and returned to the bedroom. After waiting for a while, Lu Li returned to the living room. At this time, Megumi Kato's cheeks were still slightly red. Miko Yotsuya exclaimed, Kato is really amazing, she can use a tenfold strike once a day. Hana Yurikawa nodded repeatedly, yes, yes. I want it too. Megumi Kato said, well, everyone should have powerful skills, right? She looked towards Lu Li. God, with my current skills, I can't see evil spirits or fight. Lu Li pondered, looked at Hana Yurikawa, and said, then I'll have to trouble Hana a bit. Give Kato some life fire first, so she can attack ghosts. Hana Yurikawa shook her head, no, no, if this continues, won't I have to eat more? Miko Yotsuya sighed, but if you don't, Kato-san won't be able to level up. I guess so. Hana Yurikawa nodded slightly, I understand, I'll give Kato-san life fire then. Megumi Kato worried, will there be any problems? Hana Yurikawa patted her chest, full of confidence, no problem. However, I can only use it for half an hour at a time. For myself, I can just eat some snacks to replenish it. Then I'll have to trouble Yurikawa-san in the future. Megumi Kato expressed her gratitude. Hana Yurikawa quickly waved her hand. Kato, you don't have to be so polite, just call me Hana. Perhaps because they were of the same familia, Hana Yurikawa no longer mispronounced Megumi Kato's surname. Lu Li took out a long sword, handed it to Megumi Kato, and then began to instruct her. Miko Yatsuya suddenly looked up, full of anticipation. God, can my grace be updated? Sure, it's been a few days since the last update. Hana Yurikawa raised her hand. I want to update my grace too. Then let's do it together. 10 Megami Kato's battle, unexpected exorcism business. Miko Yatsuya, plus 320. LV.1. Strength, I25H101, plus 76. Endurance, I6I45, plus 39. Agility, I5I55, plus 50. Speed, I6I67, plus 61. Magic power, I66H160, plus 94. Hana Yurikawa, plus 68. LV.1. Strength, I0I12. Endurance, I0I12. Agility, I0I4. Speed, I0I5. Magic power, I0I35. The growth is very good. Lu Li handed the imprinted data to the two of them. Miko has increased by 300 points in 2 days, it's simply unbelievable. Miko Yatsuya guessed, this is probably because I've been slaying huge evil spirits these past 2 days. Slaying these evil spirits is much better than ordinary evil spirits. Hana Yurikawa raised the data in her hand. Not bad, I increased by 68 points in 1 night. According to what God said, we can level up once one stat reaches D, so we'll be able to level up soon, right? Miko Yatsuya's eyes lit up with anticipation when she heard this. Even Megumi Kato's eyes flashed with envy. Leveling up by defeating monsters, eternal youth. She wants it too. It's still early, should we watch TV for a while, or find an open space to train for a while? Lu Li looked at the three of them. Miko Yatsuya's gaze fell on Megumi Kato, and she said, let's train for a while. Kato-san just received her grace today, she probably can't fight yet. Megumi Kato nodded lightly, looking at Lu Li with a rather expectant expression. Then let's go to a nearby park, there shouldn't be many people at this time. Lu Li pondered, leading the three of them to a nearby park. At this time, there were only 3 kindergarten children playing in the sand in the park, very quiet. The 4 of them chose a corner and began to train. Kato, raise your sword a little higher, and speed up a bit. Hana, you too, pay attention to your wrist. Half an hour later. Among the 3, only Miko Yatsuya was in good physical condition and still training. Megumi Kato and Hana Yurikawa had already finished their training. Here, God, drinks. Taking advantage of the gap, Megumi Kato had already bought 4 cans of drinks and handed them over. Hana Yurikawa was shocked. When did Megumi leave? Her inconspicuous mode is too strong. Megumi Kato was troubled. Even if you say that, I didn't use the skill. God, is this skill passive? If the inconspicuous main heroine skill was always a passive skill and always on, then she would be too miserable. Megumi Kato was very distressed. Lu Li opened a drink and took a sip. Don't worry, once you are proficient, you will be able to automatically turn the skill on and off. Megumi Kato breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Her gaze fell on Miko Yatsuya, and she sincerely admired, Miko is so diligent. Lu Li smiled, how can she not be diligent? After Miko opened her spiritual eyes, she's been scared and weak-kneed every day, so naturally she's been actively slaying ghosts. Megumi Kato was curious, ordinary people can't see ghosts, do ghosts have an impact on ordinary people? Usually not. Lu Li remembered the original work and explained, but powerful ghosts are not necessarily the same. Doesn't Hana often feel hungry? That's because her life fire is too strong and often used by powerful evil spirits as a barbecue grill to roast small evil spirits. Hana Yurikawa shuddered when she heard this. That's so scary. Thinking of her previous inexplicable hunger, a creepy feeling arose. Megumi Kato, barbecue grill. Tears welled up in Hana Yurikawa's eyes, don't say any more, I will never stand with evil spirits. Miko, stop training, let's start slaying ghosts. Upon hearing this, Miko Yatsuya stopped, sheathed her sword, came to the park bench, and picked up her can of drink to drink. Hana, let me rest for a while, I'm too tired. After resting for a while, the group of 4 shuttled through the alleys again. Megumi Kato looked indifferent, looked at the hellish world in front of her, and with a wave of her long sword, she instantly killed an ordinary evil spirit. Liu Li reminded, Kato, you can't train your endurance, agility, or speed by slaying ghosts like this. I understand. Megumi Kato nodded, closed her eyes, and after a moment, her presence increased greatly. She had already started main heroine mode. When she attacked, the evil spirits would finally not ignore her and would fight her. An evenly matched battle immediately made the atmosphere tense and greatly increased the difficulty of slaying ghosts. 1, 2. 2 hours later, Megumi Kato and Hana Yurikawa were defeated. Especially Hana Yurikawa, who had to give Megumi Kato life fire, had already replenished her snacks several times. If the consumption wasn't so great, she would have ruined her stomach. Only Miko Yatsuya, because her 2 skills were effective against evil spirits, was still very motivated. So, Liu Li led Megumi Kato and Hana Yurikawa, following behind Miko Yatsuya, and continued to travel through the streets and alleys. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that Miko Yatsuya stopped. I feel like my ghost-slaying efficiency has increased a lot today. After updating her grace, Miko Yatsuya felt that her physical fitness had increased a lot. Hana Yurikawa was extremely envious. I want to become as strong as Miko. Miko Yatsuya smiled, it's definitely no problem, everyone has grace, and everyone will become stronger. It's so late, let's all go home. After finishing the evening's activities, the group of 4 went home separately. As soon as Liu Li returned home, he received a message from a stranger. Mr. Liu, can you really exorcise spirits? Of course. In addition to replicating the light novels from before he crossed over with divine power, Liu Li also spent tens of thousands of yen to create an ordinary website these past few days. The website only had 1 page, the content was simple, roughly equivalent to a business card, with only a business scope introduction and contact information. IT personnel could complete it in less than an hour. After the website was created, Liu Li didn't expect to gain anything. Besides spending tens of thousands of yen to promote it on some small forums, he didn't care about it anymore. He didn't expect that someone would actually come to him in such a short period of time. Can we arrange a time to meet in person? Sure, I'm free after 4 p.m. tomorrow. The 2 discussed for a while and quickly agreed on a meeting place. The next day. Lunch break. At Miko Yatsuya and the other 2 looked shocked, the exorcism agency has already been established. Liu Li opened the website on his phone, handed it to the 3 of them to view, and casually explained, because making a website is very simple. Chapter 9. Ko Megumi, it's indeed simple, just like a business card. Is the minimum fee of 1 million yen not too much? Yatsuya Miko and Yurikawa Hana nodded lightly in agreement. 1 million yen is equivalent to 1/3 of the annual income of an average office worker. Riku explained, of course it's not much, this is really fighting against evil spirits. In the world before I transmigrated, an ordinary person's funeral rites cost several thousand or even tens of thousands, which translates to over 10 to hundreds of thousands of yen. And in this world, evil spirits really exist, so the fees are naturally not cheap. Surely it would be ridiculous to only charge tens of thousands of yen for fighting evil spirits and risking your life. 11 Yukinasha to Harano's request for help. After listening to Riku's explanation, the 3 were enlightened. Yurikawa Hana nodded lightly, that's right, if we only earn tens of thousands of yen, it's better to work a few days at a convenience store, at least safety is guaranteed. Sakura country is a developed country, and the hourly wage for working at a convenience store is over 1,000 yen. Tens of thousands of yen is not worth risking one's life for. Ko Megumi asked, then should we go to today's job? Let's go together, just to familiarize ourselves with the business. Exorcising spirits to earn money, that's great, I'm looking forward to it. Yurikawa Hana chirped, Miko, are you excited? Yatsuya Miko nodded, this way we'll also have an income. With money, the deity can have a bigger place. Yurikawa Hana nodded, ideally a villa, so we can train during the day without having to go to the park. A villa, let's not think about that for now, Riku shook his head. Those are very expensive. Many people mistake Iko-date houses in Sakura country for villas. But in reality, Iko-date houses are just ordinary houses, quite cheap in Sakura country. Even in the Tokyo area, a 100-plus square meter Iko-date house with a building above ground can be bought for just over 40 million yen in a slightly remote area, which is equivalent to just over 2 million on the mainland. But a real villa with a garden and swimming pool is a different story, costing at least several 100 million yen or even more. Yurikawa Hana immediately felt dejected. What about our familia's base then? Ko Megumi comforted, take it slowly, we can't earn billions in one go, right? Indeed, Yotsuya Miko nodded. Half a day passed in a flash. In the afternoon after school, Riku had just finished packing when Yurikawa Hana eagerly approached him. Riku, let's go quickly. And Megumi too. The classroom erupted in an uproar, with many people looking over in shock. 3 of them. The international student is going too far. Is he trying to take all the girls in the school? Ryo, what do you think they're going to do? Yamada Ryo pondered, party. Aoyama Nanami's cheeks flushed red, too lewd. Yamada Ryo was surprised, I meant a normal party. What are you thinking, Nanami-chan? Eek. Aoyama Nanami was startled, a little flustered. I didn't think of anything, my work time is up, I'm leaving first. With that, she ran off like a gust of wind. Kitagawa Marin chuckled, Ryo is teasing Nanami-chan again. I'm leaving too, I have a lot of things to buy recently, work is so busy. Coffee shop. Riku-kun. Kitagawa Marin looked at the 4 people sitting together, very surprised. She didn't expect to meet her classmate again so soon. Kitagawa is working here, Yurikawa Hana greeted enthusiastically, her face full of smiles. Kitagawa Marin nodded, placing the coffee in front of everyone, yes, I need to buy a lot of things recently, so I have to work. Yotsuya Miko sighed, that must be tough. After chatting for a few sentences, Kitagawa Marin excused herself and left. After waiting for a moment, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open again, and a pretty short-haired girl walked in. The girl had fair, jade-like skin, a fiery figure, and most importantly, a very elegant demeanor, clearly from a good family. The girl walked towards Riku and his group. Mr. Riku. Yukinasha Harino was a little surprised, not expecting the person running the online exorcism agency to be so young, about the age of a high school student, similar in age to her younger sister. That's me. Riku nodded. Please sit down. Yukinasha Harino introduced herself before sitting down, softly saying, the Yukinasha family, Mr. Riku should know, right? Our family runs a construction company, and recently a construction site has been having problems, and many people have been unable to solve it, and the construction period has been delayed by a month. If it can be resolved, the Yukinasha family is willing to offer 100 million yen as a reward. 100 million yen seems like a lot, but at the exchange rate, it's only 5 million. It's a lot for ordinary people, but it's not a large sum for the real estate industry. Riku looked calm, let's take a look at the site first, I can't guarantee anything just by talking here. Okay. Yukinasha Harino was a little surprised. I didn't expect you to be so pragmatic and not boast. After paying the bill, she led the group of 4 outside. By the way, what are those things wrapped in cloth in your hands? Yukinasha Harino asked suddenly while driving. Yurikawa Hana raised the cloth-wrapped object in her hand, they are swords, we might use them later. Swords? Yukinasha Harino was surprised. Can swords exorcise spirits? Could they be famous swords? After driving for a while, the car stopped next to a construction site. On the open space, the building had already been built to 7 stories, but it was very deserted at this time, with only a few people in charge anxiously waiting at the entrance of the construction site. Yotsuya Miko's expression froze, and she said, it's not a big problem. Yurikawa Hana also focused the flame of life in her eyes, and the world in front of her suddenly changed. Many black mists suddenly appeared on the deserted construction site. At the highest point of the building, a black evil spirit over 10 meters high was patrolling, as if regarding the building as its own territory, occasionally roaring at the people outside the construction site, its intention to drive them away very obvious. Miss. The person in charge came up to greet her, frowning when he saw Riku's group. The young lady actually found a few student-like people to deal with this matter? This is really grasping at straws. Yukinasha Harino looked at Riku and said, Mr. Riku, can you handle it? Riku nodded, of course. Seeing the distrustful look on their faces, he had an idea and added, I know you don't believe it. I now have a method of opening the eyes, which can allow you to see the situation at the construction site. If you are not afraid, you might as well try it. Yukinasha Harano was curious, open the eyes. Riku nodded. Then let me try. Yukinasha Harano was eager to try, not afraid at all. Even the three people in charge of the construction site looked at Riku. Please fulfill our wishes, sir, we are also willing to try opening our eyes. Riku nodded and gently patted the four people on the shoulders. Suddenly, the world in front of the four people underwent a drastic change. The originally clear sky was now filled with black air, as if they had come to the underworld. What shocked the three people the most was the huge evil spirit above the construction site, its body twisted, its face terrifying, as if an unparalleled demon was about to devour the world, making people feel cold all over. This! Yukinasha Harano was shocked. You saw it? The three construction site managers nodded, softly describing what they saw. The four people compared the details they saw, and the more they talked, the more frightened they became. What the four people saw was the same, and there were no errors in the comparison, which naturally eliminated the possibility of magic tricks. Yukinasha Harano looked at the four people and said in shock, is this the real world? Riku nodded, that's right. From some time ago, evil spirits have spread throughout the world. Ordinary evil spirits are not serious and cannot interfere with reality. But powerful evil spirits can cause very terrible disasters. Yurikawa Hana then reacted and said, God, can you also open the yin-yang eyes for people? 12 Exorcising evil spirits at the construction site, 100 million yen, thank you for the reward from Demon King CWK. If you can do it, of course I can too. Riku nodded lightly, looking like it was a matter of course. Yurikawa Hana remembered eating snacks like crazy to bless Ko Megumi's sword and bless her eyes, and suddenly showed a wronged expression. Okay, isn't this to train you? Riku reached out and used the head patting technique, quickly making Yurikawa Hana feel better. Yukinasha Harano was surprised, God. Riku smiled, just a term of endearment. How are you considering it? Miss Yukinasha, I will help you get rid of this evil spirit, and the reward will be as you said, 100 million yen. In addition, if there are any problems within 3 months, we will also provide after-sales service. Yukinasha Harano nodded, okay. The person in charge of the construction site no longer had any objections at this time. Having witnessed the real world, they couldn't wait to get rid of that thing immediately. Looking into the distance, seeing those black figures hundreds of meters high, they felt a chill down their spines. Master, are those also evil spirits? They looked much stronger than the evil spirits at the construction site, and they wondered how terrible they would be. Indeed they are, Riku nodded. But you don't have to worry, they are generally not interested in you. His gaze fell on Ko Megumi and the other two. This evil spirit is left to you, is that okay? Yotsuya Miko drew out her sword and said, I have no problem. As for Megumi, she only started exorcising spirits yesterday, is she really okay? It's okay, Riku said. Megumi, you will activate your background character mode today, and finally unleash a finishing blow. If you kill this evil spirit, your advanced experience should be enough, and you don't have to look for high-level monsters afterwards. The Danmachi world system requires 2 conditions to level up. First, one of your ability values must reach D rank. Second, you must have advanced experience, which is also a great achievement. Miko, shall we act? Yurikawa Hana looked forward to it. Yotsuya Miko instructed, Hana, this evil spirit is very powerful, stronger than the evil spirits we have killed before, don't be careless. Megumi, the final blow is up to you. Ko Megumi nodded lightly, okay. The 3 took out their swords and walked towards the construction site. Riku also led Yukinasha Harano and the other 4, and followed them. Once Yotsuya Miko and the other 4 were unable to handle it, he would naturally not sit idly by. Chapter 10. The closer they got, the more Yukinasha Harano and the others felt a sense of pressure. The aura of a giant creature over 10 meters tall was much stronger than that of any tiger or lion. This world is too terrifying. Yukinasha Harano exclaimed, as Yotsuya Miko and the other 2 already began to wield their swords, attacking the evil spirit. You can see me. Originally unable to interfere much with reality, the evil spirit was delighted to see Yotsuya Miko and the others attacking, its voice filled with joy as it waved its hands, attacking them. Wherever its hands passed, a violent wind raged, and even the steel bars interwoven within the floorboards were snapped like weeds. Once it could interfere with reality, the giant evil spirit's power was simply catastrophic. As for Ko Megumi, she had already activated her mob character mode and was not noticed by the evil spirit at all. Yotsuya Miko moved swiftly, stepping on a steel bar, using the force of the rebound to leap up, slashing towards the evil spirit's shoulder. After the strike, a cut appeared on the evil spirit's shoulder. However, this evil spirit was far beyond any she had slain before, its defense was terrifying, her sword felt as if she had struck steel. Fortunately, Lu Li's forging skills were excellent, and the power of the soul-slaying sword far exceeded expectations, allowing her to leave a mark on the evil spirit. Roar! The evil spirit roared, changing direction to attack Yotsuya Miko. Seeing this, Yurikawa Hana seized the opportunity, aiming at its feet to disrupt its steps, then quickly retreated. Yotsuya Miko praised, "Nice job, Hana." Their seamless cooperation quickly resulted in numerous wounds on the evil spirit, causing it to roar repeatedly. 10 minutes later, the evil spirit's aura had weakened considerably. At this moment, Ko Megumi, in her mob character mode, had already stealthily approached the evil spirit from behind. Suddenly, she raised her long sword. Upon the sword was the flame of life, enhanced by Yurikawa Hana. Now, the flame of life was many times more intense, like a blazing inferno. Ko Megumi's presence also reached its peak at this moment, becoming the center of attention. The evil spirit seemed to sense something and tried to dodge. Just then, the sword was thrown by Ko Megumi, the sword light intertwined with the flame of life, resembling a massive golden cannonball streaking across the sky. Under the tenfold enhancement of the flame of life, the evil spirit's steel-like body was pierced as easily as if it were made of bubbles. With a miserable cry, its entire body began to dissipate. Thump! The long sword landed not far away, embedded in the concrete floor, still trembling. Yukinasha Harano was shocked. This sword is so powerful? It actually pierced the floor. She even began to suspect that her family's construction was a shoddy job. The construction site supervisor also looked suspicious. They had clearly not cut corners. As an affiliate of the Yukinasha family, although they had freedom, they were like vassals of the Yukinasha family, sharing both honor and disgrace, their loyalty naturally far exceeding ordinary employees. The importance of this project was the first step for the Yukinasha family to set foot in the Tokyo area. How could they dare to cheat on such a matter? In fact, to ensure the quality of the building, they inspected it more frequently than other construction sites. Megumi-chan, well done! Yotsuya Miko praised, as she saw Ko Megumi's body go limp, falling backward. Lu Li moved swiftly, catching her. "Are you okay?" Yurikawa Hana and Yotsuya Miko rushed over. "I'm just a little exhausted," Ko Megumi explained. The tenfold kill was powerful, but it was also extremely tiring. After the strike, Ko Megumi felt all her strength drained, not even wanting to lift a finger. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause rang out. Yukinasha Harano praised, "The three of you are indeed amazing, we witnessed a wonderful exorcism." Looking at the construction site, she saw the dark energy on the site began to dissipate, vanishing completely in the blink of an eye. The three supervisors also began to flatter them. Lu Li smiled, "You are too kind." Yukinasha Harano looked at Lu Li, and just as she was about to ask how to turn off the yin-yang eyes, she felt the world change again, returning to normal. Looking at the three supervisors, she saw they also had the same bewildered expression, and she admired Lu Li even more. He had even calculated when the battle would end. Simply divine. Yukinasha Harano led the group downstairs, saying, "Please give me your account number, Mr. Lu Li, and I will have someone transfer the money over later." Lu Li nodded, gave his account number, and took Yukinasha Harano's car back to his rented apartment. 100 million yen, the Yukinasha family is so rich. After Yukinasha Harano left, Yurikawa Hana couldn't help but cheer. Ko Megumi nodded, "They are indeed quite wealthy. 100 million, many families don't earn that much in a lifetime, right? Japan's salaries are very high, with the average worker earning about 3 to 4 million yen a year. It seems that 100 million yen is only equivalent to the salary of an ordinary person for 20 or 30 years. But Japan is a developed country, and prices are very high, so saving 100 million is not easy." As they were talking, Lu Li received a message. The exorcism payment had arrived, a full 100 million. This was 100 million after tax. The tax had been paid by the Yukinasha group, equivalent to the Yukinasha group paying 110 million for this exorcism. Each of you three will receive 500,000 yen as a reward for your hard work, Lu Li said cheerfully, beginning to distribute the money. As for the rest, how about using it as assets to purchase a familiar base? Yurikawa Hana was shocked. So much? We only fought for a little while. Yotsuya Miko nodded, it's indeed too much. Ko Megumi agreed, we are still students, we don't have that many places to spend money. It's decided. Lu Li waved his hand, taking out 15 million yen from a nearby bank and distributing it to the three of them. If you don't use it yourselves, you can use this money to improve your family's lives. 13 Yukinasha family's reaction. Seeing Lu Li's firm attitude, Ko Megumi and the others had no choice but to agree. Yurikawa Hana raised her hand, God, everyone made a big profit today, shouldn't we celebrate? Yes, it's indeed worth celebrating, let's go, let's have a feast. Yurikawa Hana cheered upon hearing this. Miko, Megumi-chan, let's go have a feast. Yotsuya Miko complained, that's too expensive, we don't even have a familiar residence yet. Ko Megumi nodded gently, God's room is indeed too small now, shouldn't we move to a new place? Yurikawa Hana pondered, but we can't afford a villa yet. Oh right, I remember my mom said there's a detached house for sale nearby, should we buy it? Yotsuya Miko frowned, a detached house. Most detached houses in Japan don't have a rooftop, and besides living, they can't meet the needs of training at all. She voiced her concerns, and Ko Megumi also agreed. Yeah, it's a bit of a waste to spend money on this kind of place. Yurikawa Hana shook her head, no, the reason this detached house hasn't sold is because it has a basement, which is about 30 million yen more expensive than ordinary detached houses. The basement is over 100 square meters, which can be used as a training ground. Yotsuya Miko suddenly realized, no wonder it's not selling, it's because of the basement. Very few detached houses in Japan have basements, because the cost is too high. Ordinary detached houses don't require high foundations, and they are basically wooden structures, which are cheap. Building a basement requires digging the foundation deeper, and the basement must be made of solid reinforced concrete, which is expensive. Moreover, this kind of house will encounter a problem when you want to resell it, it's hard to sell. Rich people don't like it. Ordinary people like it, but they don't want to pay those extra tens of millions. High cost and difficult to circulate, therefore, basements are not popular in ordinary households. Lu Li's eyes lit up, if the basement is spacious enough, it can indeed be used as a training base. Hana, inquire about it when you get home tonight. Okay. Yurikawa Hana nodded, agreeing. As they were talking, the group entered a barbecue restaurant. Yurikawa Hana looked forward to it, Wagyu beef, I want to eat Wagyu beef. Yotsuya Miko, isn't Wagyu beef too expensive? Lu Li waved his hand, very generously, we're happy today, eat as much as you want. Chiba. Yukinasha residence. Is the matter resolved? Mrs. Yukinasha, dressed in a solemn kimono, knelt in front of the coffee table, looking at Yukinasha Harano. Yukinasha Harano nodded lightly, yes, mother. Saying that, she explained the whole story. Mrs. Yukinasha frowned, there really are evil spirits. That's right. Yukinasha Harano nodded, the existence of evil spirits was seen by me and the three supervisors on the construction site. Besides the construction site, there are many evil spirits in the city. However, according to Mr. Lu Li, ordinary evil spirits cannot interfere with reality, so there is no need to worry. Mrs. Yukinasha frowned, pondered for a moment, and sighed, since the four of you have confirmed it, then it shouldn't be some kind of deceptive trick. Make friends with Mr. Lu Li, and try to ensure the smooth progress of the construction site in Tokyo. This is the first step for our Yukinasha family to set foot in Tokyo. Yes. Yukinasha Harano replied with a serious expression. As the eldest daughter of the Yukinasha family, she naturally knew the importance of the Tokyo construction site to the Yukinasha family. Although the Chiba wealthy family sounds good, in the eyes of the wealthy in the Tokyo area, they are just country bumpkins. The Yukinasha family has long had ambitions for Tokyo. Stepping into Tokyo and squeezing into the Tokyo wealthy circle is not only for fame, but also for real benefits. Tokyo is prosperous, far beyond what Chiba can compare to. Building a residential area there is more profitable than building 10 residential areas in Chiba. Of course, it would be even better if they could get to know some political and business celebrities in the process. In this way, the Yukinasha family may not be able to go further. Now the construction site in Tokyo is the first step for the Yukinasha family to set foot in the Tokyo area, so it is the top priority and absolutely cannot go wrong. By the way, let Yukino transfer to Toyonosaki High School, Mrs. Yukinashita suddenly said. Yukinashita Harano's expression changed. Mother wants to. As a sister complex, Harano naturally didn't want to use her sister as a tool. But when her mother spoke, she was powerless to refute. Yukino is about the same age as Mr. Lu Li, so it's good to get close to him. As you said, there are so many evil spirits in the world, how can our Yukinashita family be able to prepare at the last minute? Since other girls can get extraordinary power from Mr. Lu Li, why can't Yukino? Speaking of this, she paused and looked at Yukinashita Harano. If necessary, Harano, you can also try to win over Mr. Lu Li. If you can let Mr. Lu Li marry into the Yukinashita family. Yukinashita Harano smiled helplessly upon hearing this. Mother is thinking too much. How could someone like Mr. Lu Li marry into our Yukinashita family? Although the Yukinashita family is powerful, it is only powerful in Chiba. The most presentable asset is nothing more than the position of Chiba counselor passed down through generations. That's right, the position of counselor is passed down through generations. Although it is not on the surface, the rules in the dark are like this. People often say that Japan is a feudal country packaged as a modern country, which is not false at all. Chapter 11. In Sakura, there are various immortals everywhere: barbecue immortals, takoyaki immortals, ramen immortals. Families have been doing certain jobs for generations. Do you think they don't want to change? It's just that they can't change. Doctors' children are doctors, generals' children are generals. Where is there room left for others? The position of counselor in Chiba is very precious to ordinary people, but to Riku, it's nothing at all. Having seen Riku's abilities, Yukinashita Harano firmly believes this. With Riku's abilities, he can completely cooperate with the Tokyo elite. My Lord God, the information has been gathered. Image. After a big meal, the four returned to their respective homes, a rare moment of relaxation. Yurikawa Hana remembered Riku's words and inquired about information as soon as she returned home, sending a message at this moment. Riku opened the message and clicked on a series of pictures, becoming more and more satisfied as he looked. Yurikawa Hana, this house is very good. Not only is the basement spacious, but even the above-ground buildings are built with reinforced concrete, costing 100 million yen. Now it's only 65 million, so cheap. This girl was already very lively, and she explained the reasons clearly in a series of messages. Just as Riku imagined. The house is good, but the rich are unwilling to take it, and ordinary people can't afford it. Riku, let's set a time and go see the house tomorrow. If we're satisfied, we'll buy it. Yurikawa Hana, yay. I'll send messages to Miko and Megumi now. After replying to Yurikawa Hana's message, just as he put down his phone, it rang again. When will you be free, Riku? I'll return your umbrella. Riku was surprised. Are you Shina Mahiru? Yes. Riku, it's just an umbrella. Time. Riku, then tomorrow. Seeing her so persistent, Riku no longer refused and arranged a time and place. After doing these things, Riku's mind moved, and a light curtain appeared before his eyes. Riku. Race, God. Divinity, 320. Authority, none. Faith, 40,000. Familia, Yotsuya Miko, Ko Megumi, Yurikawa Hana. Skills, Blessing 1 Proof is Eternal Proof Basic Swordsmanship Mastery Forging Flame of Life Cooking Archery Mob Mode Yin Yang Eyes Demon Slaying Power. It's still too far from 10,000 Divinity. It seems that I don't need to think about becoming a god in a short time. As for faith power, the efficiency of converting it into divinity is also very low. It takes 10,000 points of faith power to convert into 1 point of divinity. Relying on faith power to convert divinity into godhood is simply nonsense. It seems that the focus of future work is to recruit familia. Even those heroines without the will to fight can be added to the familia to fleece them. Daughters of Destiny are simply walking treasures. 14 May's World, Reaping Tall Human Riku. Just thinking, he suddenly felt a pulling force. This is. The next moment, time seemed to stop. The world before his eyes changed, and he suddenly appeared in a dense forest. Not far away, a tall man, wearing broken armor and covered in blood, was lying on the ground. Seeing that his chest was not rising or falling, it was clear that he was dead. Suddenly, the corpse turned into a stream of light and flew towards Riku, merging into his body, leaving only a set of broken clothes and a long sword with only half a blade on the ground. As another parallel world counterpart merged into his body, Riku felt himself become stronger again. He opened the panel and found that even the requirements for forging authority had become less. The demand for one authority was reduced from 10,000 divinity to 5,000 divinity. The stronger you are, the easier it is to become a god. Divinity is just a ladder to achieve a wish. The closer you are to the wish, the shorter the ladder you need, and the less divinity you consume. At the same time, a lot of information appeared in Riku's mind. Tall human Riku, the last generation of a forging family in the Eastern Kingdom, died in a maze adventure because he was unwilling to forge extraordinary weapons for the civil war. Riku pondered, this world seems to be the Dungeon Meshi world. Dungeon Meshi, also known as Delicious in Dungeon, tells the story of Leos' team eating dungeon monsters while saving his sister Farlan, who was eaten by a red dragon. When watching the anime, Riku was hungry. If I have the chance, I must try the taste of dungeon monsters. However, now I have to see if I can return to the world of mixed anime. With a thought, he opened the panel and found the word transcend added after the skill. As for the world of mixed anime, the coordinates are also recorded there, and he can go back at any time. What's even more amazing is that the panel has time positioning ability. Whenever he leaves, he can return to that point in time. In other words, no matter how long he stays in this world, it will be the original time when he returns to the world of mixed anime. Let's find a place to inquire about information first. Riku picked up a money bag left by the corpse, counted it, and found that there were still 20 gold coins inside. If it's just for living, it can be used for a long time. However, if it's used to buy equipment and venture into the underground maze, this amount of money is simply not worth mentioning. Walking out of the forest, suddenly, a burst of white light flashed before his eyes, and a man wearing armor suddenly appeared before his eyes. You are. The man came back to his senses and looked at Riku, Leos, a dungeon adventurer. Riku looked at the person in front of him, his expression a little dull, with yellow hair and a western face. Are you the captain of Leos' team? Riku asked. Leos was surprised, you know me? Of course. Riku nodded, were you just teleported here? As soon as he said this, Leos was shocked, damn it, my sister was eaten by the red dragon and is still in the red dragon's belly. Sorry, let's talk next time. Farlan was eaten again. Riku's expression changed, Captain Leos, do you mind if a few more people join us in the maze? Leos was stunned, but I don't have the money to hire people now. No money needed. Riku shook his head, I heard that there is a magician in your team, and I happen to be very interested in magic. Can I ask you about magic? Leos was stunned. What kind of request is this? Magic is very common in this world. There are mazes and magicians everywhere. The threshold for learning magic is extremely low, and there are special magic schools. Learning magic is like learning ordinary knowledge in modern society. Risking your life just to learn some magic is too strange. Riku has reaped the counterpart of this world, already has the identity of this world, and has also learned the language of this world. If he wants to learn magic, he also has connections. But that takes too much time. If the half-elf Marcel teaches, it will save a lot of trouble. Although this half-elf is reckless, she is a top student at the Magic Academy, and her mother is a court magician of the elf clan, with an amazing amount of knowledge. I can't decide this. Leos shook his head. No, I agree. Marcel flew out not far away and ran over. Riku looked at Marcel, then please give me your advice. As he spoke, the halfling Chilchuk also rushed over. Hearing about Riku's joining, his face relaxed slightly, and he took out 2 resignation letters. Leos, 2 of our partners have left the team. Leos and Marcel were stunned. What to do now? Riku cheered everyone up, Leos must save his sister, right? Now, there is no choice, we can only go. Chilchuk sighed, but our luggage is left in the maze. Without money, there is no way to venture into the maze again. If we earn money and go again, Farlan is probably already digested. Leos' expression was stunned, and he looked at Marcel with expectant eyes. Marcel, if a person is digested into poop, can they still be resurrected? Marcel freaked out, how is that possible? Leos' expression changed, now, I have a way. The group talked and walked towards the town. Entering the town, Riku's expression changed, and he said, "I'll go prepare something and call a few more teammates. An hour later, let's meet outside the town." Laos was pleasantly surprised. "Riku, you still have teammates?" "That's right." Riku nodded. Laos was extremely pleasantly surprised. "That's really great." After separating, Riku found a quiet place and opened the gate of transcendence directly at the cost of a little divinity. World of mixed anime. Time is still at the moment he left. Megumi, Hana, Miko, gather quickly, something big has happened. By the way, Katu, buy some more seasonings and bring a backpack. The three girls didn't know why, but they still came to Riku's room with long swords half an hour later. Lord God, what happened? Riku pointed to the gate of transcendence that had not disappeared before his eyes and said, "Just now I used divinity to discover another world. That world has various mazes and magic. Let's go explore it." Yurikawa Hana's eyes were bright. "Yay." Yotsuya Miko was worried, "Isn't it dangerous?" Riku smiled, "Don't worry, we can retreat at any time if there is danger. There is no problem at all." Katu Megumi, what about time? We still have to go to school tomorrow, right? That's not a problem either. Riku turned around and rolled up the 7 long swords in the room with cloth. "Whenever we leave, it will be the same time when we come back. We can play as much as we want." The three were extremely happy to hear this. That's another world. Moreover, when we come back, it will be the time when we left, which is equivalent to having a holiday. Is it okay to just go over there directly? Yurikawa Hana couldn't wait to go over. Chapter 12. Lu Li quickly stopped him, saying, "Let's update the blessings first. After fighting that greater evil today, your data should have changed, and your strength has improved." The three girls nodded gently and began to update their blessings. It wasn't their first time, so the three weren't shy and quickly finished updating. Miko's ability scores have increased by over 200, and Hana and Megumi have also increased by nearly 100, not bad. Moreover, the great achievement has been reached. Once one of your ability scores reaches D rank, you can level up. 15 walking mushrooms and giant scorpions, a monster feast. The three girls were very happy to hear this. After tidying up, the group of 4 passed through the gate and entered the dungeon Meshi world. Lu Li used his divine power to grant the three girls the common language and knowledge of this world, then led them out of the alley to a clothing store, where they each bought a set of clothes from this world to change into. As for armor, that was naturally out of the question. 20 gold coins might buy some ordinary clothes, but if you wanted to buy armor, you couldn't even get a single set. Let's go meet up." Lu Li waved his hand. "I've already made an appointment with an adventurer party. His sister was swallowed by a red dragon, and we need to rescue and revive her before she's digested." Yotsuya Miko was stunned. "Revive her?" Yurikawa Hana's eyes lit up. "This world can actually revive people." Lu Li explained, "Indeed, it can revive, but it's generally limited to within the dungeon. Because of the curse, the souls of those who die in the dungeon cannot leave. As long as the body is mostly intact, they can be revived. Outside, without the curse, the soul disappears, and resurrection spells are useless." Katu Megumi, how amazing! Even Katu Megumi, who doesn't care about anything, was very curious. That was magic. The group of 4 waited for a moment outside the town, and Laos group ran over. "Lu Li, are these your teammates?" Lu Li nodded, "That's right." Laos was overjoyed, "That's great. By the way, because we don't have any money, we can only eat monsters along the way. Are you all okay with that?" Marcel looked dejected, clearly having known the plan for a long time. Chilchuk also looked uncomfortable. They had a natural aversion to monsters. Lu Li showed an interested expression, "I'm actually very much looking forward to the taste of monsters." Yurikawa Hana was shocked, "Monsters? We're going to eat monsters." Yotsuya Miko was shocked, "Monsters can be eaten." "Of course, they can," Lu Li said. "Don't you want to eat dragon meat or something?" The group was taken aback, except for Laos, who showed a look of camaraderie. To be honest, he had been looking forward to it for a long time. The group talked as they walked to the dungeon entrance and headed inside. It was the first time for Yurikawa Hana and the others to enter a dungeon, and they were full of curiosity. This kind of underground dungeon forms its own ecosystem. The real world doesn't have such things, making them feel that the trip was worthwhile. "Help! Just then, a team of adventurers came fleeing for their lives, followed by a mushroom half a person tall, a walking mushroom. Yotsuya Miko's expression changed. She drew her sword, and with a flash of cold light, the walking mushroom was immediately cut in half. Laos stepped forward, picked up the walking mushroom, and a look of curiosity rose in his eyes. Do you think this is edible? Yurikawa Hana was shocked. Such a big mushroom, and it can walk. Can it really be eaten? As she spoke, Laos heard a strange noise and looked delighted. It's the sound of a scorpion. He quickly wrapped a cloth around his scabbard, stuck it into a nearby hole, and pulled out a 2-foot-long scorpion like he was catching a crab. Marcel's face changed drastically. No way, you're going to eat this. Yotsuya Miko's face also changed slightly. Are we really going to eat this? Yurikawa Hana was very curious. Miko, don't you want to try it? Such a big scorpion is rare. Yotsuya Miko was speechless. Hana is really a foodie. Even when faced with monsters, she wants to taste them. While the group was discussing, Laos, the practical type, had already started to cut the scorpion and walking mushroom into the pot and cook them. A moment later. Ugh! With Laos' dry heaves, the monster feast was declared a failure. Marcel was speechless and exchanged a look with Chilchuk. I told you it wouldn't work. Lu Li looked around and soon spotted the dwarf Senshi. When Senshi saw Laos' group making a monster feast, he came out as if he had met a kindred spirit. Cooking scorpion? But this method is a bit inappropriate. Marcel was surprised. Who are you? Senshi didn't answer. He stepped forward and skillfully processed the scorpion. He removed the scorpion's legs and tail, as well as its internal organs, preparing it like a crab. As he prepared it, he explained the benefits of processing it this way. Yurikawa Hana cheered, Miko, look, this scorpion meat looks like lobster and crab. It must be delicious. Senshi smiled, that's right, the taste is indeed similar to lobster. As he spoke, he also explained how to process the walking mushroom, wielding his kitchen knife to remove the outer layer of the giant walking mushroom and cut it into pieces. This mushroom is too big, the outside is too old and needs to be shaved off. Also, the stalk of the walking mushroom has a special aroma, a rare delicacy. Marcel, is it foot odor? Laos moved closer, it really smells good. Right. The dwarf was very happy to be recognized, then picked up his kitchen knife and went to the side to cut the roots of the yam-like plants that grew on the walls of the dungeon, as well as the wild vegetables that grew on the walls. Marcel shouted, that's not going to work, right? You definitely can't eat things that grow in a tomb, right? As soon as she spoke, a pile of slime fell on her head, the slime. The slime landed on Marcel's head, covering her cheeks, making it difficult for her to breathe and reminding her of her first death. That time, she died at the hands of a slime. Lu Li's expression changed. He gently tapped the slime, instantly killing it. When the dwarf Senshi saw this, he quickly stepped forward to pick up the slime, revealing a look of joy, and introduced how to make dried slime. After speaking, he took out the already prepared dried slime and cut it into the pot. As it cooked over high heat, with the addition of various seasonings, the aroma immediately filled the air. It smells so good. Yurikawa Hana was very much looking forward to it. Slime, walking mushroom, scorpion, it should be delicious. Laos also had the same expression, his eyes never leaving the pot. Only Marcel felt her scalp tingle at the thought of eating monsters. A moment later, the scorpion pot was cooked. Lu Li and his group each took a bowl and happily ate it. A very strange energy is emerging, which is very good for ordinary people, Lu Li analyzed. Of course, for him, or for those who are already accustomed to the magic of this world, this little bit of benefit is not much. But for ordinary people in the world of anime, it is a great tonic. Yurikawa Hana ate a bowl and felt a warm current surge through her body. Even Miko and Ko Megumi's expressions changed from rejection to joy. So delicious! Yurikawa Hana and Laos cheered, another bowl. Marcel listened and couldn't help but feel tempted, I want a bowl too. Picking up the scorpion meat, which was like a clove of garlic, Marcel's resistance to monsters was finally reduced a lot. She also tasted the walking mushroom and slime, and was immediately captured by the deliciousness. If she didn't know this was a monster feast, she would definitely be enjoying it. 16. The Mysteries of Magic, the first display of resurrection. Heave ho! Look, look, I caught another one. After everyone finished eating and was washing the dishes, they heard Yurikawa Hana's excited voice. Ko Megumi looked over and saw Yurikawa Hana carrying a walking mushroom, running over with an excited face. Yotsuya Miko was speechless. Hana, we're going to go down later. Are you going to carry this thing all the way? The mushroom doesn't weigh much, but a walking mushroom that's over a meter tall weighs at least 20 or 30 pounds. Yotsuya Miko and Ko Megumi immediately became disgusted. They didn't want to carry food on the road. Yurikawa Hana was stunned. That's true. Then I won't catch any more after this. I'll carry this one and we'll eat it for the next meal. Li, can we bring some back? This mushroom is so delicious, my mom and dad will definitely like it. Yotsuya Miko and Ko Megumi's eyes lit up when they heard this and looked at Li. Li nodded, of course, you can. We can also bring some scorpions back later. The food in this dungeon is excellent for ordinary people. Yurikawa Hana was overjoyed and carried the walking mushroom on her back. At this time, everyone had also packed up and embarked on the road to the second floor of the dungeon. Along the way, Yurikawa Hana was extremely excited, either drawing her sword to slash goblins or cutting up big rats. Laos looked at the goblin corpses, feeling a little tempted. Marcel quickly stopped him, absolutely not, absolutely do not eat demi-humans, and big rats either. Laos listened and had no choice but to give up. Marcel breathed a sigh of relief and continued to teach Li magic. Healing magic, the incantation is, you need to pay attention. Resurrection magic. Water walking magic. It is worth mentioning that Marcel is just not proficient in recovery magic, not that she doesn't know it. As a top student at the Magic Academy, she knows quite a few spells. Li listened carefully, nodding from time to time. By the way, Marcel, cast a healing spell on me once. Marcel nodded, chanted the incantation, and a white light appeared on her staff. A force fell on Li. Li carefully felt it and suddenly understood, so that's what magic power is like. With a thought, magic power surged from his body, leaving Marcel dumbfounded. In just a moment, the magic power of the person in front of her reached an incredible level. Not to mention her, even Farlan couldn't compare. And this was just a little bit of divine power converted. Marcel was shocked. How do you have so much magic power? Chapter 13. It's just mobilizing a certain power I used to cultivate, Li explained. Ko Megumi was shocked. You learned it just like that. Clearly, she and Yotsuya Miko also listened, but they couldn't understand the principle at all. Right now, they haven't even memorized a single magic spell. Li smiled, it's very simple. I'll demonstrate it to you after a while. The second layer of the labyrinth is very wide, with towering ancient trees, but they don't break through the sky. The group walked across a suspension bridge and suddenly saw a pile of man-eating plants. Laos became interested and went forward with Senshi to pick them. This time, because she was teaching Li magic, Marcel avoided the risk of being attacked by plants as in the original story. Is this delicious? Yurikawa was very interested in the fruit of the man-eating plant, picked one up, and smelled it. It smells good. Li, should we take it to the surface to plant? Marcel's face changed. Plant it on the ground? What if it attacks ordinary people? In fact, even adventurers can easily be attacked by this kind of plant. Ordinary people have no way to resist this kind of monster. Hearing this, Yurikawa could only awkwardly put the thing down. Tokyo is so expensive that she has no place to plant this kind of plant. If it was planted at home, wouldn't her parents suffer? Just as she was thinking, she saw a huge man-eating flower fall over, and a bloated corpse fell out. Eek! Yurikawa jumped behind Li, a little scared. Even though she usually participates in exorcism activities, it was her first time seeing a corpse, which scared her a lot. Marcel and Laos were much better. Corpses are too common in the labyrinth. Marcel, if there's a corpse, I definitely won't eat the fruit of this plant. Laos and Senshi didn't object either. After all, it was too disgusting. Marcel walked to the corpse and said, should I resurrect him? Laos shook his head when he thought of Marcel's magic level. Marcel is best at attack magic, but she is not good at recovery magic. If she fails, it would be bad to cause irreparable damage to people. Li stepped forward, I'll do it. With a thought, white light appeared on his hand. Suddenly, as if time was flowing backward, the bloated corpse quickly regained vitality, its skin became rosy and shiny, and its chest began to rise and fall. It had come back to life. I am. The corpse opened its eyes and looked at everyone. Thank you. This is the only thing I have on me. Consider it a thank you. The corpse took out a money bag, handed it to Liu Li, thanked him again, and then left. Marcel was shocked. Is this really the first time you've learned magic? The first time casting a spell, no chanting is needed, and he directly resurrected a person. She has practiced magic for so many years, and she dare not say she can do better. Of course. Liu Li nodded, and seeing the disbelief in everyone's eyes, he no longer concealed it. To be honest, everyone, I am actually a god. Learning magic is naturally faster than ordinary people. A god? Are you kidding me? Everyone exclaimed. Yurikawa raised her hand, it's true. I can prove it. God-sama also gave us blessings, allowing us to fight and become stronger. Ko Megumi and Yotsuya Miko nodded lightly, echoing her. Marcel looked shocked, gods are too unbelievable. Aren't gods omnipotent? What I'm talking about is not an ordinary god. Liu Li shook his head. I only became a god recently and still need to learn. Hearing this, everyone accepted Liu Li's explanation. After the novelty wore off, Senshi and Laos began to make dishes with the fruit of the man-eating plant. Yurikawa was curious, God-sama, how much money did that person give you? Liu Li threw the money bag to her. Ko Megumi and Yotsuya Miko moved closer and began to count the gold coins with Yurikawa. 31 coins. That's a lot. Can it be exchanged for a lot of money? Yurikawa's eyes lit up as she looked at Liu Li. Each of these gold coins is 10 grams of pure gold. 31 coins can be exchanged for more than 3 million yen, Liu Li estimated. Yotsuya Miko was shocked, so much? That's too easy to earn. Marcel was frantic, it's not easy to earn at all. Resurrection magic is not so easy to cast. By the way, what is yen? In Dungeon Meshi, corpse recovery teams cast resurrection magic. It seems that resurrection magic is nothing special, as if any lowlife can cast it. In fact, the cause and effect are reversed. You can only form a corpse recovery team if you know resurrection magic, not that the corpse recovery team knows resurrection magic. Yotsuya Miko explained, it's the currency of my hometown. 17 gods are too OP. I see. God-sama, shall we continue to save people later? We can earn a lot of gold coins. Yurikawa was very tempted. Miss Marcel, is that okay? Marcel nodded, that's not a problem. That's the rule in the labyrinth. People who are resurrected must give money to thank the person who cast the resurrection magic. As long as the magic power is sufficient, this kind of thing can be done at will. However, I'm very curious, Liu Li, how come you don't even need to chant? Is it so convenient for gods? As long as you understand the essence of magic, you naturally don't need to chant, Liu Li explained. In the end, chanting is just to make the spirit and magic power cooperate to achieve a certain purpose. If you can manipulate magic power to directly achieve the purpose, you naturally don't need to chant. Seeing Marcel curious, Liu Li turned around and began to guide Marcel in chantless magic. It's so difficult. After learning for a while, Marcel only had a little clue about healing magic. The man-eating plant tart is ready, it should be delicious. Laos's voice sounded, and everyone came back to their senses and immediately smelled a very tempting scent. Yurikawa was shocked, amazing. Megumi, did you learn it? Let's make this ourselves when we get back. Ko Megumi reached out and smoothed the hair beside her ear and said, no, I was learning magic just now. With a thought, a glimmer of light appeared on her hand. Yurikawa was shocked, Megumi, you actually learned it. Saying that, she found that Yotsuya Miko also had magic power emerging on her hand, turning into specks of light. Marcel was extremely shocked. Isn't it? What's going on with these two tall humans? How is their magic talent higher than mine, a half-elf magic creature? Looking at Liu Li, she was puzzled. It's because of the blessing. Liu Li explained, after receiving the blessing of the gods, Megumi and the others have much stronger learning abilities than ordinary people. Yurikawa ate the plant tart, not believing it at all, pointing at herself, what about me? Yotsuya Miko, who told you not to listen? Laos suddenly interjected and asked, God-sama, is there still hope for my sister? Yes. Lu Li nodded. But it has to be faster, because the red dragon didn't rest after eating, but is wandering around. If you're not faster, Fallon will be digested. Laos was stunned when he heard this. Marcel was so frightened that the plant tart in her hand almost fell to the ground. What to do? Lu Li, aren't you a god? Can't you think of a way? Don't panic. Lu Li ate the plant tart while comforting her. There's no big problem. I can't be too high profile now. After all, the master of this labyrinth is not that simple. Whether it's the mad magician who controls the labyrinth or the demon-winged lion, they are not simple things. For a wild god like him, they are a bit beyond the norm. Marcel nodded lightly, eating the plant tart as if she were chewing wax. After eating the plant tart, the group chose to rest. Marcel became very active at this time and taught Lu Li several attack magic spells. Teaching what she was good at, Marcel's level greatly improved. By the way, Lu Li, what do you think of forbidden magic? Suddenly, Marcel asked. Lu Li smiled, knowledge is innocent. As long as it's not used to do heinous things, forbidden magic is also very good. Hearing this, Marcel felt as if she had found a confidant, led Lu Li to a secluded place, and directly began to teach forbidden magic. By the time she finished speaking, it was already midnight. Marcel asked, Lu Li, can I engrave the god's blessing? Of course. Lu Li nodded. However, the blessing is engraved on the back. Marcel was stunned for a moment and nodded lightly, I know, wait for me. Fallon's life and death are unknown. She urgently needs power, and she can't care about being coy now. Okay. After a moment, Marcel revealed her back. Lu Li stepped forward, pierced her skin with magic, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and bestowed the blessing. Marcel. LV.1. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0. Magic, Magic Ring. Can record and replicate magic scene. Magic power increases faster. Skills. Scholar's Seal. When researching and learning magic, magic power automatically increases, and research progress increases. Probably because the world rules are different, even though Marcel only has one magic slot, she can replicate and learn various magic spells. He imprinted the data and handed it to Marcel, and explained the effect of the blessing. Marcel's cheeks were slightly red, and she held the paper, very excited. Defeating enemies and training can make you stronger, right? That's right. Lu Li nodded. Moreover, it's faster than training yourself. Marcel was very excited when she heard this. Okay, then from tomorrow, we will defeat the monsters in the labyrinth together. The two walked back while talking. By the way, Marcel, how should a magic wand be made? Marcel, use plants and minerals full of magic power. My magic wand is made of intergenerational saplings of the world tree, which can save 70% of spell consumption, gather magic power, and also increase the accuracy of magic. Saying that, she raised the magic wand in her hand. Marcel's magic wand is shaped like a 9, with a sprout growing on the ring. In Lu Li's eyes, this wand is alive and is constantly absorbing the magic power in the air. It is a very powerful magic wand. Chapter 14. Lu Li revealed a look of realization and took out a seed. Marcel was surprised, isn't this the seed of a man-eating plant? Do you want to use it to make a magic wand? As soon as she finished speaking, the plant seed had already taken root and sprouted, and in the blink of an eye, it grew to 2 meters long. The wand body was blood red and round, with a diameter of 3 centimeters. The roots at the end of the wand merged into a spear tip, which could be used as a melee weapon. A flower bud grew at the end of the wand. The entire magic wand was full of beauty, absorbing the magic in the air. So amazing! Marcel looked at the magic wand in Lu Li's hand. Gods are too OP. In just a few seconds, the magic wand in Lu Li's hand was more powerful than the one she had nurtured for many years, making her feel a sense of powerlessness. Are gods really reasonable beings? Back near the tree hole, Ko Megumi and the other two were practicing their swordsmanship. Seeing them return, they breathed a sigh of relief. Yurikawa Hana curiously approached, sniffing with her nose, as if smelling something, and said, "Did God go on a date with the elf lady?" "It's not a date," Marcel stammered, "it's studying magic, it's learning magic." Inside the tree hole, Laos and the other two looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. Marcel has reached this stage too. Laos sighed and fell into a deep sleep. 18 Cockatrice, the convenience of magic. The next day. Dang dang. Yurikawa Hana curiously tapped Lu Li's magic wand, which made a metallic sound. It's clearly a magic wand made of a man-eating plant, so why does it make a metallic sound? Lu Li smiled, this is the power of magic. Yurikawa Hana was like a curious baby, can this flower bear fruit? Of course not, Lu Li shook his head, this flower has already been magically transformed. Actually, the world tree is better for making magic wands, but Marcel doesn't have any to spare. The source of the magic wand in Marcel's hand is the world tree, but after many generations of inheritance, it is no longer so powerful. As for the world tree itself, it would be difficult for her as a half-elf, no, even the elf royal family, to obtain it. That is something related to the existence of the elf race and cannot be used for consumption. Yurikawa Hana, let's go collect the seeds from yesterday. They can be used to make magic wands in the future. God has already collected them. Ko Megumi said, God collected them yesterday while you were watching Senshi cook. Yotsuya Miko nodded, that's right. Yurikawa Hana was embarrassed, I didn't even notice. As they were talking, Laos and the others woke up. At this moment, a burst of exclamation and a roar came from not far away. It's the sound of a basilisk. Basilisk, also known as the cockatrice. Of course, some scholars believe that the chicken head part of the cockatrice is actually the tail. The group picked up their luggage and followed the sound, entering the dense forest, where they saw a team of adventurers who had already fallen to 3 people, and the remaining 1 human and 1 elf were also in danger under the pursuit of the cockatrice. Help! My companion is poisoned by the cockatrice, save us! The elf dragged his companion and fled, while calling for help from the crowd. The cockatrice also discovered Lu Li and his group and pounced over. Lu Li, Miko, Megumi, this battle is up to you, no problem. Yotsuya Miko looked at the cockatrice, which was taller than a person, and felt a little scared. Especially the snake head, with its cold scales and gloomy eyes, it was too scary for a girl. Okay. After all, Yotsuya Miko had experienced the torment of evil spirits and had a strong psychological quality. She quickly recovered and drew her long sword to meet it. Ko Megumi calmed down and followed. Yurikawa Hana was curious, is cockatrice delicious? It should be good, Lu Li smiled, it's breakfast today. Laos was a little surprised, why doesn't the cockatrice attack Katu? This is the magic of Megumi's skills, Lu Li explained. Laos was puzzled, skills. Marcel said, this is accepting the grace of God and awakening skills, which are very useful. After awakening my skills yesterday, I have been very efficient in studying magic. Hearing Marcel's voice, Chilchuk felt that she was weak. Looking at her, he saw that her face was very dark and she had dark circles under her eyes. What's wrong with you? Lu Li chuckled, she was too excited and didn't sleep all night last night, studying magic all night. Senshi was shocked, that's too hard. Not being able to rest well is a great enemy. As they were talking, Ko Megumi and Yurikawa Hana had already fought with the cockatrice. Having experienced the cleansing of evil spirits, the 3 cooperated very well. The 3's swordsmanship was sharp, and the cockatrice already had many wounds on its body. Especially Ko Megumi, although she had only accepted the grace not long ago, she actually became the main damage output with her passerby skills. If the cockatrice had intelligence, it would definitely be very depressed as if an invisible enemy was hurting it. Miko, now! Ko Megumi looked at Miko, and the 2 attacked at the same time, directly cutting off the 2 heads of the cockatrice. Thump! The cockatrice fell to the ground, making a huge sound. It's dead. Yurikawa Hana was very excited, I didn't expect that we could already fight such powerful monsters. How should we cook the cockatrice? Laos looked at Senshi, but found that Senshi had already drilled into the dense forest and was carrying many cockatrice eggs back with a happy face. Cockatrice eggs are different from ordinary chicken eggs. They are oval and the eggshell is soft and similar to snake eggs. What good luck, I found so many cockatrice eggs, Senshi said. The elf on the side looked at everyone, my companion is poisoned, do you have any antidote potions? Senshi frowned, I do have antidote potions, but I want to use them to detoxify the cockatrice's poison. Laos was moved and said, how about this, we'll make it and share a portion with you, so that you can fill your stomach and detoxify, how about that? The passing elf could only nod lightly after hearing this. After all, it was already good that others could save them, so what qualifications did she have to morally kidnap them? Then let's cook. Laos looked at Senshi, cockatrice, I don't know if the meat is like chicken or snake, I'm looking forward to it. Marcel looked disgusted, Laos, you monster freak. As they were talking, Lu Li walked to the side of the fallen three-person team. Miss Elf, do they need to be resurrected? The elf looked surprised, please take action, we are very grateful. Lu Li nodded and cast a resurrection spell. The light shone on the three of them, and the injuries on their bodies immediately disappeared, and they were resurrected in the blink of an eye. Casting the resurrection spell 3 times in a row allowed Lu Li to understand the resurrection magic even more, and he felt that the harvest was good. Most importantly, the 3 of them were very disciplined and paid dozens of gold coins each. Here, Miko, keep it safe, you can exchange it for money when you go back. When Yurikawa Hana saw it, she didn't even help process the cockatrice, and approached, counting the gold coins like a money grubber. 71 gold coins, so many. It can be exchanged for more than 7 million. So profitable. Lu Li, let's go buy a big villa when we go back. Earning millions a day, Yurikawa Hana can no longer see the value of a detached house. Her mind has already begun to imagine a luxurious villa with a swimming pool and a courtyard. Yotsuya Miko also looked forward to it, yes, a villa is better. With a villa, a forging workshop and training will be very convenient. Lu Li smiled, then work hard. As he spoke, Senshi had already put the cockatrice on the grill. Seeing that the cockatrice was very huge, and he didn't know how long it would take to roast it, Lu Li had an idea. He waved his magic wand lightly, and the firepower directly penetrated the muscles of the cockatrice, and in the blink of an eye, it emitted an attractive fragrance. When Senshi saw it, he envied, magic is really convenient. Marcel complained weakly, Lu Li, you actually use wind and fire magic to roast meat. Isn't this very good? Lu Li smiled, magic itself is used to facilitate life. If it is only used for battle, it would be too wasteful. Hearing this, Marcel was about to refute, but was attracted by the taste of the cockatrice, and gradually agreed with Lu Li's view. 19 Marcel, magic books are not cookbooks. Thank you very much, everyone. After eating the cockatrice feast, the passing adventurers quickly recovered. After asking the group for advice on how to become stronger, they left one after another. Lu Li and his group were also satisfied and continued to explore the maze. Yurikawa Hana was still not satisfied, God, can cockatrice eggs be used for hatching? This thing is really delicious. Hatching is of course no problem, Lu Li spread his hands, but there is no place to raise them. Yotsuya Miko nodded, even if you buy a villa, you can't raise this kind of thing. Anyway, there are many maze monsters, so just catch them here if you want to eat them. Laos was also very disappointed after hearing this. As a monster lover, how could he not want to raise monsters? If there were monsters to eat every day, that would be a paradise-like life. After walking for a while, nearing noon, the group suddenly saw a patch of mandrakes. This grass is a basic potion material, with green leaves on top, like vegetables, but the roots below are like a roaring person with its mouth open. What is even more magical is that this herb will also emit a scream when it is pulled out, and the sound will destroy the soul, which can cause mental disorders and even death. Therefore, picking this herb often requires the use of well-trained dogs to pull a rope on the roots and let the dogs bear the soul-destroying sound. Marcel explained the method of picking mandrakes, and saw Senshi already starting to pull the grass. Don't! Marcel screamed, and saw Senshi being extremely agile, cutting off the head of the mandrake with a sharp knife before it could scream. This. Marcel felt her mind go blank after seeing it. Such a good potion, actually using such a barbaric picking method? Yurikawa Hana wanted to join in the fun after seeing it. Lu Li quickly stopped her, Hana, don't mess around, it would be troublesome if you became mentally disordered. Yotsuya Miko quickly stepped forward and pulled the curious Yurikawa Hana back. Yurikawa Hana reluctantly gave up. Lu Li, Marcel, what potions can mandrakes make? Mental recovery potion, Marcel said, handing over a magic book, the recipe is on this. As a top student in the Magic Academy, Marcel brought many books with her even when breaking into the maze. Chapter 15. Lu Li took it and examined it carefully. Marcel had given him a book about potions, containing introductions to various potion ingredients available on the market, their recipes, and related spells. For example, extraction, fusion. It had to be said that the magic of this world had developed for many years, becoming a complete and well-established system. Liu Li had already merged with his counterpart in this world, knew the common language, and after flipping through the book once, had memorized it. Holding his staff, he cast extraction on a mandrake, and instantly, the mandrake withered, and a medicinal liquid floated into the flower bud on the staff. Marcel was stunned. How did you cast extraction directly? And why are you collecting the liquid in the staff? Liu Li said helplessly, because I don't have the relevant tools, I can only temporarily use the staff to collect the liquid. As a wild god, he wasn't omniscient or omnipotent, so he naturally hadn't prepared tools like glass bottles in advance. Marcel sighed, this is too reckless. Can it succeed? It should be possible. Liu Li looked not far away and found another ingredient for the mental potion. He waved his staff and extracted it directly. Next is fusion. With a thought, a light flashed on the staff. The flower bud opened, like a delicate container, revealing the liquid inside. The liquid was purple and emitted a beautiful light. Marcel stepped forward, it's the same as the mental power potions sold outside, no, it seems purer. How did you succeed on the first try? Is it the power of a god again? Gods are too OP. Shikawa Hana curiously raised her hand, Marcel, are mental power potions expensive? Of course, one is worth a gold coin. Shikawa Hana was shocked, her eyes falling on the mandrakes all over the ground, as if she were seeing piles of gold coins. But, there are so many mandrakes here, why haven't they been harvested? That's a lot of gold coins. Chilchuk, while helping Senshi prepare the ingredients, explained, making potions isn't that easy. For ordinary people to easily make potions like Lord God, they wouldn't even dare to imagine it. What's more, harvesting mandrakes is also dangerous. Laos nodded, that's right. Alchemists are very rare. As he spoke, several omelets made with mandrake roots and cockatrice eggs were ready. Compared to ordinary eggs, cockatrice eggs are more golden, making the omelette more beautiful. It smells so good. Shikawa Hana was very enthusiastic, picking up her portion. Wait a moment. Liu Li stopped her, waving his staff. Mandrake harvested using Senshi's method has a slight astringent taste. It will be better if I use extraction to extract it. As the staff waved, a few drops of liquid flew out of the omelettes and were casually thrown to the ground by Liu Li. Senshi tasted it and gave a thumbs up. Extraction is really amazing, it is indeed much more delicious than usual. Marcel ate the omelette while complaining, seriously, extraction is not a cooking technique. Shikawa Hana ate happily, Marcel, don't worry about such details, don't you think it's delicious? Looking at Miko, her gaze fell on the mandrake head in Miko's plate. Miko. Yotsuya Miko knew what she meant when she saw her expression, smiled, and said dotingly, okay, I'll give this to you. Thank you. Shikawa Hana was extremely happy, mandrake is so delicious. Marcel looked at the sky speechlessly, it's clearly a magic ingredient. What does it matter? Shikawa Hana didn't care. After lunch, the group set off again. Before setting off, because she especially liked mandrakes, Shikawa Hana picked more than a dozen again and put them in her backpack, preparing to add them to dinner that night. Liu Li used potion making and blending techniques to make 10 mental power potions and stored them in his staff for emergencies. Knowing that the red dragon was not asleep but was wandering around, the group was very hurried and soon arrived at the 4th level, the water domain. Along the way, they encountered treasure bugs and mimics, which Senshi turned into easy-to-carry snacks to eat while walking. Saving people was important, and everyone was in a hurry. After catching a large pile of treasure bugs, Liu Li and his group naturally encountered the unlucky Kabru and his party. 20 Water Domain Battle, Pure Water Elemental. Kabru is really a good person, he actually gave us 200 gold coins at once. Shikawa Hana was like a little money grubber, counting the gold coins and feeling very happy. Marcel responded casually, of course, they have a lot of people. Even if they encounter other scavengers, it's the same price. As she spoke, she waved her staff, casting a water walking spell on everyone. Shikawa Hana carefully walked to the surface of the water, and when she saw that she was indeed walking on the ground, she cheered and trotted on the water. Yotsuya Miko reminded, there may be monsters underwater, Hana, don't scare them. When it was Senshi's turn, he found that he was very afraid of water. At this moment, a horse emerged from the water, a hippocampus. The horse ran up to Senshi very affectionately, snorting, like an old friend. Senshi relaxed, "How about I ride this horse over?" Laos frowned, "Monsters cannot be trusted. Don't believe it no matter how well it behaves. This horse is my old buddy." Senshi shook his head, got on the horse, and the hippocampus immediately galloped across the water. Laos was a little surprised, he didn't expect the hippocampus to be so obedient. Could it be that this monster has humanity? Just as he was thinking, he saw the hippocampus had run to the center of the water, and its body sank, taking Senshi into the water. Senshi was stunned. He didn't expect the hippocampus's enthusiasm to be just a pretense, just the other party's hunting skills. Fortunately, he never left his kitchen knife, so he quickly drew his knife and stabbed the hippocampus. As a dwarf, his strength was not small. Senshi hugged the horse's neck and fixed the hippocampus, hitting it, and suddenly, the hippocampus's blood gushed out, staining a large area of the water. Laos saw this, rushed out, dived into the water, and began to rescue him. A moment later, with Marcel's help, Laos pulled Senshi back to shore. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have had expectations for monsters." Senshi's will was low. Just as he was thinking, he heard a splash on the water, but Lu Li cast a spell to pull the hippocampus out of the water and threw it not far away. Marcel was shocked. "Lu Li, you don't want to eat this thing, do you? This thing should be pretty good." Lu Li said. Senshi nodded, "I'll take care of it, I should be able to make some very delicious dishes." "Yay!" Shikawa Hana ran back, "What does hippocampus taste like?" Thinking of the taste of hippocampus, she suddenly felt a little hungry, took out a bag from her arms, took out a gold coin, and crunched it, with a happy smile on her face. Yotsuya Mieko was shocked. "Hana, haven't you finished your fried treasure bugs yet?" "Of course." Shikawa Hana didn't hoard food, and handed the bag to everyone. "Let's eat together." Smelling the fragrance of treasure bugs, even Marcel couldn't help but reach out, take a crispy treasure bug, and eat it. Laos said with a gratified expression, "That's really good, Marcel has also learned to enjoy the taste of monsters." Chilchuk said while helping Senshi, "After getting used to it, the taste of monsters is indeed okay." After Shikawa Hana finished distributing the treasure bugs, she found that Lu Li was gone, and quickly looked for him. She ran to the vicinity of the water area and saw Lu Li gently playing with a ball of water. Shikawa Hana was very curious, "Is this water magic?" "No." Lu Li turned his head, "This ball of water is not magic, but pure water element, which lives in this water area." In Dungeon Meshi, Marcel poured boiling water into the lake, angering the pure water elemental, and suffered a lot. A pure water elemental crippled Laos's team. The combat power of the pure water elemental is not weak. Of course, compared to Farlan, who transformed into a chimera, it was very weak. After merging with the red dragon's soul and body, Farlan's combat power was very terrifying, and she crushed the pure water spirit with one move, which was quite brutal. "Does the water element have no form?" Shikawa Hana approached, wanting to get close, but found that the pure water spirit directly moved away and hid behind Lu Li. "Of course not." Lu Li explained, "However, we can give it a form." With a thought was conveyed. The next moment, a light appeared on the staff, and the pure water element directly transformed from a ball of water into a 3-inch tall person with 2 pairs of wings on its back and sky blue hair. What Lu Li cast was the familiar summoning technique. In the original work, the flying rods and birds summoned by Marcel were similar summons. In addition, the little pixie that the Canary team brought was the same thing, which could be used to transmit information. The pure water spirit transformed into a pixie, extremely happy, landed on Lu Li's shoulder, rubbed his cheek, making Shikawa Hana's eyes glow with envy. "Undine, can your abilities still be used?" The pure water spirit tilted its head and suddenly pointed at the water surface, and with a whoosh, a water arrow with extremely destructive power fell into the water. After a few breaths, a huge fish floated up from the water, and seeing the huge hole in its forehead, it was obvious that it was the damage caused by the pure water spirit Undine. "So amazing!" Shikawa Hana was shocked, "Isn't this much better than me?" Lu Li smiled, "This is a pure elemental creature, so it's naturally powerful. Hana, call Marcel, Mieko and Koharu over, I'll have Undine lure some monsters up for you, you can train, just treat it as pre-dinner exercise." Shikawa Hana was stunned. Pre-dinner exercise. Yes. Liu Li nodded, we came here to level up, you haven't had enough battles in the last 2 days, so of course you have to make up for it. Shikawa Hana was dumbfounded when she heard this. She called Marcel and others over. Will our mass slaughter cause the labyrinth's ecology to become unbalanced? Marcel was a little worried. Liu Li shook his head, you're overthinking it, how many can the 4 of you kill? Undine, lure monsters. Undine heard this, rushed into the water, and quickly stirred up the water surface, luring a large group of monsters up. Yotsuya Mieko and others saw this and began to fight the monsters. Half an hour. So tired. It's so dangerous. The blade fish's pectoral fins are sharper than knives, my arm is scratched a little. No, the fishmen are obviously more dangerous, and they also use weapons. No, it's the mermaids, their singing can actually cause hallucinations, it's terrible. Magic is still good, Marcel can just stand on the shore, there's not much risk at all. Marcel wiped the sweat from her forehead and rolled her eyes, my magic power is almost exhausted, you guys are really talking without thinking. Liu Li recalled Undine with satisfaction, waved his hand and cast a recovery spell, the wounds on everyone's bodies disappeared, and even the fatigue and exhaustion of magic power were gone. Marcel was shocked, you actually cultivated recovery magic to this point? Directly letting people recover magic power, this is something that only top magicians can do. How long has the other party been practicing? Thinking of this, Marcel was a little frustrated. Chapter 16. 21 5th floor, Battle with the Red Dragon. Alright, I am a god after all. Liu Li consoled, let's go, I already smell the feast. Water Strider Horse, I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing this, Yurikawa Hana's eyes lit up, and she quickly followed, getting close to Liu Li, and occasionally teasing the aloof Undine. Yotsuya Miko was a little worried, Hana, aren't you afraid of her? She had seen Undine's terror, each strike being more powerful than a gun. When fully unleashing the water gun technique, its momentum seemed to penetrate the heavens and the earth. Compared to the water monsters, Undine was simply too terrifying. Ko Megumi, shouldn't we not worry? Undine is a familiar of the Divine Master. Marcel chimed in, that's right. I'm so envious, I also want to summon a powerful familiar. Unfortunately, pure water element creatures all have their own will, and if they don't agree, it's impossible to turn them into familiars. As for summoning familiars with ordinary flesh and blood, to be honest, she doesn't think much of it. Back in the room, they saw the water strider horse meat being cooked fragrantly. Laos looked at everyone, you've come back just in time, the water strider horse is cooked. Especially the liver, it's very nourishing. Yurikawa Hana stepped forward, the water strider horse meat seems like beef, it smells so good. Senshi, this is all thanks to the seasonings you brought. These seasonings are really magical, the monster meat is more delicious after adding them. Magic and technology are both very good in this world. However, spices are still very luxurious. After all, magicians and elves are very wealthy creatures, and the price naturally goes up when they are asked to help transport spices. Ordinary people doing business have to face many difficulties along the way. It takes many hardships to transport spices, and the price of spices still can't come down. The spices Liu Li and his party brought are not many, but they are surprisingly valuable in this world. As they spoke, everyone began to enjoy the meal. In a short while, a large pot of food was eaten clean. What about the rest? Yurikawa Hana was very reluctant, pointing to the remaining water strider horse meat. Yotsuya Miko said helplessly, what else can we do? We can't possibly carry it, can we? Have you forgotten about the walking mushrooms before? After walking for a while, you made me carry it, it exhausted me. Yurikawa Hana coquettishly said, Miko is so amazing, how could you be tired? Yotsuya Miko remained unmoved, with an iron heart, anyway, I won't carry it. Laos said, we can only throw it away, we have to continue on our way. Senshi nodded, that's right. Speaking of traveling, they encountered a new problem. Because Senshi hadn't bathed for too long, the water walking spell didn't have much effect on him. Laos looked at Liu Li, Divine Master, do you have a good solution? No problem. Liu Li nodded, pack up and let's continue on our way. The group packed up and came to the water's edge. Liu Li pointed his staff, and suddenly, the water surface froze, turning into an ice road. Yurikawa Hana, hey, how come so many monsters disappeared all of a sudden after we killed them? Lu Li, of course they were eaten by other monsters, don't worry, so little is just a big meal for the underwater monsters. Senshi stepped on the ice surface, feeling very solid, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The group walked across the water, and no monsters came out to attack during the period. Probably Ko Megumi and the others killed too fiercely before, scaring the monsters. Marcel, why does it feel like the Divine Master is very familiar with the maze? Because I have a familiar. Lu Li chuckled, while we were eating, I had Undine look for the passage to the 5th floor. In another half an hour, we will be able to reach the 5th floor. The red dragon is on this floor, everyone must be prepared for battle. Hearing this, Laos nodded solemnly. Yotsuya Miko was a little worried, are we going to fight the red dragon too? That's a dragon. In novels with otherworldly themes, dragons are at least high-level monsters, and in some worlds, they are creatures at the top of the world. Yurikawa Hana didn't care, with the Divine Master here, there's nothing to worry about. I just want to know if dragon meat is delicious. Ko Megumi supported her forehead, Hana, please be more careful. Even if the Divine Master can heal and resurrect, it will still hurt a lot to be injured. Lu Li comforted, don't worry too much. This red dragon doesn't have any other powerful abilities besides being huge and breathing fire, it's not too powerful. In fact, if this red dragon appeared in modern society, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand even an armor-piercing bullet. Compared to the legendary dragons, it is pitifully weak. Taking a shortcut, the group quickly arrived at the 5th floor. This place used to be a settlement where beastmen gathered, but now it is deserted, and only an occasional roar can be heard. Hearing this, Laos was very excited, it's the red dragon. Lu Li summoned Undine back and said, I already know the red dragon's location, everyone prepare to fight. He took off the backpack on his back, took out a long sword, and distributed one to each person. Even Chilchuk got a long sword to protect himself. Everyone just fight, I'll take care of the recovery and healing. Everyone took the sword, drew it out of its sheath, and felt a slight chill in their bodies. Seeing the power of the sword, they felt more confident. Coming near the red dragon, the group began to observe the battlefield and formulate a plan. Laos, you make a feint attack, pay attention to dodging, I'll find a chance to attack the red dragon's reverse scale. After all, to save his sister, Laos took on the most dangerous job. Marcel, what about me? Although the red dragon didn't seem strong to Lu Li, it was very powerful to Marcel. The magic resistance of the dragon scales alone was enough to make her magic useless. Laos, Marcel, you support as you see fit. Marcel nodded, I can only do that. The group put their luggage in a room away from the battlefield and went into battle lightly. With Marcel's fire magic, she successfully attracted the red dragon's attention. It's starting, Fallon, wait for me. Laos was full of energy, leading the red dragon and running towards the planned location. It's so huge. Only by witnessing it with your own eyes can you know the terror of dragons. Nearly 30 meters long and more than 10 meters high, it is simply like a small mountain. Moreover, with such a large body, the red dragon's speed can still reach 60 kilometers per hour, and it will soon catch up with Laos and others. Lu Li stood in the distance and gently waved his staff, wind. Suddenly, Laos and others felt a lightness in their bodies and their speed increased a lot. After running around, they finally led the red dragon to the planned location. With an explosion, the overpass collapsed, crushing the red dragon below, leaving only its head outside. Laos was extremely excited, the plan was successful. Lu Li reminded, the red dragon is not so easily restrained, it's about to come out, hurry up and do it. 22 Slaying the red dragon, resurrecting Fallon. Ah! Hearing this, Laos shouted and rushed towards the red dragon. Ko Megumi also used her mob character skill and rushed to the front. Yurikawa Hana was a little scared, Miko, are we really going up? Of course. As she spoke, Yotsuya Miko had already rushed over. With Lu Li's magic blessing, her speed was even faster than Laos. Yotsuya Miko was not too afraid of the red dragon. Compared to the evil spirits, the red dragon looked quite handsome except for its huge body. Clang! The long sword struck the red dragon's scales, and a burst of sparks flew. Yotsuya Miko only felt her arm go numb. Too hard. The red dragon's scales are harder than fine steel. Yotsuya Miko had expected this, and using the force of the rebound, her body leaped up, rising to a height of 7 or 8 meters. At this time, the red dragon was crushed under the construction waste, and the height of its head was only 7 or 8 meters. Seeing that the height was enough, Yotsuya Miko's thoughts moved, and the long sword in her hand flew out like a sharp arrow. Seeing this, the red dragon quickly closed its eyes, but it was too late. With a puff, the sword pierced into the red dragon's eyes, and the red dragon immediately became a one-eyed dragon. So amazing! Yurikawa Hana only had praise after seeing this. Wanting to step forward, she heard a knocking sound, but it was the red dragon's anger, about to spit out dragon flames. Yotsuya Miko had long known the red dragon's power. Hearing the sound, her figure retreated violently, pulling Yurikawa Hana and retreating to a side alley. Whoosh! The flames roared past. Laos's back was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, he was hiding on the blind side of the red dragon and was not discovered. Otherwise, facing the dragon flames head-on, he would have been roasted on the spot. Looking at the red dragon, he saw the red dragon struggling, and the construction waste on its back scattered one by one. Hundreds of tons of things were easily thrown aside by the red dragon. Not good. Laos was shocked. If the red dragon escaped, it would be very difficult to fight it with its mobility. Just as he was about to launch an attack, he saw a cold light flash under the red dragon's jaw, and a light arrow cut through the sky, heading towards the reverse scale. When did that girl run there? Laos was surprised. Isn't this the girl who was with the Divine Master? Everyone was clearly attacking the red dragon together. Why don't I have any impression at all? This feeling is too strange. It wasn't until the girl took action that he noticed the girl's existence. Ko Megumi used a killing blow, her body rolled to the side, and fell into a side alley. After a few days of practice, she was no longer like the beginning, unable to stand after using a killing blow. Puff! The long sword was like an arrow, piercing through the red dragon's reverse scale. The next moment, dragon blood fell like rain. The red dragon's body stiffened, the divine light in its eyes dissipated, and with a bang, it smashed to the ground. So amazing! Marcel and others were extremely shocked. Originally, they thought Laos would kill the red dragon, but unexpectedly, it was the ordinary-looking girl who delivered the final blow. Megumi-chan is so amazing. Yurikawa Hana was shocked. Even I forgot about Megumi-chan just now. Her mastery of skills has become even more terrifying. Laos cheered, great! He walked to the red dragon and checked it out. Chapter 17. Marcel ran forward and said, quick, cut open the red dragon and rescue Fallon. Laos nodded and swung his sword at the red dragon's belly, but with a clang, he was knocked back several steps. Laos, use this. Senshi took out a mithril kitchen knife. Ordinary swords can't cut through dragon scales. The swords that Liu Li brought were made of ordinary steel, and he didn't have divine forging techniques, so naturally, they couldn't break through the red dragon's scales. Laos took the kitchen knife and lightly stabbed, as if cutting through a piece of cloth, and immediately cut open the scales. If the kitchen knife were long enough, it could be turned into a dragon-slaying weapon. Unfortunately, both mithril and adamantite are very rare materials. If the dwarves weren't in the mining business, they wouldn't be able to collect much, let alone use them luxuriously to make pots and kitchen knives. How is it? Liu Li cast a recovery spell on Ko Megumi and took her into his arms. Ko Megumi whispered, I'm fine. I secretly approached the red dragon and didn't get hurt at all. Liu Li nodded, taking Ko Megumi back to the red dragon's corpse. Hyakutawa Hana approached the red dragon's head and gently tapped it, sending out a metallic echo. Such a big dragon, how do we take it out? Marcel was speechless. Hana, you're too naive. This dragon weighs hundreds of thousands of pounds, we can't take it away at all. What a waste! Marcel, it's not a waste. Once this dungeon adventure is over, I don't want to eat monsters anymore. As she spoke, Laos had already cut into the dragon's stomach and found Fallon's remains. Unlike the original story, because of the addition of Liu Li and his group, everyone saved a few days, and Fallon's body had not yet been digested into bones. Even so, Fallon's body was extremely damaged. Marcel looked at Liu Li. What do we do? Use the red dragon's flesh and blood to replenish Fallon's flesh and blood. Liu Li looked at the red dragon. However, before using the red dragon's flesh and blood, there is one more thing I need to trouble Miko with. Yotsuya Miko tilted her head. Is God talking about the red dragon's soul? That's right. Lu Li nodded. The souls of the dungeon's creatures are controlled by the mad magician. If the red dragon's soul is also integrated into Falin's body during the resurrection, then Falin will naturally be controlled by the lord of the dungeon. This is absolutely not allowed. Marcel was shocked and a little scared. I didn't even think of that. Looking at Yotsuya Miko, she put her hands together and solemnly requested, "Please, Miko." Along the way, she had already seen Yotsuya Miko's special attack against ghosts. Clearly, it's the same weapon, but her long sword can kill ghosts. Yotsuya Miko nodded, looking at the side of the red dragon's body, where there was a phantom red dragon figure, which was the red dragon's soul. Yotsuya Miko jumped high, pulled out her sword from the dragon's eye, and used her ghost-slaying power to slash to the side. With a roar of unwillingness, the red dragon's soul turned into ashes. Okay. Lu Li looked at Laos. Take the red dragon's flesh, I'll cast the resurrection spell. Laos was excited, moving a pile of red dragon flesh in front of his sister's body. Lu Li waved his staff, and white light appeared at the front of the staff, falling on Falin's body. Instantly, as if time was reversed, the originally bloody corpse instantly had a heartbeat and came back to life. However, because red dragon flesh was used, Falin's body was covered in blood, like a bloody person. 23 Dragon Meat Feast and Dragon Body Treasures. Laos Unai-chan. Falin opened her eyes, saw Laos, and her eyes were filled with joy. Laos was extremely happy, crying with joy. After a moment of catching up, Marcel said, "Falin is still covered in blood, Laos, I'll take Falin to wash up first." Laos came back to his senses and said apologetically, "You're right." Watching the two girls leave, Laos's thoughts returned to the dragon meat. Dragon meat feast, let's start. Everyone had been looking forward to it, gathered together, and began to cook the dragon meat. Only Lu Li stared blankly at the dragon blood that flowed all over the ground. Suddenly, he gently waved his staff, and the dragon blood on the ground suddenly changed, gathering in one place, and finally turning into 5 fist-sized scarlet gemstones. This was the dragon blood essence he extracted using pharmaceutical extraction techniques. When he cast the resurrection spell just now, he understood how the dragon's flesh and blood merged into Falin's body. With the help of dragon blood and dragon meat, Falin's magic power had greatly increased. It seemed that this dragon blood was naturally a precious thing, which could be collected and used to increase the strength of the familia. After thinking about it, he also condensed the burning flames that the red dragon used to breathe fire, obtaining 10 huge purple crystals, which, if exploded, could definitely destroy a small town and could be used as a one-time weapon. Carefully sealing them with magic and putting them into his backpack, Lu Li began to knock on the red dragon's scales. Very good material, can be collected first and used for forging later. The forging techniques of the multi-anime world cannot forge dragon scales, but other worlds may be able to. For example, his parallel counterpart in this world is the most skilled smith in the world, with the most skilled forging techniques of the great eastern country, who can forge extraordinary divine weapons as an ordinary person. Having digested the memories of his parallel counterpart in this world, he naturally had the corresponding abilities and the corresponding forging recipes. Taking a treasure sword, he gently waved it, picking off the dragon scales one by one. Although dragon scales are hard and have magic resistance, after the dragon dies, collecting the scales becomes easier. The connection between the scales and the dragon meat can be cut off from the gaps between the scales and taken out, just like opening oysters. In a short while, Lu Li had picked off hundreds of dragon scales. The dragon scales were as big as doors and as small as palms, piled together like a small mountain. When Ko Megumi and the other 3 saw this, they also came over to help collect the scales. "Yotsuya Miko, are these things useful?" "Of course, they are useful." Lu Li nodded. "They can be taken out and sold, and they can also be used to forge armor and weapons. The dragon's whole body is a treasure." Yurikawa Hana was very tempted when she heard this. If these dragon scales could be sold, wouldn't it mean that a big villa was one step closer to them? However, looking at the pile of dragon scales, she had a headache again. How are we going to move these things out? Laos cooked with senshi and said, "In the past, the adventure team I was in also killed a lot of dragons, and it was always difficult to take all the materials out completely. We could only take some good things. If we could take them all out, we would earn dozens or hundreds of times more money." Lu Li said calmly, "It doesn't matter, Can't Fallon use teleportation magic? Teleportation magic is very common in Dungeon Meshi. One is the teleportation technique Fallon used at the beginning, and the other is to use props to open a door on the wall with a painting and teleport directly outside the dungeon. It can be seen that teleportation magic is already very mature. With divine power, Liu Li can completely cultivate teleportation magic to a very proficient level, teleporting to fixed points and teleporting the materials on the dragon's body together. Moreover, even if teleportation magic doesn't work, he can also open the gate of traversal to the multi-anime world and send the materials to the multi-anime world. Anyway, it only costs a little divine power. Laos was a little worried. Teleportation magic? I don't know if it can teleport so many things away. A moment later, Liu Li and his group of 4 had taken all the materials from the dragon's body. There were thousands of pounds of dragon scales, plus a pair of dragon horns, a dozen dragon toes, dozens of dragon teeth, and several dragon tendons. Ko Megumi looked at the bare dragon corpse, and her eyes lit up. Should we take some dragon bones? With dragon tendons, we can take some dragon bones and make a dragon horn bow. Liu Li shook his head. The bow body needs elasticity, dragon bones are too hard, and the elasticity is too low, so it is not suitable for making a bow. It is good to grind it into arrows. Yotsuya Miko was tempted. Since that's the case, let's collect it first. Dragon bone arrows are much more powerful than ordinary arrows. Okay. Liu Li nodded and collected dragon bones with everyone. Taking out the dragon bones, plus dragon scales and the like, the materials to be taken away suddenly reached tens of thousands of pounds. The house he rented in the multi-anime world was a wooden 2-story building, which could not bear so much weight at all. We can only rely on Fallon's teleportation magic. Liu Li cast magic, using wind to sweep away the dragon meat on the dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons, trying to reduce the weight. Yurikawa Hana looked eagerly at the dragon meat piled on the side, feeling extremely distressed. For a foodie, throwing away food is simply a heinous crime. Seeing this, Liu Li had to cast freezing magic, freezing a ton of dragon meat and taking it out of the maze when he left. After doing this, he saw Marcel leading the cleaned Fallon back. At this time, Fallon was wearing clean and tidy clothes, with a gentle smile on her face, as if the Virgin Mary had descended into the world. Just seeing her smile would make people feel happy. Thank you all for saving me. Fallon bowed to everyone to express her gratitude, her voice sincere. Liu Li smiled, don't take it to heart. We had a great time along the way. We not only made money but also ate all kinds of delicious food. By the way, Laos, isn't your red dragon ready yet? Laos replied loudly, the red dragon feast is ready. Slow roasted flame dragon, dragon tail soup, everyone come and taste it. Fallon was even more moved when she looked at the dragon meat feast. After all, people in this world would not eat monsters unless they were forced to. Seeing that everyone was familiar with monster meat, they knew what the group had experienced on the way. Liu Li and his group had the opposite idea. They were not people from this world and did not have a natural aversion to monsters. Instead, they thought it was a rare delicacy. As the dishes were served, Yurikawa Hana had already approached, obviously impatient. Delicious. A force is emerging in my body, is this magic power? So powerful, dragon meat is so powerful. Liu Li and his group of 4 ate very happily, and even Fallon was gradually attracted by the delicious dragon meat. During the meal, Laos couldn't help but talk about Fallon's childhood. Yotsuya Miko was surprised, Miss Fallon can also see ghosts from birth? Me too, but I recently opened my yin-yang eyes and can see ghosts. Moreover, the evil spirits in our place are much more terrifying than the ghosts in the maze. Fallon listened, as if she had found a confidant, and chatted with Miko. 24 Teleportation Magic, Teleportation Gate. After enjoying the dragon meat feast, Liu Li reminded, this red dragon is an important combat force of the Lord of the Maze. After it dies, the mad magician will soon notice it. Fallon, can you teach me teleportation magic? We need to leave as soon as possible. Although he is not afraid of the mad magician, there is no benefit for Liu Li to defeat him. As for letting Ko Megumi and the other 3 gain combat experience, the 4 of them cannot defeat the magician who controls the maze. Fallon smiled, no problem, teleportation magic. Similar to what Liu Li knew, this world has quite a lot of research on space. Although they have not researched space storage technology, there is no problem with teleportation. They have even created teleportation props. Even if you don't know teleportation magic, as long as you buy teleportation props, you can set the teleportation location in advance, and then use a small amount of magic power to activate the teleportation gate and return to the set teleportation location. Fallon explained the principle of magic, and Liu Li understood it. Compared with Marcel, learning magic with Fallon is quite difficult. If magic is compared to a recipe, the recipe Marcel gives is 500 grams of meat, 5 grams of salt, 5 grams of chili. The portions are quite standard. The recipe Fallon gives is quite casual, appropriate amount of meat, appropriate amount of salt, appropriate amount of chili. No wonder Laos and Fallon, who has a higher magic attainments, learn magic, and they can't learn it at all. Learning with Marcel, they have learned it instead. Chapter 18. Fallon's magic isn't quantifiable, it changes at will, truly unsuitable for ordinary people. But for Liu Li, it posed no problem. I see, Liu Li said, enlightened after hearing the explanation. So, this is teleportation magic. He channeled his magic, and light emerged from his staff. Liu Li felt his magic spread out, passing through layers of the labyrinth, gradually returning to the surface. The next moment, a ripple appeared in the void, revealing a forest. Finally, the void stabilized, revealing a door 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Everyone, let's return to the surface first, Liu Li reminded them. Oh, right, if you want to eat dragon meat, take as much as you can. I'll freeze it for everyone when we get back to the surface. Senshi and Laos were delighted and began to carry the meat. We are so grateful to Lord God. Yurikawa was still not satisfied with the 1 ton she had frozen earlier and carried more dragon meat to the outside of the teleportation door. Liu Li waved his staff, casting a wind spell, and easily moved materials such as dragon scales, dragon bones, and the dragon heart into the teleportation door. After completing these tasks, Ko Megumi and the other 2 brought their luggage, and the group passed through the teleportation door, returning to the surface. Liu Li waved his hand, closing the teleportation door. Seeing the sun in the sky, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fallon wore a look of relief. I didn't expect to return to the surface. Laos cheered, yes. This is great. Fallon is saved, and we have so much dragon meat to eat. Senshi was also very happy. Dragon meat, I've been looking forward to it for so long, it certainly didn't disappoint. Ko Megumi's gaze landed on the dragon materials, and she said, Lord God, what should we do with these materials? Should we just take them to town and sell them? Liu Li frowned slightly, we do need to sell some of it, we can't possibly use this much. He waved his hand. Let's go, enter the town, sell some of the dragon scales first, and then have a feast. Now that we're back on the surface, there are more materials we can use, so we should be able to make an even better dragon meat feast. Laos exclaimed excitedly, great. Liu Li waved his staff, using wind power to lift tens of thousands of pounds of materials, and headed towards the town. The teleportation door was opened near the town, so the group didn't walk for long before arriving. The magnificent dragon scales floating in mid-air attracted onlookers from all sides. Young man, are you selling dragon scales? Dragon bones are very strong, they can be polished into excellent weapons. Liu Li looked at the crowd and said, of course, we're selling. Having merged with the counterpart of this world, Liu Li was a local and naturally knew the price of dragon scales. A dragon scale the size of a palm could sell for about 1 gold coin. Of course, this was the price for red dragon scales. If it were for wyverns or other weaker dragons, the scale's magic resistance and defense would be much weaker, and the price would be much lower. In just 1 hour, 80% of the red dragon materials were processed, exchanged for 40,000 gold coins. This was Gold City, so the value of gold wasn't as high as one might imagine. But for Liu Li and his group, it was different. 1 gold coin was worth a great deal, 40,000 gold coins could be exchanged for 4.4 billion yen. Laos said with a pained expression, Fallon, we've slaughtered so many dragons in the past and wasted so many gold coins. Fallon said helplessly, even if you say that, brother, I don't have the ability to open a teleportation door and bring the dragon scales up. Although she was proficient in magic, her teleportation was only random, and she could only teleport people. She couldn't even imagine easily opening a teleportation door like Liu Li and bringing things back. As for using people to carry them? Adventuring in the labyrinth was no joke, monsters could kill people. To cope with emergencies and not affect combat, each adventurer's carrying capacity was limited. After each dragon slaying, they couldn't even carry 1% of the materials. The rest could only be swallowed by the labyrinth and turned into nothing. Let's go, buy a house first, and then celebrate. Liu Li waved his hand, found a brokerage firm similar to a real estate agency nearby, spent 3,000 gold coins, and selected an estate covering more than 10 acres. The architectural style of the estate was very rough. There were no pavilions or artificial hills and ponds, only a sizable building in the center and a low courtyard wall around the building. The reason it was so cheap was, of course, because this place was originally just a small island and not a prosperous area. The labyrinth was a paradise and wealth for adventurers. But it wasn't the same for the wealthy and powerful. Labyrinth mutations and monsters running out could cause great disasters. The island's lord had already sold off his property and fled when the labyrinth appeared. This estate was a bargain for Liu Li. Marcel was puzzled. What are you buying such a big estate for? We adventurers can't possibly use such a large place. Yurikawa cheered, this is a big house, how could you not like it? Yotsuya Miko agreed, that's right, a 10-acre estate is great. 25 Extraordinary forging technique, processing the red dragon's heart. Marcel was speechless, I can't understand. I like it, but... Ko Megumi frowned. But the walls are very low. How can we ensure safety? This was a world with magic. A wall 1 meter high was practically undefended, and there was no guarantee of safety. Liu Li smiled mysteriously, I've already prepared for it. As he spoke, many seeds appeared in his hand, the seeds of carnivorous plant vines. Marcel was shocked, you don't want to use this for protection, do you? Why not? Liu Li used magic to stimulate the plants, planting a seed. Instantly, the seed took root, grew vines, and climbed over the wall, covering the hundreds of meters of wall in the blink of an eye. He threw 5 seeds in a row, and all the walls were covered with man-eating vines. A 10-acre estate seemed large, but the perimeter was only less than 500 meters. Fallon stepped forward, reaching out to touch the vines, but was not attacked. She couldn't help but be surprised, these are seeds grown with the magic of a cultivation wand. In this way, the vines are controlled by the master and won't randomly attack others. With these vines protecting it, this estate is quite safe. Marcel complained weakly, don't use magic in such places. Fallon smiled and didn't care, isn't this great? As she spoke, she saw Liu Li wave his staff, and a gust of wind swept through, leveling the ground of the entire estate, sweeping away weeds and garbage, making it extremely clean. Entering the room, he once again used the same method, and the originally dusty house quickly became clean and tidy. Everyone can choose their favorite room. This will be our base from now on. Laos, prepare a feast. Fallon, take Megumi and the others to buy some daily necessities. We need to set up our base. Yay! Everyone cheered, even the dwarf Senshi, who was now filled with excitement. He hadn't been this happy in a long time since his tribe died. Oh, right, Megumi, remember to buy some flower and vegetable seeds. This garden is too deserted, it needs to be decorated. Marcel, Lord God, you're not going to use magic to grow vegetables, are you? Fallon smiled, what's wrong with that? Isn't it convenient? Heresy, this is heresy. The voices faded away as Laos, Chilchuk and Senshi began preparing the dragon meat, and an enticing aroma filled the estate. One day later, after magical stimulation, the once barren estate became filled with flowers and fragrant aromas. There were also magically generated rockeries and streams, full of artistic conception, making Yurikawa and the others extremely happy. At this time, Liu Li was processing dragon bones and dragon scales. Although dragon bones and dragon scales were powerful, they didn't have the malleability of metal and were difficult to use for forging. But the wisdom of mortals is sometimes quite amazing. About 100 years ago, Liu Li's ancestors invented a medicinal liquid that could dissolve biological materials such as dragon scales, extract the characteristics of the biological materials, and integrate them into metal, giving ordinary metals the characteristics of magical materials to create extraordinary weapons. Using dragonhorn characteristics as raw materials, the dragonhorn swords and dragonhorn spears created were unbreakable and no less powerful than weapons made of mithril. Using dragon scale characteristics as raw materials, the cloth armor created was no weaker than dragon scales in defense and stronger than traditional armor. The Lu family became the top forging family in the Eastern Empire because of this. Of course, what goes up must come down. The Lu family became strong because of this, and they also became coveted by many forces, enemies and allies alike, countless open and hidden attacks, impossible to guard against. Finally, in this generation, the Lu family had only Lu Li left. In addition, the Eastern Empire was now in the late years of the dynasty, with refugees everywhere and frequent civil wars. Extraordinary weapons were actually being used to suppress the insurgent army. Lu Li simply quit and chose to leave, becoming a free adventurer. For Lu Li in this world, he had no objection to using extraordinary weapons to protect his home and to slay monsters. But he absolutely disagreed with using extraordinary weapons for civil war and slaughtering insurgent armies. Lu Li's gaze landed on the red dragon's heart. He waved his staff and began to process it according to the method in his memory. The dragon's heart was the source of the dragon's magic. If processed properly, it could be turned into the best fuel for a blacksmith. The Lu family once had a similar dragon heart, but it was thrown into the sea by this world's counterpart and disappeared. As fire magic was activated, the flesh texture of the red dragon's heart began to disappear, gradually revealing a metallic luster. The huge dragon heart, 3 meters in diameter, eventually turned into a fist-sized metal heart. Lu Li picked it up and placed it in the forging furnace on the side. A trace of magic was injected into it, and a transparent flame appeared on the heart. Even standing a meter away, you could feel a scorching heat wave. It is worth mentioning that dragon hearts are naturally capable of gathering magic power. As long as it is not overstimulated, this heart can maintain magical balance forever and never go out. This heart is truly a treasure. Lu Li exclaimed. This world's me was simply too wasteful to throw away the family's dragon heart. For a blacksmith, that's simply priceless. No, even for ordinary people, a processed dragon heart is priceless. The dragon heart fire is pure and efficient and can refine mithril and orichalcum. Mithril and orichalcum are invaluable things. Of course, ordinary people do not have the extraction secret, but Lu Li, from the forging family, naturally does. It's just very costly. About 1 ton of steel can only extract 1 or 2 taels of mithril. But for him, who can travel back to the world of anime, this is not a problem. In the modern world, steel is very cheap, it is simply an endless mithril mine. He waved his hand, cut off the magic, and the flame on the dragon heart went out. After it became cold, he put it away. He came to the backyard, where Ko Megumi and the other 2 were practicing swordsmanship. Fallon and Marcel were meditating on magic. Miko, Megumi, your graces can be updated, maybe they can be upgraded. Yurikawa raised her hand, what about me? Lu Li chuckled, you were loafing around when we fought the red dragon, so you probably don't have enough experience, but you can also update your grace to see how much is left. Oh, right, Fallon, would you like to become my familia? Fallon looked at Marcel. It's very useful, Fallon. After receiving the grace, I can study magic faster. Fallon nodded gently, I'm willing. I'll trouble Lord God. Marcel listened and quickly explained the precautions for the grace to Fallon. Updating the grace was already familiar, and it was completed quickly. Ko Megumi. LV.1. Strength, I0A801. Endurance, I0C621. Chapter 19. Dexterity, I0D555. Agility, I0E412. Magic Power, I0E433. Magic, Support Magic. Gale. Heal. Recovery. Skills. Ordinary Heroine, omitted. Dragon Slayer. Increased resistance to dragon-type creatures. Increased damage to dragon-type creatures. You can level up now. Lu Li imprinted the data and handed it to Ko Megumi. Yurikawa, Hana, Marcel, and others gathered around. Yurikawa Hana asked, puzzled, why is there only an A? Not even an S. Marcel nodded slightly. Lu Li explained, actually, it's already pretty good. If it were someone with average talent, they wouldn't be able to raise even 1 stat to D even after accumulating stats for 4 or 5 years. In fact, in the Danmachi world, 9 out of 10 adventurers who receive a god's blessing can't raise a single stat to D in 4 or 5 years, and they'll never reach LV.2 and become an upper-level adventurer in their entire lives. 26 Bloodline Modification Technique, Longevity Species. Yurikawa Hana. LV.1. Strength, C656. Endurance, C666. Dexterity, E437. Agility, E422. Magic power, C699. Magic, support magic. Heal. Yurikawa Hana exclaimed, am I really that much worse than Megumi? Yotsuya Miko. LV.1. Strength, A899. Endurance, A888. Dexterity, A876. Agility, A862. Magic power, S999. Yurikawa Hana opened her eyes, looking doubtful, that's amazing, Miko is cheating, right? Yotsuya Miko protested, I'm not cheating, I just trained a lot. Marcel. LV.1. Strength, F301. Endurance, F322. Dexterity, F333. Agility, F311. Magic power, A876. Marcel, are my stats that bad? Lu Li spread his hands, you haven't fought much since receiving the blessing. Marcel thought about it, and it seemed that was true. Aside from fighting in the water for half an hour, she only released 2 spells at the red dragon, and then nothing else. If it weren't for the skill buffs, her magic power might not even reach A rank. Fallen asked curiously, is it my turn? She lay on the sofa, exposing her back. Lu Li stepped forward and directly bestowed the blessing. Fallen. LV.1. Strength, I0. Endurance, I0. Dexterity, I0. Agility, I0. Magic power, I0. Magic, support magic, teleportation magic. Heal. Recovery. Resurrection. Various buffs. Skills. Saintly smile. Greatly increases the effect of support magic. Greatly increases magic power growth. Greatly increases resistance to abnormal conditions. Magic alien. Increases magic research efficiency. Greatly increases magic power growth. Greatly increases affinity for magic power. Greatly increases spell power. Dragon speaker. Fusing with dragon bloodline greatly increases the power of fire magic. Greatly increases resistance to dragon magic. Seeing Fallen's imprinted data, Marcel felt proud, that's amazing, Fallen is indeed a genius. Genius is such an exaggeration. Fallen said, feeling a little embarrassed. Just then, Leo's voice sounded. God, the little animals you asked me to buy are back. Hearing this, Yurikawa Hana asked curiously, are they for eating? Are little animals delicious? Lu Li shook his head, of course they're not for eating, they're for experiments. He led the well-prepared group outside, where Leos had placed more than a dozen cages of various sizes, filled with various small animals that were unique to this world. Unlike the world of crossover anime, it attracted Miko, Hana, and Megumi Kato to come closer and observe curiously. Thank you, Leos. I'll give you a surprise after I succeed. He cast a spell, levitating the small animals into the room and began experimenting. Seeing Lu Li take out the red dragon blood crystal, Marcel asked in surprise, you don't want to create dragon species, do you? No, I just want to use dragon blood to cleanse the roots and bones of these little guys. Lu Li explained, aren't you dissatisfied with your current stats? Once I succeed, I can naturally improve your stats. In the Danmachi blessing system, defeating monsters can increase stats. Training can also increase stats. Using dragon blood to cleanse the body can naturally also increase stats. The reason why the gods in the Danmachi world don't do this is, of course, because of the rules. Gods can't cheat. Besides, the gods aren't interested in this kind of thing. They descended to the lower world because they were omnipotent in the upper world and were too bored. If they still cheat after descending, wouldn't it be the same as in the divine realm, losing a lot of fun? But Lu Li is different. He's not a natural god, and he doesn't have to abide by the rules of the Danmachi world. As a trace of dragon blood flew out and merged into the bodies of the small animals, their auras instantly began to strengthen. For 7 consecutive days, Lu Li was immersed in experiments. As for Kato Megumi and the others, they had already gone to explore the underground labyrinth with Marcel and Fallen. To ensure the safety of the group, Lu Li imprinted various spells such as defense and teleportation on his staff and handed it to Yotsuya Miko for safekeeping, which should be enough to protect everyone. Evening. Marcel and the others returned to the manor. Marcel looked at the dozen or so small animals in the garden, looking shocked. Why do I sense the aura of elves in these small animals? Fallen, and the aura of dragons. Yotsuya Miko was shocked. God, what have you done? Lu Li smiled. As you can see, I have given these small animals the characteristics of dragons and elves. Not only have they become longevity species, but they also have the magic and physical talents of dragons and elves. They are very strong. His gaze fell on everyone. I have already found kind people to experiment on, and there are absolutely no problems. The so-called kind people are, of course, the bad people in this world. There is never a shortage of such people among adventurers, making them particularly easy to find. Ko Megumi retorted, God, don't say such terrible things in such a calm tone. Marcel, have they really become longevity species? Yes. Lu Li nodded, about 1,000 years of life. Marcel stared, isn't that the same as me? Did you use my body data for the experiment? It is worth mentioning that the lifespan of elves in this world is about 400 years, and half-elves have reverted to their ancestors, with a lifespan of 1,000 years. The reason for this is actually that the ancient elves made a wish to the devil, shortening the lifespan of pure-blooded elves. Lu Li nodded, that's right, but isn't this a good thing? Can you bear to watch Fallen gradually age and die before you? Hearing this, Marcel shook her head repeatedly, no, Fallen dying is too terrible. As a half-elf, her growth cycle fluctuates a lot. She had no playmates since she was a child, so naturally she doesn't want her few good friends to leave her. So, would you like to cleanse your bodies? Lu Li looked at everyone. Chapter 20. Chilchuk raised his hand, let me go first. By the way, after being refined, will I also have magical talent? Of course, Lu Li nodded, moreover, I have also eliminated the shortcoming that half-elves cannot reproduce, absolutely perfect. Chilchuk was a little hesitant. After all, he already had a family and 3 children. If he became an immortal, wouldn't he have to see off many generations of his descendants? After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't resist the temptation of immortality after all. Half an hour later. So strong. Is this the power of a dragon? Laos waved his long sword, power is surging out. I feel like I can beat the flame dragon to the ground now. Falon reminded, brother, don't mess around. This is just your illusion. Senshi, it is indeed very strong, but forget about fighting the red dragon alone. It's too dangerous. Ko Megumi, it feels much stronger than the Grace update a few days ago. Now, do we have several items that have reached S? Of course. Lu Li looked at everyone, don't underestimate the racial talents of elves and dragons. All your attributes have now reached S, and even your magic power has reached SSS. Let's upgrade. 27 Everyone is LV.2, the huge profit of potions. Let's upgrade. Yotsuya Miko and others looked at each other and nodded slightly. S level is already the top adventurer. If you want to reach SS or even SSS level, unless you are cheating, or they are willing to spend several years. As young girls, they don't want to spend years in the maze fighting monsters day after day. That's too boring. Miko, you go first. Entering the room, unlocking the grace, and operating the upgrade, Miko, your development abilities include swordsman and hunter. Which one do you choose? Yotsuya Miko, Lu Li, what do you think? Hunter. Lu Li pondered, this development ability will only appear when you reach level 2, and it will be gone in the future. Moreover, this ability has a bonus to the ability value of the monsters you have defeated before. That is to say, if you defeated an evil spirit before, you only gained 1 point of ability value. With this development ability, you can gain more ability value, which is equivalent to an experience acceleration cheat. Yotsuya Miko heard this and immediately recalled the scene in the world of anime, feeling a little unhappy, we still have to go back, so let's choose this one. As Lu Li operated, Yotsuya Miko upgraded. Yotsuya Miko. LV.2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0 Hunter, I. Magic, slightly. Skills, slightly. It is worth mentioning that after the upgrade, all the information on the grace returns to I0, which does not mean that the previous power has disappeared, but has been transformed into the power of physical and mental evolution, which is equivalent to improving the essence, foundation, strength, and other elements, and subsequent upgrades will be superimposed on this basis again. Each level up is equivalent to a nirvana, and it will become stronger and stronger. This is also why many Danmachi adventurers believe that reaching level 10 can be comparable to gods. After explaining a bit, Yotsuya Miko packed up and ran outside to adapt to her upgraded power. After the upgrade, the capacity increases, and the power naturally increases. In the original work of Danmachi, Bell had no feeling when he upgraded, which is actually contradictory to the subsequent plot. Because every time the grace is updated, every time he upgrades, Bell's growth is very obvious, and the gap in combat power is also quite large. The enemies that he couldn't beat before the upgrade can be easily defeated after the upgrade. This overwhelming increase in power is absolutely impossible to have no feeling. Of course, it may also be because the protagonist was a hero in his previous life, and this small increase in power is not worth mentioning to him, which is equivalent to a boss being reborn. Mars Chill, your development abilities include Mage and Hunter. Which one do you choose? Mage. In a moment, all 5 people completed the upgrade. As for the great cause of Fallon and Marshall's upgrade, it was naturally completed during the days when Lu Li was researching dragon blood and immortality. Fallon. LV.2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0 Mystery, I. Yurikawa Hana. LV.2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0 Hunter, I. Ko Megumi. LV.2. Strength, I0 Endurance, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic Power, I0 Luck, I. The 5 people gathered in the yard, each showing their strengths. Boom! Magic exploded, and sword light rose. Fortunately, the yard is big enough, and the magic can restore it after the destruction, otherwise the good manor would be turned into ruins. Fallon exclaimed, after upgrading, it is easier to use various magic spells. Yotsuya Miko, not bad, now I can cast various states on myself while using swordsmanship. Mars Chill, Yurikawa Hana and Ko Megumi also joined the discussion, very happy. Laos, Chilchuk, do you think we can become the familia of a god? Chilchuk rolled his eyes, Laos, are you asking me? Shouldn't you ask the god about this kind of thing? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lu Li walking out with a smile. Of course. Lu Li said, come on, I will give you grace, and you can upgrade in the future. After giving the 3 people grace, the 3 couldn't wait to run to the maze to adventure. Lu Li and Fallon strolled around the town together. These are the 3 main materials for making stamina potions, 5 copper coins, which is quite reasonable. When he came to a stall, Fallon introduced. Lu Li had already read the pharmacy book given by Mars Chill, so he naturally recognized it, and asked, how much does a stamina potion sell for? Fallon, 5 silver coins. In this world, 10 copper coins are exchanged for 1 silver coin, and 10 silver coins are exchanged for 1 gold coin. That is to say, the income of energy potions is about 9 times. Fallon saw Lu Li's idea and explained, Lu Li, making medicine is not easy. The success rate of ordinary pharmacists is only about 30%. Lu Li nodded, boss, how many medicinal materials do you have here? 50 servings. I want them all. Lu Li was rich and generous, and directly started the spree mode. When he returned to the manor, he had a lot of medicinal materials in his hands. These medicinal materials can be used to make mental power, stamina, magic power and injury recovery potions, which are quite complete. Among them, the main materials for mental power and magic power recovery potions are the most expensive, a set costs 1 silver coin, and the finished product price even reaches 1 gold coin. In this world, magicians are also quite money-burning professions. In addition, Lu Li also bought medicinal materials for extracting the characteristics of dragon scales and dragon bones. Fallon, come and help. Got it. Entering the studio, Lu Li used the extraction technique to start extracting various drug essences, and then used the reconciliation technique to fuse them into various medicines. With Fallon's help, all the medicines were turned into potions in 2 hours. Stamina potion, 300 bottles. Injury recovery potion, 280 bottles. Magic power potion, 400 bottles. Mental power potion, 200 bottles. Characteristic extraction potion, 50 bottles. Fallon, sell these potions tomorrow, and buy some herbs back. We are going to start making big money. With a 100% success rate, the profit is terribly high. The original cost of 89 gold coins can be sold for 890 gold coins in a blink of an eye. I'm sorry for myself if I don't make some more potions. Fallon nodded, okay. If it's not enough, we can also issue acquisition tasks to adventurers. Lu Li nodded lightly, you can handle it. By the way, take out the dragon scales, I want to extract them and try. Fallon nodded, came to the utility room, cast a wind magic, lifted a door-sized dragon scale, and brought it outside. Lu Li wrapped the dragon scale with wind magic, and then poured a tube of characteristic extraction potion on the dragon scale. I have to say that with magic, the originally complicated extraction process becomes very simple. The combination of magician and blacksmith profession does achieve the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. As the potion fell, the dragon scales began to weather, and finally turned into fly ash, leaving only a mass of red and gorgeous liquid floating in the air, which was the characteristic substance extracted from the dragon scales. He took the steel and red dragon heart bought in the market today, lit the dragon fire, and in a moment, the steel melted into liquid. Lu Li poured the extracted liquid into it. Suddenly, the molten iron underwent a wonderful change. The color was more crimson, and even small dragon scales appeared on it. Fallon exclaimed, how wonderful, is this the forging technique of the gods? While speaking, Lu Li wrapped the molten iron with wind magic, stretched it into a long sword, and then solidified it. 28 Dragon Scale Sword, Unlucky Xiaolao Fei. Before it cooled down, Lu Li picked up the long sword with tongs and hammered it, hammer after hammer, full of power and beauty. Sparks splashed everywhere. Finally, a dense dragon scale appeared, and a gorgeous dragon scale sword like a treasure was forged. After quenching and polishing, the sword was chilling. Lu Li operated the magic power, and the sword gang appeared on the sword, and the sharp aura was pressing. Fallon was surprised, how amazing, you actually created a sword that can be driven by magic power. Doesn't this sword have the characteristics of a sword and a magic wand? Lu Li nodded and handed the sword to Fallon. Fallon tried it and said happily, this dragon scale sword is really good. It is simply a treasure for our family. After all, Lu Li's family has been baptized by dragon blood, not only the magical talent is terrifying, but also the flesh is terribly strong. This multifunctional sword is naturally more in line with the characteristics of the family. Lu Li shook his head, not enough. I think the weapons of our family should be based on mithril as the basic material, ordinary steel is too fragile. This kind of sword can only be used for temporary transition. Fallon was very surprised when she heard it. That's too extravagant. The clanging sound of iron beating had already attracted the attention of Ko Megumi and others. The 4 people who were resting at home also came over and exclaimed when they saw the dragon scale sword. So beautiful! Lu Li, I want this kind of sword too. Lu Li smiled, everyone has it, wait for me to make the scabbard, 1 set for each person. Extracting the dragon scale characteristics again, 8 swords and 8 scabbards were quickly made. Chapter 21. The scabbard is simpler than the sword, forged with dragon fire and shaped with wind magic. The group changed to their new swords, and their demeanor changed as they walked. Laos and his group of 3 returned, received the dragon scale swords, and became like huskies, wreaking havoc in the manor. Fortunately, Fallon was there to repair the damage, otherwise it would have been unbearable to watch. Chilchuk, this is a great sword. With this, combat will be more interesting. As a halfling with low combat ability, he used to be responsible only for unlocking mechanisms. But now, he can also charge into battle with monsters. The next day, Fallon sold various potions, causing a stir in the town. Lu Li's potion making was not only 100% successful, but the potions were also several times more effective than ordinary potions, making them sought after by adventurers. In 5 days, after deducting costs, they directly earned 5,000 gold coins. After counting the gold coins, Fallon reminded, everyone hasn't used up the potions yet, so it will be a long time before there's demand again. What should we do next? Lu Li pondered, let's go back to the original world first. As for here, we'll come back after a while. Fallon, do you want to come with us? Fallon asked curiously, I want to go. I'm very curious about the world where the gods are. Marcel raised her hand, showing curiosity, I want to go too. Ko Megumi frowned, a little worried, but Marcel, your ears are very conspicuous. Marcel smiled mysteriously, it's okay, I can just wear a hat. Yotsuya Miko nodded, that's right, then let's all prepare. Laos, the three of us will adventure here. Kikleth is back anyway. Okay. Lu Li nodded, let's pack up and go back. So, the group returned to the world of anime with 43,000 gold coins and some sundries. So small. Marcel frowned and exclaimed as she passed through the gate. The room in front of her was too small. With 6 people crowded together, there wasn't much space in the living room. It is indeed too small. We need to move. Lu Li sighed, let's buy that detached house tomorrow. Yurikawa Hana was surprised, aren't we buying a big villa directly? With teleportation magic, a large villa can be bought in the suburbs, spending less money and getting more space. Lu Li explained. Yotsuya Miko, can teleportation magic be used on our side? Lu Li moved his mind, and his magic power spread out, quickly opening a portal. Yurikawa Hana and Yotsuya Miko were familiar with the building behind the door. It was Toyosaki Academy. It can be used, and the consumption is about the same as in Falon's world. Lu Li looked at everyone, tonight, Megumi, Hana, and Miko will go home. Falon, Marcel and I will go to Chiba countryside to stay at Miko's grandfather's house. I cleaned it with Miko last time, so now we just need to buy some daily necessities. The three nodded and left. Lu Li went out with Falon and Marcel to buy blankets. This world is amazing. But there are so many evil spirits, and they're so ugly. Are those things magic? Marcel wore a hat to cover her elf ears, looking around curiously, discussing in a low voice with Falon. Lu Li explained, it's not magic, it's technology. Falon and Marcel listened, and just like Lu Li when he first saw magic, they were shocked. For them, this was also magic. After buying daily necessities, they passed by an alley and suddenly heard a cry for help. The three looked at each other, bold because of their skills, and rushed in. They saw a graceful girl with a white headband being forced into a corner by a woman holding large scissors. There was an extraordinary aura on the scissors, emitting a bloody smell. Do you think I'm pretty? The woman in white had cold eyes and a flat voice. Kashuma Jayaka almost vomited blood. She was a little hungry at night and thought about going out to buy some snacks, but she never thought she would encounter a psychopath, a madman imitating the urban legend of the slit-mouthed woman. If she answered pretty, would her face be cut open with scissors? At this time, she had retreated to the corner and had no way out. She couldn't help but regret it. She should not have gone out. Falon. Lu Li looked at Falon. Falon understood, raised her palm, and the next moment, a flash of fire appeared, as fast as lightning, and smashed into the slit-mouthed woman. Boom! The slit-mouthed woman flew out, landed on the ground, and turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Lu Li, it's been resolved. Falon was relaxed. Although the slit-mouthed woman had some mystery, in the end, she was just a little stronger. Against a magician, she had no power to fight back. Kashuma Jayaka was stunned, looked at Lu Li and his group, and suddenly, her eyes changed slightly, God teacher. As soon as she spoke, she felt the power in her body disappear, and she had no strength at all. The previous events had really scared her. After experiencing life and death, the crisis disappeared, the insistence in her heart disappeared, and the power naturally disappeared as well. Falon stepped forward and helped Kashuma Jayaka up, a little weak. Lu Li, what should we do? Lu Li sighed, let's take her home first. Back home, Falon performed a recovery magic once, and Kashuma Jayaka immediately recovered, sat up straight, and barely regained her former demeanor. 29 Kashuma Jayaka joins, refining mithril. Urban legends come true. Magic. And that curious elf who popped out of the collar, 10 centimeters tall. Is the world in front of me still the world I'm familiar with? Kashuma Jayaka only felt that her worldview was shattered, and she didn't recover for a long time. God teacher, what's going on? Kashuma Jayaka calmed down and asked. Lu Li pondered, probably the mystery of the world is recovering. In the future, this kind of thing may happen more and more. Not only the evil spirits under Miko's worldview, but also urban legends, even if monsters and cursed spirits come out again, he is not surprised. Kashuma Jayaka was stunned, this, wouldn't it be more and more dangerous in the future? What should I do? That depends on what Kasho senpai chooses. Lu looked at Kasho Yuta, taking in all the beauty. You can pretend you didn't encounter this kind of thing, or you can choose to join my familia. As you can see, I am a god, and Fallon and Marcel are both my familia. Familia? God. Fallon stepped forward and explained softly. Kasho Yuta looked at Lu, and remembered what she had heard on the rooftop before, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Originally, this god teacher and Yotsuya Miko were not playing some kind of play, but a real god. Please let me join, god teacher. Kasho Yuta immediately requested sincerely. Lu nodded, okay, let's start. Fallon, you can guide her. Fallon nodded and softly told the details of receiving the blessing. Kasho Yuta listened, her cheeks gradually turning red. To think it would be. Although a little shy, Kasho Yuta was still ready and lay on the sofa. Lu stepped forward, squeezed out a drop of divine blood, and imprinted the blessing of God on Kasho Yuta. Something came in. Don't drive. Lu was speechless. It was obviously just giving a blessing, but she actually started driving. She really is Kasho the pervert. With the blessing given, Lu's divine power increased by another 100, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Kasho Yuta's courage might not be good for fighting monsters and leveling up, but just receiving 100 points of divine power from the Daughter of Luck was enough to make Lu excited. Kasho Yuta. LV.1. Strength, I0 Durability, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0. Magic. Skills? Kasho Yuta looked at her data and asked Fallon and Marcel. I'm just a blank slate. Kasho Yuta was a little disappointed. I don't even have a skill. As a proud daughter of heaven, she really found it hard to accept. Lu was not surprised at all, this is actually very normal. Only a few people have skills. Skills and magic are things that adventurers can generate from their ultimate desire. Senpai, you're usually so lazy, do you have any ultimate desires? Kasho Yuta was stunned. It seems that this is really the case. Because of her outstanding talent, she can maintain the first place in the grade even if she sleeps in class every day. She even has the energy to write light novels. It can be said that Kasho Yuta's learning career is quite boring. As for desire, there is even less of it. Because she already feels invincible. Okay, Fallon, it's time for us to go. Kasho Yuta was shocked. Go where? This place is too small. We're going to rest in the Chiba countryside. Lu explained. Kasho senpai, are you going home or staying here for the night? Kasho Yuta was a little scared. Can I go to Chiba? Having just encountered an urban legend, there was no way she could sleep alone here. Lu, okay. Casting a teleportation spell, in an instant, a portal appeared. Let's go. Kasho Yuta was extremely curious, followed through the portal, and saw darkness all around, shadowy. Just as she was afraid, the light brightened, but Fallon cast a lighting spell. Lu found the power supply and turned on the lights in the room, and the whole house immediately became warm. Chapter 22. We're in the countryside of Chiba in an instant. It's so convenient. Kasho Shiwa exclaimed, magic is truly amazing. Suddenly, she noticed a lot of steel materials in a nearby house, and couldn't help but be curious. Why is there so much steel piled up here? Lu explained, those are leftovers from forging weapons before. Kasho Shiwa was shocked, so much steel, were you planning to forge many weapons? Does our familia have a lot of members? Not really, Lu shook his head, including you, there are only 9 familia members. However, the amount of steel needed to forge weapons in the future will definitely be a lot. Right now, we are short at least several hundred tons of steel. Kasho Shiwa was stunned. Fallon said softly, Lu wants to use mithril to forge weapons. According to legends, 1 ton of steel can only refine 1 or 2 taels of mithril. As for Lu's ability to refine mithril, Fallon wasn't curious, because everything could be attributed to his identity as a god. It's not strange for a god to be able to refine mithril. Kasho Shiwa's beautiful eyes widened slightly, that's too expensive. Fallon nodded gently, yes, but Lord God is very good at making money. Before, in my world, he earned more than 40,000 gold coins in a few days, which is roughly equivalent to 4 billion yen in this world. We are supposed to be the familia, we should be earning money for God to spend, but unfortunately, we can't help much right now. More than 4 billion. Kazuma Jayakishiwa felt that this number was too unfamiliar. Even if she becomes a best-selling light novel writer, it would be difficult to earn this much in her lifetime. The three girls chatted idly. The content of their conversation was nothing more than adventure stories from another world, and the composition of the familia members, while making the beds. Meanwhile, Lu Li was on the phone with Yukinasha Harino. Miss Yukinasha, I need 500 tons of steel here. Your family runs a construction company, can you help with that? Yukinasha Harino was a little surprised, but still agreed, anytime. Also, I need a villa, a bit remote is fine, the key is that the place needs to be big. The Yukinasha family runs a construction business, you should have information on this. Yukinasha Harino, of course. By the way, Mr. Lu Li, my sister Yukino will be transferring to Toyon Osaki soon, please take care of her. No problem. After discussing for a while, and settling the matters of the house and steel, Lu Li directly transferred the money. 500 tons of steel, even if steel is more expensive in Sakura country, it's only 40 million yen. The next day, Kazuma Jayakishiwa carried a long sword that had been phased out by the familia, and practiced under Lu Li's guidance. After encountering the crisis, Kazuma Jayakishiwa's lazy personality also changed, and she began to crave power. When she was tired of practicing swordsmanship, she began magical training under Falon's guidance. At noon, Yukinasha group delivered 500 tons of steel. After the truck left, Lu Li cast a spell, lifting tons of steel and placing them on top of the red dragon's heart. In a moment, he refined all the steel into mithril. 500 tons, refined exactly 50 pounds of mithril, which is less than the size of a soccer ball. Kazuma Jayakishiwa exclaimed, so little is worth 40 million. 300 million blade, new residence. This is mithril, Falon explained, without the corresponding technology, without the red dragon's heart as fuel, it would be difficult to buy mithril even with money. Kazuma Jayakishiwa nodded lightly, I see. Lord God, what are you planning to forge? Lu Li turned around and went into the house, took out 2 test tubes, and poured them onto the liquid mithril. I've been preparing for this for a long time. This is the extract from the previous red dragon's horns, which is extremely tough. Coupled with the toughness and sharpness of mithril, I can definitely forge 2 divine swords. Kazuma Jayakishiwa's beautiful eyes sparkled, is that the red dragon that Miss Falon ate? Falon was speechless, it's that one. With the addition of the dragon horn characteristics, the original dark mithril turned golden. Before it was even shaped, a sharp aura emanated from it, as if blades were near, making people shudder. Lu Li used wind magic to shape the liquid, stretching it into 2 golden swords. After they were formed, he waved a hammer and began to beat them. A moment later, the swords were completely forged. Lu Li picked up a steel bar, and with a light cut, it was like cutting tofu, without any resistance, the steel was cut into 2 pieces. So unscientific! Kazuma Jayakishiwa exclaimed, and asked for the swords. She also cut the steel bar and found that the swords cut steel effortlessly. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Li used ordinary steel as the foundation, fused with dragon scale characteristics, and forged 2 scabbards, placing the golden swords into the scabbards. Fiery red and gorgeous scabbards, bright yellow and flawless blades, this pair of swords was extremely beautiful. The cost of this set of swords is about 50 million, coupled with Lu Li's craftsmanship, it can be considered a set of weapons worth hundreds of millions. After doing all this, Lu Li looked at the 3 of them and said, it's almost time, it's time to go back to Tokyo to buy a house. By the way, Senior Kazuma Jayaka, did you ask for leave? Today is not the weekend. Of course, Kazuma Jayakishiwa nodded lightly, I'm not an idiot, how could I forget such a thing? Casting a teleportation spell, returning to Tokyo, Lu Li put the swords at home, and then led the 3 towards the place agreed upon with Yurikawa Hana. Arriving at the agreed location, Ko Megumi, Yatsuya Miko, and Yurikawa Hana had already arrived. Besides the 3, there was an unexpected person, Shina Mahiru. Ko Megumi explained, Miss Shina said she wanted to return the umbrella in person, so I brought her along. Lu Li understood, because he was too busy, he forgot about the appointment with Shina Mahiru. Sorry for the trouble, Lu Li apologized, how about we have dinner together later? Yurikawa Hana was very familiar with people. Upon hearing this, she stepped forward and grabbed Shina Mahiru. Shina-chan, let's go together. Shina Mahiru had never seen someone so familiar, she could only agree. So, the group went to see the house led by Yurikawa Hana. The house was near Yurikawa Hana's house. The group walked for 2 minutes, and saw a man who had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing the group, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. This is just a group of young people, can they really afford a house? However, when he saw Lu Li, the worry in his heart was finally relieved. Although Lu Li didn't have the divine might of a god from the dungeon world at this time, his temperament was beyond the mortal world, it was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Please. The man led the group into the house and began to introduce it. This house was only built 5 years ago, and basic renovations have already been done. You can move in after buying some daily necessities. 65 million, definitely worth it. The house includes a basement, with a total of 3 floors, each floor is about 120 square meters, and there are 8 bedrooms in total. Most importantly, the basement is very spacious, whether it is used for training or to be arranged as a magic workshop, it is quite convenient. Lu Li was satisfied, and estimated in his heart, my parents' remaining inheritance is 40 million, and the Yukinasha family's exorcism earned 45 million, it is more than enough to buy this house. It is worth mentioning that, although there is no shared area when buying a house in Sakura country, you have to pay property tax every year, and you also have to pay stamp duty and other taxes when buying a house, about 4% of the house price, which means that if you want to get this house, you need not 65 million, but nearly 68 million. Ko Megumi saw Lu Li's expression, knew that he had taken a fancy to this house, and understood, she began to bargain. Mr. Landlord, can the house be cheaper? Generally, a detached house is about 40 million, it is not so easy to sell a detached house for more than 60 million. It is not easy for ordinary people to take out an extra 20 or 30 million at once. Sakura country is a developed country, the salary is very high, but the consumption is also high. 20 or 30 million, ordinary workers have to save for at least 10 years. In this way, the detached house in front of them is not very attractive to ordinary people. 10 years, an ordinary person doesn't have many decades to waste in their life. Kazuma Jayakashiwa echoed, yes, except for our boss, Mr. Landlord, it won't be so easy for you to meet someone who is willing to spend money to buy this house. Everyone chimed in, and soon brought the price down to 60 million. The landlord refused to budge any further. Lu Li saw this, and no longer hesitated, let's make it 60 million. Let's go to a law firm to sign the contract now. The landlord breathed a sigh of relief, showed a smile, and was even more eager than Lu Li. An hour later. Mr. Lu Li, that house is yours now. After signing the contract and taking the keys, all that was left was to complete the subsequent procedures, and the ownership of the house would naturally be in Lu Li's name. Happy cooperation, Lu Li got up, put away his copy of the contract, let's go, celebrate, and then move. Yurikawa Hana cheered, feast, feast. Mars Chill smiled helplessly, Xiaohua's passion for food will never diminish. Fallon, this kind of mentality is very good. The group of 8, led by Yurikawa Hana, a foodie, entered a restaurant. It is said that this restaurant is opened by a Totsuki graduate, it's very delicious. Yurikawa Hana introduced to everyone like a treasure. A moment later. The food was served. Everyone started eating. It is indeed very different from ordinary restaurants, Lu Li praised, no wonder Totsuki Academy is famous at home and abroad, this cooking skill is far beyond ordinary chefs. Yurikawa Hana ate heartily, her cheeks bulging, right, right. After a meal, everyone was very happy. After sending Shina Mahiru away, Ko Megumi and others began to help move. There were not many things, coupled with teleportation magic, in a moment, Lu Li's things were moved to the new home. This will be our base from now on, Yurikawa Hana ran around in the room, Miko, let's live in the same room from now on, hehe. Yatsuya Miko disliked, no way, and we have to go home at night. Does Xiaohua's mother allow you to stay out all night? Yurikawa Hana was struck by lightning, and was immediately dumbfounded, it seems not, no, I want to live here too. 31 Dragon Bone Staff, Kazumajaya Kashiwa's motivation. Yotsuya Miko was troubled. Even if you say that, I can't do anything about it. In fact, how could she not want to live here? Living with friends is much more interesting. Kazumajaya Kashiwa was proud, and asked, Lord God, can I move in? In order to write novels, I live alone outside, it's no problem to live here. Yurikawa Hana shouted, Senior Kazumajaya is too cunning. No, I have to think of a way to move in too. Ko Megumi reminded, it's getting late, are we going out to slay evil spirits today? Of course. Yotsuya Miko said and turned around to enter the house to take out her weapon, full of motivation. Yurikawa Hana, Mars Chill and others also took out their weapons. Kazumajaya Kashiwa also took out her weapon when she saw this. However, compared with everyone's weapons, the long sword in her hand seemed ordinary. Lu Li looked at everyone and said, Senior Kazumajaya is slaying evil spirits for the first time, keep an eye on her and don't encounter any danger. Yotsuya Miko was surprised, Lu Li, aren't you going today? Lu Li nodded, I'm going to the labyrinth world to move the dragon meat and dragon scales over, and make some more staffs by the way. Chapter 23. Syazuhiki Yoshio listened, filled with curiosity. As a light novel writer, although she writes school romance novels, she is still obsessed with the other world. Lu Li knew what she was thinking and said, let's practice for a while first. When you have some strength, I'll take you to the dungeon to level up. Okay, then I'll look forward to it. So, Syazuhiki Yoshio and the Yotsuya Miko group went out. Lu Li opened the gate to the other world and returned to the manor in the dungeon world, using wind magic to lift the dragon scales, dragon bones, and other materials, and transported them to the basement of the new house. He also went to the market to buy some medicinal herbs and made hundreds of attribute extraction potions, then closed the gate and began to extract the characteristics of the dragon scales, dragon bones, dragon tendons, and dragon claws. Dragon claws, armor penetration, magic penetration. Dragon tendons, indestructible, elastic. Dragon scales, tough, magic resistance, physical resistance. Dragon bones, hard. As the attribute characteristics were extracted and sorted, the materials of the fire dragon were also exhausted. There's still a lot of steel needed. Although staves and swords don't need to be made entirely of mithril, they need to be fused with the characteristics of dragon materials using steel and other materials. I don't have enough money. Lu Li pondered and called Yukinasha to Yang Ne, Miss Yang Ne, can we meet tomorrow? I want to ask you to help me with something. Yukinasha to Yang Ne's voice was full of charm. Of course, with pleasure. After chatting for a while, he hung up the phone. Lu Li's heart stirred, and he suddenly took out a seed, which was the seed of a man-eating plant. Staves can be cultivated with magic power. Aren't the dragon bone characteristics and dragon scale characteristics things that contain magic power as well? If I use these extracted dragon characteristics to cultivate them, can I get the corresponding staff? As soon as he thought of it, he did it. Lu Li threw a seed into a test tube with dragon bone characteristics and cultivated it with magic power. Suddenly, the seed took root and sprouted, not only absorbing magic power but also absorbing dragon bone characteristics. The original wooden staff actually turned into a crystal clear jade-like staff. Ordinary people would probably think it was made of jade. But Lu Li, who was familiar with the bones of the red dragon, knew that the texture of this staff was actually red dragon bones. Although the dragons in the dungeon world are not too strong, their bones are very magical, extremely hard, and as warm as jade. In a short while, the staff was cultivated and turned into a 1.5 meter long staff. After testing it, it was found that the staff's bonus effect on magic was about 50%, which means that if a magician's strength is 1, the power of casting spells can reach 1.5. Although it is a little worse than Marcel's staff, it can be regarded as a top-notch magic wand. So strong. In the dungeon world, a staff that can increase the power of spells by 40% is already top level. Being able to increase it by 50% is definitely the dream of a magician. The Lu family's forging technology, combined with the magician's magic wand cultivation method, actually created such a wonderful thing. Lu Li tried again, using dragon scale extraction characteristics to cultivate a new staff. The new staff's appearance was covered with dense red scales, like a living little dragon. Its toughness was higher than that of the dragon bone staff, and its bonus to magic reached 70%, which was equivalent to Marcel's magic wand. If it were sold to the dungeon world, it would definitely cause magicians to go crazy. Having tasted the sweetness, Liu Li made 10 of each type of magic wand before stopping. So many magic wands are enough for now. As for the dragon toes, he planned to use them to make a dozen arrows that could break through anything. Dragon tendons, made into a bow. With Ko Megumi's unremarkable characteristic, plus long-distance arrow sniping, it's a perfect match. Of course, the premise is that he needs to refine some mithril again. On the other side, Xiaohai Shihu tremblingly began her first monster fighting journey. Under the blessing of the fire of life, she saw the real world for the first time and felt her scalp tingle. Too scary. There are so many strange and bizarre evil spirits in this world, it's like coming to hell. If she was alone, she wouldn't dare to fight at all. Fortunately, Yotsuya Miko and others were by her side, giving her encouragement, and she mustered up her energy to officially join the team to slay evil spirits. Half an hour. The blessing of the fire of life disappeared. Hyakutawa Hana looked at the panting Xiaohai Shihu and asked, "How is it?" "It's okay." Xiaohai Shihu took a long breath, "I've killed dozens of evil spirits, why haven't I become stronger?" Hyakutawa Hana smiled, "You have to update the blessing to become stronger. It's still early. How about it, want to continue?" Xiaohai Shihu nodded, "Continue." Thinking of the despair of being chased by the slit-mouthed woman, Xiaohai Shihu felt a sense of urgency. Hyakutawa Hana nodded, blessed Xiaohai Shihu with the fire of life, and looked at Fallon. "Sister Fallon, please restore Xiaohai senpai." Fallon stopped fighting and gently waved her staff. The next moment, a ray of light fell on Xiaohai Shihu. Instantly, she felt the fatigue on her body disappear. Magic is really unreasonable. Hyakutawa Hana, Xiaohai senpai can also learn it, magic is super useful. Yotsuya Miko saw Xiaohai Shihu start fighting again and was surprised. "I thought senpai was the kind of delicate girl who wouldn't be able to fight for long and would give up. I didn't expect her to be unexpectedly motivated." Xiaohai Shihu complained, "What kind of image do I have in your heart? A delicate literary girl?" "Xiaohai Shihu, I must change your opinion, please call me Valkyrie of the battlefield." Saying that, she rushed towards a huge evil spirit with her sword. Clang! The long sword slashed at the evil spirit, like hitting steel, shaking Xiaohai Shihu's arm numb. "Don't mess around, senpai." Yotsuya Miko rushed up with her sword and killed the huge evil spirit. "Messing around can kill people. This size of evil spirit is still too strong for you." 32 The Kato family's interrogation, thanks to Teihao clan Feng Xi for the reward. "It's 11 o'clock, let's call it a day." Hyakutawa Hana's phone rang. She looked at it and looked at everyone. Liu Li said he made a dragon meat feast, do you want to go eat it? Marcel's face changed, are we still eating magical creatures? Isn't there any normal food? Don't worry. Hyakutawa Hana comforted, we also bought some Wajiho beef and vegetables. It's okay if you don't want to eat magical creatures. Xiaohai Shihu worried, won't eating so late make us fat? No, it won't. Ko Megumi sheathed her sword, we're adventurers now, we consume a lot every day. Hearing this, Xiaohai Shihu couldn't help but look forward to it. Dragon meat, is it delicious? Of course, it's super delicious. Hyakutawa Hana's eyes shone, as if she could already smell the aroma of dragon meat. The group returned home, and the table was already set with cut dragon meat, Wajiho beef and vegetables. The hot pot with 2 different broths was steaming, the oil on the barbecue plate was sizzling, and the aroma of dragon meat was wafting through the air. Xiaohai Shihu's nose twitched, and she felt a shock all over her body. Suddenly, her eyes fell on the grill and the bottom of the hot pot. There were no flames or induction cookers there. Is this also using magic? Of course. Liu Li asked while grilling the meat, how is it? Xiaohai Shihu, it's not a big problem. Evil spirits don't have much intelligence. As long as you don't choose enemies that are too strong, it's easy to defeat them. Fallon sighed softly, somewhat regretfully, the evil spirits in this world can't be exorcised at all, they can only be killed. Everyone sat together, chattering about the battle with the evil spirits just now, while picking up their favorite ingredients to cook and grill. Xiaohai Shihu picked up a piece of grilled dragon meat and tasted it carefully, only to feel an unspeakable deliciousness rising in her heart, and even her soul made a comfortable sound. So delicious! Indeed. Hyakutawa Hana's eyes were full of happiness, it's a pity that we wasted so much back then. Most of the dragon meat was left in the dungeon. It would have been great if we had brought it all back. Fallon was not resistant to magical creatures. Rather, like her brother Laos, she was full of curiosity about magical creatures. After being resurrected, she fell in love with this taste after eating magical creature delicacies. Eating dragon meat, her eyebrows and eyes stretched, and she exuded a Madonna-like appeal, but the words she said were enough to make magical creatures sweat. Hannah doesn't have to worry. There are many dungeons, and there are even more dragons in the dungeons. If you want to eat them, everyone can go to the dungeons. Xiao's Hikyoshio was surprised, are dragons weak? Marcel rolled her eyes, Fallon was swallowed by a dragon, how could they be weak? However, with our current team, it should be easy to fight ordinary dragons again. Hyakyokawa Hana was full of energy, that's right, let's go slay dragons after we finish eating, hehe. By the way, walking mushrooms and basilisk chicken are also delicious, let's go catch some too. Fallon nodded gently, that's right, I haven't tasted them yet. Fallon, don't let Lu Li and the others corrupt you. Magical creatures, they're magical creatures. After the dragon meat feast, Fallon began to wash the dishes. Magic is very useful. With a wave of water magic, all the tableware was clean, tidy, and shiny. As for Ko Megumi, Hyakyokawa Hana, and Yotsuya Miko, they each went home. With their current level, they don't have to worry about safety issues, so Lu Li was very relieved. Xiao's Hikyoshio then directly chose a house to live in. Anyway, she had been living alone for a long time. Whether she lived with Lu Li or in a rental house, there was no difference. Creak. Opening the door, the room was brightly lit. Ko Megumi was stunned to see her parents and sister sitting there, looking extremely serious. There was also a stack of banknotes on the table, which looked like several million. Ko Megumi understood that it was probably the 5 million that Lu Li had given her. Why isn't everyone resting yet? Kato Hiromi sighed, how can we sleep in this situation? Mrs. Kato pointed to the money on the table, trembling all over, Megumi, what is this about? Mr. Kato's face was ugly. Although he didn't speak, he had already expressed his attitude. It was too unbelievable. Their daughter came home late, and they originally thought she had a boyfriend. Their daughter had a weak presence and no special characteristics. Of course, they were happy that she could get a boyfriend. But Mrs. Kato found 5 million yen when she was helping her daughter tidy up her room. Coming home late and a large sum of money couldn't help but make people think of some bad things. Chapter 24. After all, this kind of thing is too common in Sakura country. Kat Hiromi said quietly, Megumi, if you need money, you can tell us. Your sister has graduated, and mom and dad are working. We're not short on money. Ah. Kat Megumi finally reacted. Mom, Dad, sister, what are you talking about? I haven't done the kind of things you're imagining. She walked closer and explained softly. This is money given by Riku, it's the reward for helping the Yukinasha group solve their problem. As she spoke, a thought flickered through her mind, and light began to emanate from her palm. The light fell on the three of them, and their bodies, weary from a day's work, immediately felt relaxed. Kat's mother was stunned, this. The scene before her eyes was too far beyond common sense. The light from her palm, and the effect of the light falling, made the three of them wonder if their worldviews were wrong. Yukinasha group. Riku. Reward. What's going on? Kat Megumi sighed, sent a message to Riku, and after confirming that she could speak, she told them about recent events in detail. Of course, she didn't mention the existence of another world. Evil spirits. This world is full of evil spirits. This 5 million is actually earned by slaying evil spirits. The three of them felt shocked and didn't recover for a long time. I'm sorry, Megumi, we misunderstood you. Kat's mother said apologetically, then worriedly, isn't exorcism dangerous? Kat Hiromi suggested, why don't we stop doing this kind of thing? It's most important for the family to be safe and sound. Kat's father nodded, at worst, I'll work more overtime. We don't lack money. Kat Megumi shook her head, sister, mom, dad, this world doesn't just have evil spirits, there are urban legends too. According to Riku, the mysteries of this world are reviving, and there's no use in running away. One day, we'll encounter these things. The three were silent. After a long while, Kat's father said, in that case, Megumi, you should live with Riku. Doesn't he have your team there? There, you don't have to travel back and forth, and you'll have more time to cultivate. Kat's mother nodded in agreement. Kat Hiromi hesitated, but if you do that, it'll be hard to see Megumi. What are you saying, sister? Kat Megumi said speechlessly, it's not far from home, and we don't exorcise spirits every day. Oh, right, we slaughtered a fire dragon last time, and Riku told me to bring some dragon meat back tomorrow. 33 Supernatural Research Society. Dragon meat? Is it the kind of dragon that breathes fire? The Cat family was shocked. They didn't expect their daughter's team to have even slaughtered a dragon. Kat Megumi nodded lightly, that's right. Kat's mother frowned, that's too dangerous. It's okay. Kat Megumi looked relaxed instead. There are 3 people on the team who know resurrection spells, so there's no danger. Kat Hiromi was shocked, resurrection? You can even do that. If you use this spell to save people, you could definitely make a lot of money. Kat Megumi shook her head, no one's thought about using it to make money. Besides, resurrection has conditions. At least you need bones and a soul, otherwise you can't resurrect someone. The night passed without incident. The next day, Furnu and Maroshiru stayed home to watch TV, and Riku and Kazuma Jayakishiwa went to school together. It has to be said that longing is the most distant distance. Kazuma Jayakishiwa is a bright and beautiful literary girl praised by everyone at school, but she is quite lazy in private. She needs to be urged many times to get up in the morning. If people at school knew, they would probably be disillusioned. Good morning, Megumi. Riku sat down. How did it go with your family? Kat Megumi put down her phone, it's all settled. I don't have to go home at night anymore. Don't have to go home. An exclamation sounded, and Yuri Riverhua had already approached, her face full of envy, I also want to not go home and live with Riku. The classroom was silent, and then there was an uproar. No way, they're already living together. So enviable. Damn it. Lewd. Obscene. The reactions varied, and Yuri Riverhua belatedly realized that she had caused trouble, and her expression was embarrassed. Kitagawa Kaimu approached, Hwa, are you really in that kind of relationship? Kat Megumi sighed and explained from the side, actually, it's a shared house. Recently, Riku found a big house, and everyone wants to move in together. Isn't it more free without parents? Yuri Riverhua nodded quickly, raising her fist, that's right, freedom, I want freedom. Everyone listened and was immediately disappointed. Is that all? How boring. That's good, that's good. What are you disappointed about? Kat Megumi suggested, by the way, should we form a club? That way, we'll have a private place at school. Yuri Riverhua nodded, indeed, that way, everyone can eat lunch together. That's fine too. Riku nodded. We have enough members anyway. As he was talking, the sound of high heels tapping on the ground rang out, and a pink-haired teacher wearing a suit and pencil skirt with a cold temperament appeared at the classroom door. Riku, come with me for a moment. Yuri Riverhua said softly, could it be that Riku took a leave of absence yesterday, so Kirisu-sensei has an opinion? It should be. Kat Megumi nodded. Kirisu-sensei is always very serious. Office. Riku, have you finished your business? Kirisu Mafuyu asked with concern. You are an international student, so don't take leave casually in the future, so as not to fall behind in your studies. As she said that, she took out 2 notebooks. These are the notes the teacher borrowed. Take them down and take notes. Riku took it, thank you, Kirisu-sensei. By the way, Kirisu-sensei, I want to form a club. A hint of joy appeared on Kirisu Mafuyu's face. Riku has always been a member of the Going Home Club and has no club. She is worried that he will not be able to integrate into school life. Now that Riku took the initiative to mention this, she was immediately relieved. What kind of club is it? Riku pondered, service club. Hey! Kirisu Mafuyu was stunned, crossing her hands in front of her, Riku, unhealthy clubs are not allowed. No, the so-called service club is actually a club where those who have it give it to those who lack it with a compassionate heart, and reach out to those in difficulty. Kirisu Mafuyu said with a straight face, rejected, this name is too easy to be misunderstood. Take another one. SOS. Meaning is unknown, rejected. Then it's the Supernatural Research Society. Kirisuma listened, finally breathed a sigh of relief, and took out a form. Fill out the club application form, and find 4 more members, and you can be assigned to the club activity room. Although this club name is Chiyunibu, at least it is not the kind of name that makes people think crookedly. Riku took it and his eyes fell on Kirisuma. Kirisuma was stunned. What's wrong? The club advisor, let Kirisuma-sensei be the one. Kirisuma was helpless and nodded lightly. I guess you don't know any other teachers, so let me do it. After filling in her name, Kirisuma waved and sent Riku away. Back to the classroom. Yuri Riverhawa approached. How is it? Riku raised the club application form and explained the matter. Yuri Riverhawa cheered. We will soon have a club activity room. As she said that, she filled in her name and asked Ko Megumi to fill it in. Then, she ran non-stop to the neighboring class and asked Yotsuya Miko to fill out the form. In short, she was more active than Riku. Lunch break. The club activity room has been applied for under the running of Yuri Riverhawa. Private Toyosaki Academy, unlike public schools, is rich and generous, and has a building dedicated to club activities. The Supernatural Research Society's classroom is on the 3rd floor of the club activity building, and is 50 square meters in size. However, it has been unused for a long time and some dust has fallen. How is it? Yuri Riverhawa led a group of people into the activity room. From now on, this will be our base. Not bad. Hearing the praise, Yuri Riverhawa was in a great mood, and raised the laptop in her hand. I also applied for a computer to receive and publish club news. We can also start negotiating exorcism business at school. Yotsuya Miko was surprised. When did Hawa become so smart? Miko, I'm not an idiot. Yuri Riverhawa said speechlessly. What kind of image do I have in Miko's heart? Yotsuya Miko pondered. Glutton. Yuri Riverhawa complained. Don't say such things in a serious manner. Riku chuckled, ignoring the two who were complaining, with a thought. A light wind blew, and in the blink of an eye, the dust in the activity room was swept away, and even the air became fresh. He also moved in a few chairs and a desk, and the entire club activity room looked decent. There is still one thing missing. Kashuma Jayakashiwa came late, raising a wooden sign in her hand with the 6 characters of the Supernatural Research Society engraved on it. I asked other clubs at the school to help me make it. Is it okay? Riku smiled. Senpai did a great job, so things are done. Fixing the sign on the door of the activity room completed the final work. 34 Aoyama Nanami fainted from hunger. By the way, Fernu said that the food is ready. I'll bring the food over. It's too boring to eat lunch boxes every day. Chapter 25. After surveying the activity room, Lu Li nodded in satisfaction and suddenly spoke. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was shocked. Fallon can use a phone already. No, Lu Li shook his head. You forgot, I have a pixie familiar that can be used as eyes in a phone. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was envious. Is that the one that always hides in your collar? That's right, Yurikawa Hana envied. It's so nice. I also want to summon a Undine with pure water element. It's cute, can fight, and can be sent out to scout the enemy. While speaking, Lu Li had already opened the portal and brought over several large meals. Time to eat, lunch break isn't long, Lu Li reminded. Yurikawa Hana quickly pulled up a chair and sat down close. As for the bento she brought herself, she naturally wasn't in the mood to eat it now. Yotsuya Miko and Ko Megumi were the same, directly abandoning their bentos. But there was no need to worry about waste. With Yurikawa Hana's appetite, these bentos wouldn't even be enough for her to replenish her energy after fighting monsters at night. Teleportation magic is really unfair. Kashuma Jayaka Utah had a happy smile on her face. At this moment, the literary girl transformed into a gluttonous girl. Yurikawa Hana, teleportation magic is the best, we can eat dragon meat every day from now on. Yotsuya Miko, it's just hard on Fallon. Ko Megumi, we can help with cooking when we have time. The Supernatural Research Society members ate happily, while someone outside felt that their bread tasted like wax. Aoyama Nanami sat in the activity room, biting her bread, and the more she ate, the more unappetizing it felt. What exactly are they eating in the activity room next door? Why does it feel so wrong just from smelling it? As she thought, Aoyama Nanami felt all the cells in her body begin to rebel, becoming more and more resistant to the food in her hand, her hunger becoming more and more intense, and her vision darkening. Bang! A soft sound rang out, and Yotsuya Miko was stunned. What was that sound? It was the sound from the activity room next door. Ko Megumi ran over to investigate and quickly brought back a person. It's Aoyama-san, she seems to have fainted from hunger. Yotsuya Miko was shocked. Are there still people fainting from hunger these days? Sakura country is a developed country. Even if you're poor, working for an hour at a convenience store can buy you 2 bowls of ordinary ramen. It's impossible to faint from hunger. Ko Megumi cast a healing spell while saying, perhaps Aoyama-san has some unspeakable secrets. In a dream, Aoyama Nanami felt like she had come to heaven. Her whole body was warm, and even that tempting fragrance became clearer. Opening her eyes, she saw several plates of food not far away, with tempting colors and fragrant aromas. Instantly, every cell in her body became active. I want to eat. I really want to eat. She was clearly not a gluttonous person, but at this moment, she seemed to be possessed by a gluttony demon. Yurikawa Hana saw Aoyama Nanami wake up and said, Aoyama-san, let's have lunch together. Aoyama Nanami quickly shook her head. Yotsuya Miko handed over chopsticks and comforted, if you don't eat, we won't be able to finish it all, and it will be wasted. Lu Li nodded, Aoyama-san, please help us out. If you're really embarrassed, you can help clean up the dishes later. Then I'll be intruding. Aoyama Nanami took the chopsticks, carefully picked up a piece, and put it in her mouth. Instantly, a taste that sublimated her soul filled her taste buds. What is this? Why is it so delicious? This. Aoyama Nanami felt a bit unable to swallow. This should be a very high-end ingredient, right? Just as she was thinking, she saw Yurikawa Hana had already picked up a lot, put it in a small bowl, and pushed it in front of her. Aoyama-san, eat quickly, class is about to start. Thank you. Originally wanting to refuse, in the end, Aoyama Nanami still didn't say the words of refusal. As the dragon meat entered her stomach, Aoyama Nanami felt an inexhaustible amount of power surge from her body, and even the mental fatigue disappeared. After her school, Yotsuya Miko and the others ran to set up the Supernatural Research Society's website, while Lu Li ran outside to meet Yukinasha Harano again. Yukinasha-san, I still need your help with the last matter, another 500 tons of steel. This time, I'll trade with gold. Saying that, Lu Li pushed out a pile of small gold bars. These gold bars were made by melting the gold coins from the maze world. Another 500 tons? What does Lu Li-san need so much for? Yukinasha Harano was curious. If it were ancient times, she would have suspected that Lu Li was planning to start a rebellion. But now there was no need to suspect at all. Even if 1,000 tons of steel were all made into weapons, it would be difficult to face the steel torrent of modern society. Making magical artifacts, Lu Li said calmly. You also know that our agency often fights those things, and the weapons are heavily damaged. Yukinasha Harano nodded, I see. Magical artifacts, hey? By the way, do you have any magical artifacts or talismans for warding off evil spirits? Not for the time being, Lu Li shook his head. By the way, is there any news about the villa I asked Yukinasha-san to inquire about? I was just about to say about this. Yukinasha Harano took out a stack of documents from her bag. These are all villas that people are willing to sell, you can pick one. If you don't find one you like, you can look again later. Lu Li nodded and looked carefully. As the local tyrant of Chiba, and a family that runs a real estate business, the Yukinasha family's resources were quite rich. The information given by Yukinasha Harano included villas in Tokyo, mostly small and exquisite, and expensive. There were also villas in Chiba Prefecture, which were slightly cheaper. In fact, although Chiba Prefecture was ridiculed as the countryside by the people of Tokyo, it was itself part of the Tokyo metropolitan area. The villas in Chiba Prefecture gave Lu Li a very strange feeling. The expensive ones were quite expensive, and the cheap ones were unbelievably cheap. In Urayasu Ward, the land price was 400,000 yen per square meter, while the cheapest place in Chiba was only 8,000 yen, which is 400 yuan per square meter. Lu Li chose for a while, and finally chose a 100-acre villa. The price was quite touching, only 500 million yen. The villa was quite remote, but it didn't matter, anyway, with teleportation magic, going anywhere was a matter of seconds. Do you really want this one? Yukinasha Harano was very shocked and reminded, although this one is very large and the villa is well built, it is very remote and has no investment value at all. The homeowner has been selling it for several years, and no one has even asked about it. Liu Li smiled, don't worry, it's this one. By the way, let's settle with gold. Yukinasha Harino nodded, okay. Although gold was not a circulating currency now, it was also a hard currency. For the Yukinasha family, whether it was to process it or hoard it at home, it was not a big problem. In this way, they could sell Liu Li a favor, which the Yukinasha family couldn't ask for. 35. Mansion and Kato Hiromi's expectations. Chiba. Yukinasha Harino parked the car and looked around. A land price of several hundred yuan per square meter was naturally the countryside of the countryside. The villa was large, cheap, and worthless. Yukinasha Harino half-jokingly said, could it be that the end of the world is coming, and Liu Li-san wants to use this place to build a shelter? Of course not, Liu Li shook his head, and entered the manor under the leadership of Yukinasha Harino. The manor was very large, covering 100 acres, which is nearly 66,000 square meters. The above-ground building had 5 floors, each floor had an area of 1,000 square meters, divided into 20 rooms and a living room, kitchen, and the whole villa had a total of 100 large bedrooms. There was also a basement. The basement was 3 times larger than the above-ground building, covering an area of 4,000 square meters, and was built extremely solidly. In addition, the basement was also piled with many boxes, which contained various compressed food and mineral water, cold-proof clothing. Yukinasha Harino had a speechless expression on her face. I just inquired, this villa is actually a doomsday shelter built by a doomsday enthusiast. Because of investment failure, he needs to recover funds, so he reluctantly sold it. She completely couldn't understand this investor's idea. To put nearly 2 billion yen into this remote countryside, his brain was simply broken. Yes, although the land price here was cheap, buying the land cost 500 million yen. But the above-ground and underground buildings, in order to cope with the imagined doomsday crisis, the materials used were quite solid, and it cost more than 1 billion yen. Now wanting to sell it at the original price, no one was willing to take over at all. That's why the price was quite cheap, only equivalent to a fraction of the cost. Even so, this house has been listed for several years, and no one has been willing to take over. It's this one, I'm quite satisfied. Yukinasha Harino nodded, okay, as you wish. She called the homeowner, but in a moment, the homeowner came over. Clearly they could have made an appointment for tomorrow, but the homeowner was unwilling to wait even a day. God knows if the buyer would change his mind by tomorrow. He signed the contract happily, the funds were paid by the Yukinasha family, and when he returned to Tokyo, Liu Li handed over the gold for the house price and taxes to Yukinasha Harino. I'll help with the follow-up procedures, Liu Li-san doesn't have to worry about it. Yukinasha Harino inspected the gold, like a fairy, her ordinary smile exuding a charm, got in the car and left. Let's go see the big house. By the way, the simple web page is done, as you said, Liu Li, the other party delivered it in an hour. But no one has come to the door yet. Yurikawa Hana said chirpingly. Yotsuya Miko was speechless, it's not that fast. Liu Li opened the teleportation door, directly to the bought villa. Having signed the contract, the house now belonged to him. Yurikawa Hana stood outside the villa, exclaiming, so big. Kashuma Jayaka Utah had a subtle expression, this will be God's harem from now on, 100 big rooms, there are so many concubines. Yotsuya Miko was stunned, concubines. Kashuma Jayaka Utah was like a fox, with a cunning smile, God's family, God and the priestess, isn't that the kind of relationship? Yurikawa Hana leaned over, asking curiously, a fragrance rushed over, really? Not only was she not afraid, but she was rather looking forward to it. Liu Li led the way in front, let's tour the villa first, we'll talk about the others later. Everyone nodded, not saying any more.